There we go. What's up, guys? What's up, GP? How you doing, buddy? It's a beautiful day in my neighborhood. $320 on Kick, 148 actually on Twitch. I lost a bunch of people on Twitch. I don't know. Had a great show yesterday. No, I don't want news. I guess I'll do this one. I gotta fix the camera though. There we go. Let's turn it off. Alright guys, good morning, good afternoon, good day to you, how are you doing? It's a beautiful day in my neighborhood. So I don't know. talking to somebody on Discord. So, I mean, life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. No, I'd love to freaking... I mean, I've been trying to get a promoter to help me out, and a lot of times I don't have anybody to promote me. Just trying to keep myself afloat right now, and it's kind of hard. This is a cosmic horror metal mix. Death metal cosmic horror. Great album. Great music. You know, he's never been doing. Today's gonna be a laid back day. I got a bunch of stuff I gotta do around my house. Hopefully yeah, it's going good. Welcome to the Chaos Engine. Chaos Engine. That one's over. Let's go to... I mean, if you could, please donate. If you look up into the right corner, if you're facing your computer and you see Brian Henning 420-316, that's my PayPal account. Please, if you can help, I'd really appreciate it. It would mean a lot to me. Again, I don't work. I help my mom. She's paralyzed from her waist to her toes. So pretty much I'm... He's still typing. Hey, no, I think the guy's pretty cool to help me out. I don't have many people helping me out these days. Actually, hold on here. Where is it? Is it this? Yeah, it's this one. This is the pink bitch. The purple bitch. So, man, it's a box of chocolates until you lose them. Okay. Do they remember? I'm not playing you. I don't want to fucking ruin my life.
You're killing me with all your sorrow. You're killing me with all your lies. You're killing me with all of your sorrow. You're killing me with all of your lies. You're killing me, won't say tomorrow. Killing me, won't say goodbye.
All right, that was Mushroom's Head New One with Falling in Line. Good song. Good band. You know, I okay, we're going to, okay, I don't want to look at that. I do not want to look at that. Let's go to the Kamala Harris interview here. Let's see. We got points of it. Is there the full? Okay. Let's see here. Okay, I just want the full interview. I see there's like snippets of it. It's like, I mean, I thought they released the whole thing. This is The Hill.
Vice President Kamala Harris will give her first interview Thursday. It's been a point of contention that she's not given any
so they
interviews
haven't
since
even-
she became the presidential candidate for the Democratic Party. There's been a lot of navel-gazing from mainstream media as to who would score the first interview with Kamala. The winner is CNN's Dana Bash. Harris will not fly solo, however. Her running mate, Tim Walz, will be part of that interview, which prompted Fox News' Laura Ingraham to post on X, quote, "Pre-taped live is just too risky. Joint interview. They're afraid of sending her out solo. CNN's Dana Bash will be doing the questioning. This keeps getting worse." And Fox News anchor Howard Kurtz posted, quote, "This puts so much pressure on this one sit-down, handing the Republicans a prime talking point, and doing more interviews would make each one less of a major dramatic event." It's a good point. CNN GOP pundit Scott
It's the
Jennings
truth.
posted, quote, "Weak sauce for Kamala Harris to demand an emotional support animal," I guess that's Tim Walz, "for her
Okay,
first
this is not
interview."
even the
Shows
interview.
extreme
I
lack
want
of
the
confidence
interview. I
for
want the
Thursday night
interview.
event on CNN.
I don't want people talking about them getting together and having the interview. So this is part 3. Here's part 1.
Madam Vice President, Governor Walz, thank you so much for sitting down with me and bringing the bus. The bus tour is well underway here in Georgia. You have less time to make your case to voters than any candidate in modern American history. The voters are really eager to hear what your plans are. If you are elected, what would you do on day one in the White House?
Well, there are a number of things. I will tell you, first and foremost, one of my highest priorities is to do what we can to support and strengthen the middle class. When I look at the aspirations, the goals, the ambitions of the American people, I think that people are ready for a new way forward, in a way that generations of Americans have been fueled by hope and by optimism. I think, sadly, in the last decade, we have had in the former president someone who has really been pushing an agenda and an environment that is about diminishing the character and the strength of who we are as Americans, really dividing our nation, and I think people are ready to turn the page on that.
So what would you do day one?
Day one, it's going to be about, one, implementing my plan for what I call an opportunity economy. I've already laid out a number of proposals in that regard, which include what we're going to do to bring down the cost of everyday goods, what we're going to do to invest in America's small businesses, what we're going to do to invest in families, for example, extending the child tax credit to $6,000 for families for the first year of their child's life, to help them buy a car seat, to help them buy baby clothes, a crib. There's the work that we're going to do that is about investing in the American family around affordable housing, a big issue in our country right now. So there are a number of things on day one.
What about you?
Well, I'm excited about this agenda too. As I said, the idea of inspiring America to what can be, and I think many of these things that the Vice President's proposing are things that we share in values. And the child tax credit is one we know that reduces childhood poverty by a third. We did it in Minnesota. To have a federal partner in this, unbelievable, I think, in the impact that we can make.
You talked about, you call it the opportunity economy. You are well aware that right now many Americans are struggling. There's a crisis of affordability. One of your campaign themes is we're not going back. But I wonder what you say to voters who do want to go back when it comes to the economy specifically, because their groceries were less expensive, housing was more affordable when Donald Trump was president.
Well, let's start with the fact that when Joe Biden and I came in office, during the height of a pandemic, we saw over 10 million jobs were lost. People, I mean, literally, we were all tracking the numbers. Hundreds of people a day were dying because of COVID. The economy had crashed. In large part, all of that because of mismanagement by Donald Trump of that crisis. When we came in, our highest priority was to do what we could to rescue America. And today, we know that we have inflation at under 3%. A lot of our policies have led to the reality that America recovered faster than any wealthy nation around the world. But you are right. Prices, in particular for groceries, are still too high. The American people know it, I know it. Which is why my agenda includes what we need to do to bring down the price of groceries. For example, dealing with an issue like price gouging. What we need to do to extend the child tax credit to help young families be able to take care of their children in their most formative years. What we need to do to bring down the cost of housing. My proposal includes what would be a tax credit of $25,000 for first-time home buyers, so they can just have enough to put a down payment on a home, which is part of the American dream and their aspiration, but do it in a way that allows them to actually get on the path to achieving that goal and that dream.
So you have been vice president for 3.5 years.
Yeah.
The steps that you're talking about now, why haven't you done them already?
Well, first of all, we had to recover as an economy, and we have done that. I'm very proud of the work that we have done that has brought inflation down to less than 3%. The work that we have done to cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors. Donald Trump said he was going to do a number of things, including allowing Medicare to negotiate drug prices. Never happened. We did it. So now, as I travel in the state of Georgia and around our country, the number of seniors that have benefited. I was in Nevada recently, a grandmother who showed me her receipts. And before we capped the cost of insulin for seniors at $35 a month, she was paying hundreds of dollars, up to thousands of dollars a month for her insulin. She's not doing that any
You
longer.
maintain Bidenomics is a success.
I maintain that when we do the work of bringing down prescription medication for the American people, including capping the cost of the annual cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000, when we do what we did in the first year of being in office to extend the child tax credit so that we cut child poverty in America by over 50%, when we do what we have done to invest in the American people and bringing manufacturing back to the United States so that we created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs, bringing business back to America, what we have done to improve the supply chain so we're not relying on foreign governments to supply American families with their basic needs, I'll say that that's good work. There's more to do, but that's good work.
I want to get some clarity on where you stand on some key policy issues. Energy is a big one. When you were in Congress, you supported the Green New Deal. And in 2019, you said, quote, "There is no question I'm in favor of banning fracking." Fracking, as you know, is a pretty big issue, particularly in your must-win state of Pennsylvania.
Sure.
Do you still want to ban fracking?
No, and I made that clear on the debate stage in 2020, that I would not ban fracking. As vice president, I did not ban fracking. As president, I will not ban fracking.
In 2019, I believe, at a town hall, you said, you were asked, would you commit to implementing a federal ban on fracking on your first day in office? And you said, there's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking, so yes. So it changed in that campaign?
In 2020, I made very clear where I stand. We are in 2024, and I've not changed that position, nor will I going forward. I kept my word, and I will keep my word.
What made you change that position at the time?
Well, let's be clear. My values have not changed. I believe it is very important that we take seriously what we must do to guard against what is a clear crisis in terms of the climate. And to do that, we can do what we have accomplished thus far. The Inflation Reduction Act, what we have done to invest, by my calculation, over probably $1 trillion over the next 10 years, investing in a clean energy economy. What we've already done, creating over 300,000 new clean energy jobs. That tells me, from my experience as vice president, we can do it without banning fracking. In fact, Dana, excuse me, I cast the tie-breaking vote that actually increased leases for fracking as vice president. So I'm very clear about where I stand.
And was there some policy or scientific data that you saw that you said, oh, okay, I get it now?
What I have seen is that we can grow and we can increase a thriving clean energy economy without banning fracking.
All right, we got some news today because Kamala Harris finally gives her first official interview as the Democratic nominee, promising a new way forward. Watch.
Madam Vice President. Another issue, big one, is immigration. As Vice President, you were tasked with addressing the root causes of migration in southern countries and
Northern part of Central America.
the northern
in
part
particular, yeah.
of Central America that affects the southern border of the U.S. During the Biden-Harris administration, there were record numbers of illegal border crossings. Why did the Biden-Harris administration wait 3.5 years to implement sweeping asylum restrictions?
Well, first of all, the root causes work that I did as vice president, that I was asked to do by the president, has actually resulted in a number of benefits, including historic investments by American businesses in that region. The number of immigrants coming from that region has actually reduced since we began that work. But I will say this, that Joe Biden and I and our administration worked with members of the United States Congress on an immigration issue that is very significant to the American people and to our security, which is the border. And through bipartisan work, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Congress, a bill was crafted, which we supported, which I support. And Donald Trump got word of this bill that would have contributed to securing our border, and because he believes that it would not have helped him politically, he told his folks in Congress, don't put it forward. He killed the bill. A border security bill that would have put 1,500 more agents on the border. And let me tell you something, the Border Patrol endorsed the bill. And I'm sure in large part because they knew they were working around the clock, and 1,500 more agents would help them. That bill would have allowed us to increase seizures of fentanyl. Ask any community in America that has been devastated by fentanyl what passing that bill would have done to address their concern and a pain that they've experienced.
So you would push that legislation again. I just want to
Not
ask
only
about
push it, I will make sure that it comes to my desk and I would sign it.
just one other question about something that you said in 2019 when you first ran. There was a debate. You raised your hand when asked whether or not the border should be decriminalized. Do you still believe that?
I believe there should be consequence. We have laws that have to be followed and enforced that address and deal with people who cross our border illegally, and there should be consequence. And let's be clear, in this race, I'm the only person who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations who traffic in guns, drugs, and human beings. I'm the only person in this race who actually served a border state as Attorney General to enforce our laws, and I would enforce our laws as president going forward. I recognize the problem.
Generally speaking, how should voters look at some of the changes that you've made, that you've explained some of here, in your policy? Is it because you have more experience now and you've learned more about the information? Is it because you were running for president in a Democratic primary, and should they feel comfortable and confident that what you're saying now is going to be your policy moving forward?
Dana, I think the most important and most significant aspect of my policy perspective and decisions is my values have not changed. You mentioned the Green New Deal. I have always believed, and I have worked on it, that the climate crisis is real, that it is an urgent matter to which we should apply metrics that include holding ourselves to deadlines around time. We did that with the Inflation Reduction Act. We have set goals for the United States of America and by extension the globe around when we should meet certain standards for reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, as an example. That value has not changed. My value around what we need to do to secure our border, that value has not changed. I spent 2 terms as the Attorney General of California prosecuting transnational criminal organizations, violations of American laws regarding the illegal passage of guns, drugs, and human beings across our border. My values have not changed. So that is the reality of it, and 4 years of being vice president, I'll tell you, one of the aspects to your point is traveling the country extensively. I mean, I'm here in Georgia, I think somebody told me 17 times since I've been vice president in Georgia alone. I believe it is important to build consensus, and it is important to find a common place of understanding of where we can actually solve problems.
On that note, you had a lot of Republican speakers at the convention. Will you appoint a Republican to your cabinet?
Yes, I would.
Anyone in mind?
Yes, I would. No one in particular in mind. We got 68 days to go with this election, so I'm not putting the cart before the horse, but I would. I think it's really important. I have spent my career inviting diversity of opinion. I think it's important to have people at the table when some of the most important decisions are being made that have different views, different experiences. And I think it would be to the benefit of the American public to have a member of my cabinet who was a Republican.
I want to ask you about your opponent, Donald Trump.
Okay.
I was a little bit surprised. People might be surprised to hear that you have never interacted with him, met him face to face. That's going to change soon. But what I want to ask you about is what he said last month. He suggested that you happened to turn black recently for political purposes, questioning a core part of your identity.
Yeah.
Any?
Same old tired playbook. Next question, please.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay. Let's talk about some foreign policy issues that would be on your plate if you become commander-in-chief. President Biden has tried unsuccessfully to end the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. He's been doing it for months and months, along with you. Would you do anything differently? For example, would you withhold some U.S. weapons shipments to Israel? That's what a lot of people on the progressive left want you to do.
Let me be very clear. I'm unequivocal and unwavering in my commitment to Israel's defense and its ability to defend itself. And that's not going to change. But let's take a step back. October 7, 1,200 people were massacred. Many young people who were simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped. As I said then, I say today, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. And we have got to get a deal done. We were in Doha. We have to get a deal done. This war must end.
And in the meantime,
and we must get a deal that is about getting the hostages out. I've met with the families of the American hostages. Let's get the hostages out. Let's get the ceasefire done.
but no change in policy in terms of arms and so forth.
No, we have to get a deal done. Dana, we have to get a deal done. When you look at the significance of this to the families, to the people who are living in that region, a deal is not only the right thing to do to end this war, but will unlock so much of what must happen next. I remain committed since I've been on October 8 to what we must do to work toward a two-state solution, where Israel is secure and in equal measure, the Palestinians have security and self-determination and dignity.
Attorney, I want to be a surgeon, I want to be whatever it is, right?
Another Governor Walz, the country is just starting to get to know you. I want to ask you a question about how you've described your service in the National Guard. You said that you carried weapons in war, but you have never deployed actually in a war zone. A campaign official said that you misspoke. Did you?
Well, first of all, I'm incredibly proud. I've done 24 years of wearing the uniform of this country. Equally proud of my service in a public school classroom, whether it's Congress or the governor. My record speaks for itself, but I think people are coming to get to know me. I speak like they do. I speak candidly. I wear my emotions on my sleeves, and I speak especially passionately about our children being shot in schools and around guns. So I think people know me. They know who I am. They know where my heart is. And again, my record has been out there for over 40 years to speak for itself.
And the idea that you said that you were in war, did you misspeak as the campaign has said?
Yeah, I said we were talking about, in this case, this was after a school shooting, the ideas of carrying these weapons of war. And my wife, the English teacher, told me my grammar's not always correct. But again, if it's not this, it's an attack on my children for showing love for me, or it's an attack on my dog. I'm not going to do that. And the one thing I'll never do is I'll never demean another member's service in any way. I never have, and I never will.
One other question, because again, this is all new.
Yeah.
This was not, however many days ago, this was not on either of your bingo cards, especially yours. You had to clarify that you had said that you and your wife used IVF, but it turned out you used a different kind of fertility in order to have children. And then when you ran for Congress in 2006, your campaign repeatedly made false statements about a 1995 arrest for drunk and reckless driving. What do you say to voters who aren't sure whether they can take you at your word?
Well, I've been very public. I think they can see my students come out, former folks I've served with, and they vouch for me. I certainly own my mistakes when I make them. The one thing I'll tell you is I wished in this country wouldn't have to do this. I spoke about our infertility issues because it's hell, and families know this. And I spoke about the treatments that were available to us that had those beautiful children there. That's quite a contrast in folks that are trying to take those rights away from us. And so I think people know who I am. They know that record. They've seen that. I've taught thousands of students. I've been out there. And I won't apologize for speaking passionately, whether it's guns in schools or protecting of reproductive rights. The contrast could not be clearer between what we're running against. The Vice President's position on this has been clear. And I think most Americans get it if you've been through that. I don't think they're cutting hairs on IVF or IUI. I think what they're cutting hairs on is an abortion ban and the ability to be able to deny families the chance to have a beautiful child.
Vice President Harris, you were a very staunch defender of President Biden's capacity to serve another 4 years. Right after the debate, you insisted that President Biden is extraordinarily strong. Given where we are now, do you have any regrets about what you told the American people?
No, not at all. Not at all. I have served with President Biden for almost 4 years now, and I'll tell you, it's one of the greatest honors of my career, truly. He cares so deeply about the American people. He is so smart and loyal to the American people. And I have spent hours upon hours with him, be it in the Oval Office or the Situation Room. He has the intelligence, the commitment, and the judgment and disposition that I think the American people rightly deserve in their president. By contrast, the former president has none of that. And so, one, I am so proud to have served as vice president to Joe Biden. And two, I am so proud to be running with Tim Walz for president of the United States and to bring America what I believe the American people deserve, which is a new way forward, and turn the page on the last decade of what I believe has been contrary to where the spirit of our country really lies.
But the last decade, of course, the last 3.5 years has been part of your administration.
I'm talking about an era that started about a decade ago, where there is some suggestion, warped I believe it to be, that the measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you beat down, instead of where I believe most Americans are, which is to believe that the true measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you lift up. That's what's at stake as much as any other detail that we could discuss in this election.
Because we haven't had a chance to talk, I'm just curious, staying on President Biden, when he called you and said he was pulling out of the race, what was that like? And did he offer to endorse you right away, or did you ask for it?
It was a Sunday, so here, I'll give you a little too much information.
Go for it. There's no such thing, Madam Vice President.
My family was staying with us, and including my baby nieces, and we had just had pancakes and, Auntie, can I have more bacon? Yes, I'll make you more bacon. And then we were sitting down to do a puzzle. And the phone rang, and it was Joe Biden. And he told me what he had decided to do. And I asked him, "Are you sure?" And he said yes. And that's how I learned about it.
And what about the endorsement? Did you ask for it?
He was very clear that he was going to support me.
So when he called to tell you, he said, "I'm pulling out of the race and I'm going to support you."
Well, my first thought was not about me, to be honest with you. My first thought was about him, to be honest. I think history is going to show a number of things about Joe Biden's presidency. I think history is going to show that in so many ways it was transformative, be it on what we have accomplished around finally investing in America's infrastructure, investing in new economies, in new industries, what we have done to bring our allies back together and have confidence in who we are as America and grow that alliance, what we have done to stand true to our principles, including one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I think history is going to show not only has Joe Biden led an administration that has achieved those extraordinary successes, but the character of the man is one that he has been in his life and career, including as a president, quite selfless and puts the American people first.
I just have to ask you both about two standout moments, aside, of course, from the addresses that you both gave, but standout moments that were perhaps unexpected during the convention. You mentioned one of them, Governor. A moment that you shared, that the world shared with your son, Gus. You were speaking, the camera caught him, so incredibly proud of you, so emotional, saying, "That's my dad."
Yeah, I don't know as a father I could have ever imagined that. I'm grateful for so many reasons to be on this ticket, but that moment, to understand what was really important, to have my son feel a sense of pride in me, that I was trying to do the right thing. And it was, you try and protect your kids, it brings notoriety and things, but it was just such a visceral, emotional moment that I'm grateful I got to experience it, and I'm so proud of him. I'm proud of him, I'm proud of Hope, I'm proud of Gwen. She's a wonderful mother, and these are great kids. And I think the one thing is, talking about the era we're in, is our politics can be better. It can be different. We can show some of these things, and we can have families involved in this. And I hope that I hope people felt that out there, and I hope they hug their kids a little tighter, because you just never know, and life can be kind of hard.
And last question, Madam Vice President, the photograph that has gone viral. You were speaking, one of your grandnieces that you were just talking about was watching you accept the nomination. You didn't explicitly talk about gender or race in your speech, but it obviously means a lot to a lot of people, and that viral picture really says it. What does it mean to you?
You know, I am running because I believe that I am the best person to do this job at this moment, for all Americans, regardless of race and gender. But I did see that photograph, and I was deeply touched by it. And you're right, it's the back of her head, her 2 little braids, and then I'm in the front of the photograph, obviously speaking. And it's very humbling. It's very humbling in many ways.
Did she talk to you about it afterwards?
Oh, she had a lot to talk about. She had a lot. She listened to everything, and she listens to everything.
Give you your hot takes?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Uh-huh.
Madam Vice President, Governor Walz, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
That was the biggest and most gaslighting I've ever seen in my upper fucking life, dude. They didn't answer shit. They didn't answer anything. I mean, I'm not watching him, sorry, but here's this. It's Tuck
Well,
Help.
folks, we're here again. It's another week of news, and that means it's time for another episode of Ben After Dark.
Ben After Dark, baby.
The big news this week was Kamala Harris's big sit-down interview with CNN. She did bring along her emotional support corgi, Tim Walz, who's extremely enthusiastic and also stupid. A good debate strategy for fans would be to just throw a tennis ball really far away. Well, they apparently did this interview in an abandoned diner off of Route 66. The visual was kind of weird. Looked less like a presidential interview and more like Kamala was doing an interview to become an assistant manager at the diner, and she also brought along her dad. Millennials. Anyway, didn't go great, as you might expect when Jason Segel and his Dracula puppet in Forgetting Sarah Marshall show up to explain economic policy.
Please, Mr. Van Helsing, listen to me. He's just a man who wishes to be free.
Shrek and Donkey were uninspiring. But at least they weren't Joe Biden, who was actually decomposing on a beach somewhere. For the Democrats, this election was a choice between brain dead and actually completely dead. So they went with brain dead. Kamala produced word salad like a Michelin star chef accidentally spilling Scrabble tiles into a House Caesar. There were so many incredible moments. Like, for example, this one, where she explained how deadlines work.
I have always believed, and I have worked on it, that the climate crisis is real, that it is an urgent matter to which we should apply metrics that include holding ourselves to deadlines around time.
Revelatory. I mean, here I'd been misapplying deadlines my entire life. I keep telling my staff they have a deadline of 120 pounds or a deadline of like 100 kilowatts. But now I know deadlines are for time. Duh. Once it hits you, you just can't unsee it. The things you learn when you watch a moron run for president. But Kamala didn't stop there. Here she was explaining that on the very first day of her presidency, she would fix the middle class.
Well, there are a number of things. I will tell you, first and foremost, one of my highest priorities is to do what we can to support and strengthen the middle class. When I look at the aspirations, the goals, the ambitions of the American people, I think that people are ready for a new way forward.
So much detail, so much knowledge, the command. It's like watching Aristotle explain metaphysics, only if Aristotle was a complete imbecile who became the American presidential nominee because the current president died and there were no other choices because the vice president was a black woman. You know, like that. But you could really feel the joy when Kamala explained how she had heard that old Joe was dropping out. In fact, she started smiling as she dropped some spicy deets.
When he called you and said he was pulling out of the race, what was that like? And did he offer to endorse you right away, or did you ask for it?
Here, I'll give you a little too much information.
Go for it. There's no such thing, Madam Vice President.
My family was staying with us, and including my baby nieces. And we had just had pancakes and, you know, Auntie, can I have more bacon? Yes, I'll make you more bacon. And then We were sitting down to do a puzzle. And the phone rang, and it was Joe Biden. And he told me what he had decided to do. And I asked him, "Are you sure?" And he said yes. And that's how I learned about it.
And what about the endorsement? Did you ask for it?
He was very clear that he was going to support me.
So when he called to tell you, he said, "I'm pulling out of the race and I'm going to support you."
Well, my first thought was not about me, to be honest with you. My first thought was about him, to be honest.
Oh man, that is TMI. I mean, St. Kamala was serving bacon to her baby nieces when she heard from the kindly old man, and her first thought was of his well-being. Tell me more, Kamala. I haven't heard someone drop that kind of hot info since we learned Lance Bass was gay. Meanwhile, Assistant Coach Walz,
which, as we all know, is completely ridiculous. But there is, however, honor in making a loser feel better.
Sat awkwardly nearby to ensure that the slow-moving gears in Kamala's head didn't come to a complete stop.
Next question, please.
That's it?
That's it.
He was mainly there just in case, to turn her on and off again.
Naughty, naughty.
Or to blow into her cartridge like it's an old Nintendo. Every so often, he was asked a question, like why he lies so much. His answers were amazing.
You said that you carried weapons in war, but you have never deployed actually in a war zone. A campaign official said that you misspoke. Did you?
Well, first of all, I'm incredibly proud. I've done 24 years of wearing the uniform of this country. Equally proud of my service in a public school classroom, whether it's Congress or the governor. I think people know me. They know who I am. They know where my heart is. And again, my record has been out there for over 40 years to speak for itself.
And the idea that you said that you were in war, did you misspeak as the campaign has said?
Yeah, I said we were talking about, in this case, this was after a school shooting, the ideas of carrying these weapons of war. And my wife, the English teacher, told me my grammar's not always correct.
Midwestern sitcom that not know English good. Sentences hard. Mungo only pawn in game of life.
I'm not a smart man.
Then there was Dana Bash. She's not typically known for her hard-hitting journalistic skills. She's basically the Maria Menounos of DC journalism. But this was a particularly bad performance. She'd occasionally ask a tough question, only to run screaming from the follow-up, like Doug Emhoff's wife from his first marriage. So, for example, she was asked if Kamala believed Joe was up for a second term. When Kamala started talking about how awesome Joe was, how he's smart and savvy and alive, she could have followed up and asked, so why are you lying, or why are you the nominee? Because one of those two things has to be true. Either you're lying or you shouldn't be the nominee. But Dana Bash didn't. Instead, she asked if Kamala would like fries with that. CNN, the most trusted name in news.
You are fake news. Sir.
Perhaps the best moment came when Dana Bash asked why Kamala Harris changed positions more often than Doug Emhoff's former nanny. And Kamala said, well, my values haven't changed. This begged for a bit of a follow-up, like, well, if your values haven't changed, why have all of your positions? Were you lying then, or are you lying now? Instead, Bash actually offered Harris a multiple-choice test of possible reasons for her flip-flopping.
How should voters look at some of the changes that you've made, that you've explained some of here, in your policy? Is it because you have more experience now and you've learned more about the information? Is it because you were running for president in a Democratic primary? And should they feel comfortable and confident that what you're saying now is going to be your policy moving forward?
This all makes no sense if you think of legacy media as journalists. It makes a lot more sense if you think of them as babysitters, like Doug Emhoff does. Bottom line, the joy is gone. Instead, the new campaign is feel the uh-oh. Prepare for Kamala Harris to go missing from the interview circuit again, just like Ellen Page. Anyway, I guess this interview is an improvement since you can't go any worse than 0%. And the truth is the DNC did an excellent job of ensuring their nominee won't have to answer one question by first picking a sweetheart network and then handcuffing her to her My Buddy in Carhartt overalls.
My buddy, my buddy, my buddy, my buddy. Wherever I go, he goes.
To talk to her, you gotta get through me. And once you get through me, you gotta get through her bullshit. Even if it looks like we won't get another Kamala interview before November 5th, I'm still very optimistic about an idea I had. A 5-on-1 interview. Shares allowed. Kamala can only talk about Doug's favorite kosher style, but not actually kosher, beef brisket she makes for Easter. It's going to be a barn burner. There's one other area of your life where you need things to be clear. That'd be your phone line. Oh, yeah. Pure Talk will make sure that you have excellent cell phone coverage plus premium access to the media you actually care about. That's Pure Talk again. Might be the best offer Pure Talk has ever come out with right now. When you switch your cell phone service to Pure Talk on a qualifying plan, you get a free 1-year insider subscription to Daily Wire Plus. That is correct. Take advantage of unlimited talk, unlimited text, 15 gigs of data, and mobile hotspot on America's most dependable 5G network for just $35 a month. And you get 1 year free of Daily Wire Plus. The Daily Wire Plus Insider Plan gets you access to our entire library of movies, series, and documentaries, including Lady Ballers, What is a Woman, Mr. Bertram, Foundations of the West, and more. Plus, you get all our daily shows uncensored and ad-free. The only way you can get that special offer is by going to puretalk.com/Shapiro. I'm telling you, for years, you're overpaying for your cell phone plan. If you haven't made the switch to Pure Talk, now is the time to do it. Go to puretalk.com/Shapiro today. Switch to a qualifying plan. Get 1 year free of Daily Wire Plus Insider. That's puretalk.com/Shapiro today. Meanwhile, when you have a campaign without a platform and you're already knee-deep in false advertising, why not keep the streak alive and let the good lies roll? We've already got a VP pick who thinks he's a down-home barbecuing football coach, but is actually an extreme socialist loon who let his city burn to the ground and lied about serving in combat. And we also have a top of the ticket who acts like she wasn't in charge of the last 4 years of leaving our borders as open as Jada Pinkett and Will Smith's marriage.
Come on, man, damn.
Don't slap me, Will. That was your call, not mine. Anyway, it's time to lie to an all-new voter pool, the Swifties. To be honest, I'm kind of okay with it. They want to be lied to, just like Travis Kelce every time she says she loves him and wants to be with him forever. Anyway, on Tuesday, a group called the Swifties for Kamala Coalition launched with a virtual rally for Harris that raised more than $130,000. They called upon rabid Taylor Swift fans to take part in the event and then donate in the name of their favorite pop star, who in reality has not even endorsed or even said the name of Kamala Harris. Taylor wasn't on the call. She just had nothing to do with it, like most of her relationships. They basically just used her name to lure in the gullible teens. This is the political equivalent of releasing a Masked sequel starring Jamie Kennedy instead of Jim Carrey. But still, liberals like Elizabeth Warren and Kirsten Gillibrand, who are on the Zoom, obviously see nothing wrong with capitalizing on Taylor's fame and depressing thousands of young girls by switching out the biggest celebrity on planet Earth for Carole King.
Players gonna play, 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 play. Haters gonna hate, 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 hate. Baby, I'm just gonna shake, 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 shake. I shake it off, I shake it off.
Imagine logging into the Swifties for Kamala call, and you expect to see Tay-Tay in the flesh. And then you're forced to hear your hippie grandma singing a pitch that would make fingernails on a chalkboard shiver. I can't believe Carole King used to be good. Actually, like she was good. Like Tapestry is an amazing album. But now Carole King sings like she's already been wrapped in a death shroud. But it's not just the Kamala campaign simping for Swift. Donald Trump also posted a doctored AI image implying that the cruel summer singer endorsed his campaign, proving that in 2024, Taylor Swift is apparently more attractive to candidates than Pennsylvania voters. Guys, she's not going to date you. Or Travis Kelce for real. Meanwhile, a woman who is actually friendly with Taylor Swift went under the bus this week, Brittany Mahomes, the wife of NFL quarterback and Super Bowl champion Patrick Mahomes. She is apparently one of Taylor's best friends since Tay-Tay started allegedly dating Brittany's husband's teammate, Travis Kelce, and then became big news this week because Brittany liked multiple social media posts supporting Trump's campaign. And as you know, Democrats cannot have any friends that don't share their exact same political beliefs. The world wants answers to questions. Questions like, how dare she? And also, how could Brittany do this?
Leave Brittany alone!
And also, does Taylor Swift actually have friends? Does she even like football? Why does anyone give a shit about this mid-talent 34-year-old pretending to be 17 while dancing like Madonna at age 80 but with a broken hip? But anyway, back to Brittany. She has decided to stay strong, especially considering the initial post she liked focused on keeping men out of women's sports and also deporting pro-Hamas radicals from our country. That seems pretty reasonable. I don't know why anybody's mad. It's not like she reposted a petition to have J.D. Vance open the Eras tour or something. It's all just more proof that this election is focused on everything except actual beliefs or political plans. Kamala is busy having a brat summer, and Swifties think that's fire. And if anyone in your girl boss squad steps out of line, they should be forced to date Jake Gyllenhaal and let Taylor write a mean song about them. When our economy crumbles and other world leaders are eating this administration for lunch, at least we'll have cute little friendship bracelets that say, what would Taylor do? Kamala is a major liar, which is why the American people should not hire her for the job of president. But if you are looking for the best people to hire, there's only one place to look: ZipRecruiter. Here at the Daily Wire, we've hired a lot of highly skilled people to be part of this growing creative powerhouse. Editors, attorneys, engineers, you name it. Like Phil. Phil just recently started on our team. From editing YouTube videos to putting me in place while debating Marvel movies. He was wrong about Rocket Raccoon and The Last Jedi as well. But thanks to Phil, I've been able to continue creating thousands of leftist tears every day. Plus, he wears amazing t-shirts. All right, that's enough feelings for one day. The facts remain these. If you are looking for amazing hires like Phil and our entire Daily Wire team, You need to go to ZipRecruiter, where its smart technology excels at finding top talent for all your roles fast. ZipRecruiter makes hiring faster and easier. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within day 1. Today, you can try it for free at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/dailywire. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/dailywire. If you're a growing business, you need the best people to hire. ZipRecruiter does it for you. Head on over to ZipRecruiter.com/dailywire. That's ZipRecruiter.com/dailywire. Meanwhile, this week, CNN got their hands on some video footage the world has been waiting on for almost 4 years. And no, I do not mean this terrifying TikTok post that rivals anything Blumhouse has released for years.
Buddy, you're a boy, make a big noise, playing in the street, gonna be a big man someday.
Ooh, I know I've been focusing on the Democrats' lack of policy lately. I also think it's important to note their lack of embarrassment. The only thing that clip actually influences its viewers to do is to throw acid into their own eyes. Nancy Pelosi can't even keep to the beat. If you didn't know Nancy Pelosi was white before that video, you certainly do after. Honestly, I've seen more rhythm from Theresa May at a South African school. As much as we wish that TikTok video had been held from public consumption for decades, it was actually footage from documentary filmmaker Alexandra Pelosi, the daughter of human fossil Nancy Pelosi, that is finally seeing the light of day. Alexandra had been filming her mom for a future HBO documentary, and coincidentally, the cameras were rolling on January 6th, 2021, the most important date in the history of the Republic. And if you don't believe it, you hate America, it's so important. Yeah. Anyway, forcing the network to turn over the tapes to Congress while they continue to investigate what actually happened. Here's what we see. The former Speaker of the House doing what she does best. Wait, no, actually, what she does best is patronizing black people. But actually, in this video, we see her doing what she does second best, putting her own interests and political career ahead of the country she was elected to protect. So here she is the morning after January 6th on her way to the Capitol, not trying to get to the bottom of why security wasn't sufficient for the rally, or attempting to find out who attacked security officers, or even wondering where the closest Starbucks is because she could use a latte. She's making sure Donald Trump is the sole scapegoat for absolutely everything that happened on January 6th.
I think our focus has to be on the president. Let's not divert ourselves. I don't want to have it on a par with the insurrection and the impeachment and the rest of that. If they ask, I will respond, but I'm not doing it on a par because it's a diversionary tactic.
Understood.
It's almost like Nancy Pelosi saw January 6th only as an opportunity to blame the president for actions that he actually wasn't personally involved in. Trust me, if she could find a way to blame him for 9/11, Red Lobster's closing, the Chicago White Sox's performance this year, awful, Ashley Simpson's lip syncing, or the price of guac, she would. Speaking of blame, here she was admitting her own guilt and shame for her lack of preparation and security for the event, something Donald Trump has mentioned hundreds of times and been ridiculed for, but here it is straight from the dinosaur's mouth.
I feel responsible. We have responsibility, Terry. We did not have any accountability for what was going on there, and we should have. This is ridiculous. Why weren't the National Guard there to begin with?
Color me shocked. There were more precautions set at a Wiggles concert. Well, we'll keep an eye on it, because as footage continues to leak, I think we'll see more and more of vengeful, scheming Nancy Pelosi, or, as I like to call it, Nancy Pelosi. All right, folks, we've reached the end of this week's Ben After Dark. We'll be back here with more suffering next week.
Between takes, he might find him skydiving or motorcycling. Please welcome Rodney Alcala.
Welcome to Watch Mojo. Today we're counting down our picks for the strangest and most disturbing occurrences that were captured live, which shocked or worried viewers at home. We'll be disregarding any creepypastas and fake occurrences like the Wyoming incident. Number 50, strange individual at congressional hearing.
And what I'm about to tell you sounds like it's out of some fiction spy thriller.
In February 2023, Iowa Senator Chuck Grassley testified before the House Judiciary Subcommittee about alleged abuse of federal authority. But for most viewers at home, Grassley's words were eclipsed by the eerie presence of a man sitting right behind him. Throughout the 15-minute statement, this bespectacled figure stared right at the camera with an unsettlingly blank expression. He hardly moved and, even more unnervingly, barely blinked, only occasionally closing one eye in a slow, deliberate manner. Many have speculated that he might be Grassley's aide, but even that has not been confirmed. This strange individual's chilling stare was enough to give anyone the creeps.
The point being, there was no real purpose for another briefing, let alone a member level.
Number 49, TV presenters spooked by poltergeist. In October 2016, popular Mexican clairvoyant Moni Vidente appeared on the TV program Sale el Sol to discuss the weather. But her presence seemed to stir something unsettling in the room. Just as Vidente began talking about the existence of angels, a piece of the set mysteriously broke away and crashed to the floor right behind her. This left another set piece spinning in place, a sight that sent chills through one of the startled presenters on the panel. After this clip went viral, Vidente took to social media to state that she had felt the presence of a powerful spirit in the room, which some believe may have been behind the eerie disturbance.
These souls, who for whatever reason are not at rest, are also not aware that they have passed on.
Number 48, ghost sighting during cemetery tour.
And as you can see behind me here, we have a few gravestones, but what you can't see because it's dark out.
When you wander through a cemetery, you might find more than what you bargained for. Just ask WNYT reporter Sam Hessler. In 2021, during Halloween season, Hessler and her camera crew visited Green Ridge Cemetery in Saratoga Springs, New York, to cover their spooky twilight tours. While she reported in front of the camera, it appears one of the cemetery's residents was keeping an eye on things. Far in the background, viewers pointed out what looked like a ghostly figure floating across the graveyard. This chilling sight was only noticed after the footage made it on air. Perhaps it's wise to steer clear of cemeteries if you want to avoid encountering restless spirits. Number 47, news anchor suffers stroke on air.
The Tulsa Air and Space Museum is hosting a launch today.
Sometimes the most unsettling moments have nothing to do with the supernatural. Case in point, this eerie clip from a 2022 news report. Oklahoma anchor Julie Chin was delivering a story on NASA's Artemis launch when suddenly she began struggling to speak. Despite the teleprompter guiding her, Chin was unable to articulate the report. Instead, she presented a disturbing sight that left viewers at home deeply concerned. It turned out Chin was experiencing the onset of a stroke live on air. Her colleagues called 911 after recognizing the emergency, and she was rushed to the hospital. Thankfully, she recovered swiftly, but this incident is a stark reminder of how quickly things can go terrifyingly wrong.
I'm sorry, something is going on with me this morning, and I apologize to everybody.
Number 46, Japanese tsunami ghosts.
When night falls and the light has vanished, there are ghosts wandering around this area.
In March 2011, Japan was gripped by one of the most horrific natural disasters in human history. A powerful earthquake rocked the sea floor, triggering a tsunami that claimed nearly 20,000 lives and inflicted over $300 billion in damages. Amid the devastation, news cameras captured some strange images in the water. White, ghostly figures appeared to leap from the waves, landing on nearby buildings or simply vanishing into thin air. These spectral sightings didn't end there. In the years following the disaster, many survivors reported seeing the restless spirits of the victims roaming the streets and in some cases hailing down cabs. Could these be actual ghosts or mere manifestations of grief? The answer remains unknown.
And another 3,000 people whose bodies have not been found continue to haunt some of the survivors.
Number 45, twin sisters run into oncoming traffic.
40-year-old identical twins from Sweden wandered out onto one of Britain's busiest motorways.
In May 2008, passers-by on the M6 motorway in England called highway police after spotting twin sisters Ursula and Sabrina Eriksson recklessly darting into traffic. A documentary crew for the BBC series Motorway Cops happened to be with the police, and their cameras captured the bizarre events that followed. While talking with the officers, the sisters suddenly broke free, running into oncoming traffic and sustaining severe injuries. Even after regaining consciousness, Sabrina attacked an officer and attempted to run back onto the highway before being restrained. Just days later, Sabrina ended the life of an innocent man who offered her a place to stay out of pity. It's believed that both sisters suffered from a form of shared psychosis.
What would possibly compel anyone to do this?
Number 44. ABC Australia accidentally broadcasts disturbing ritual.
The state government announced the proposed legislation today. It's in part due to the stabbing of a police dog during an arrest in Brisbane last year.
Audiences who tuned into ABC News Australia in August 2021 were in for a spine-chilling surprise. During a segment by anchor Ivani Young on proposed animal legislation, the feed abruptly cut to an unsettling scene. 3 figures wearing black robes stood in a dimly lit red room, with one of them ominously uttering the words, "Hail Satan." The eerie snippet quickly spread across social media, sparking wild speculations of a calculated move by ABC. However, Young later clarified that it was an accidental glitch, showing footage from an earlier segment discussing a push for Satanism in Australian schools. Talk about an unexpected brush with the underworld.
A small group of religious rebels plan to do the devil's work inside classrooms. The Noosa Temple of Satan wants its religion taught in schools.
Number 43, Pope Francis vanishes.
And then
Watch this right here, coming up right after this.
You've heard of religious miracles like turning water into wine or parting the Red Sea, but have you ever imagined the Pope vanishing into thin air? One social media user claimed to witness just that during a live broadcast from the Vatican City. In the eerie footage, Pope Francis is seen addressing the crowd from his balcony, but as he turns to retreat inside, he simply disappears into nothingness. It's a spooky sight that left the individual who posted the video understandably alarmed. The clip ignited a flurry of conspiracy theories. Is the Pope a hologram? Was he being shielded from some unseen danger? Maybe, but the true explanation may be as simple as an editing glitch.
And poof, he's gone. Did you see that?
Number 42, live magic trick gone wrong.
A magic trick didn't go quite as planned on live TV in Poland.
Magic tricks are dazzling to behold, but they can sometimes be a nightmare for participants. Just ask Polish TV presenter Marzena Rogalska. In 2016, magician Marcin Poloniewicz joined Rogalska on her morning show Question for Breakfast and invited her to try the nail-in-a-bag trick. After smashing his own hand on an empty bag, Poloniewicz guided Rogalska's hand to another bag and slammed it down hard. To their horror, this bag held the hidden nail. You only need to hear Rogalska's cries of agony to know just how terrifying a moment it was for her. Fortunately, Rogalska was fine. Thankfully, she emerged with only superficial wounds and was able to forgive Poloniewicz for the incident.
Że rozszalał się internet i że okropnie hejtujecie tego człowieka, który przecież tego nie chciał. No przecież nie chciałeś.
Number 41, TV reporter nearly struck by lightning. Being a TV journalist can sometimes be life-threatening. Reporters often find themselves in the midst of danger when covering harsh weather, natural disasters, and conflict situations. Matt Rodwald of Fox 10 in Arizona experienced such terror firsthand. While reporting on a monsoon storm in Phoenix, a lightning bolt struck the ground just across the street from him. A few feet closer, and it easily could have harmed him and his camera crew. Despite this hair-raising encounter, Rodwald returned to his post and finished the live report. When the clip surfaced online, viewers were genuinely terrified for Rodwald and voiced their anger at the network for sending him out during such a major storm.
We've seen sheets of wind come through here, and probably about 2 minutes before we hit the air, a very strong lightning strike.
Number 40, Rubsy's paranormal live stream. This eerie encounter looks like something straight out of a horror movie. YouTuber Rubsy was reportedly pet-sitting at a friend's house when his live stream audience noticed something strange. At first, it appeared that the door behind him was opening unaided. Sure, that could be attributed to a faulty hinge, but when it suddenly slammed shut all by itself, it became apparent that something spooky was going on. From there, things devolved into a horror fest. Lights going on and off, objects moving about seemingly on their own. There's enough happening to make just about anyone lose their mind. But surprisingly, Rubsy maintains his composure throughout the ordeal, adding an even more unsettling layer to the unfolding situation.
I don't know what to do.
Like I said, I don't think you should go fucking do it.
Number 39, 2002 Falun Gong hijackings. The spiritual movement Falun Gong gained notoriety in China after they were branded a heretical organization by the government in 1999.
By the end of the 1990s, he had tens of millions of followers in China. The communist leadership saw that as a threat to its own grip on power and banned the movement.
After years of physical protests and arrests, the group took their descent to the airwaves. In 2002, they hijacked state TV broadcasts, airing a film accusing the Chinese Communist Party of oppression. The film also claimed that the government staged certain events to give the group a bad image. Such anti-government messages are far from the norm in China, so they understandably left a lot of viewers stunned.
他们摆脱了李洪志的精神控制之后，精神面貌焕然一新，以积极的态度来对待生活。
The duration of these interruptions varies depending on who you ask, but they occurred multiple times throughout 2002, even once cutting off the FIFA World Cup finals. Number 38, a nearly fatal collision. News reporting can be a dangerous job, though seldom is it so unexpected as this case. KTVU correspondent Alex Savage was covering an unrelated incident alongside a San Francisco highway when an out-of-control automobile nearly smashed into him.
Went off the tracks, and obviously it was a chaotic and confusing situation for him.
As he leapt out of the way, the disoriented camera tilted and eerily settled on one of the tire's loose hubcaps. If that image of the crash's aftermath wasn't chilling enough, Savage's later reflections on the moment might be.
Scary.
It's scary. Okay. It's all right, Alex. It's okay. You collect your thoughts. We're just thankful to see you. And Chip, glad you were okay.
He commented that his choice to go right instead of left was split second. The footage is a hair-raising reminder that the forces threatening our mortality are often only moments away. Just listen to Savage's shaking voice just moments afterward and you might be robbed of peaceful sleep. Number 37, Wendy Williams passes out. This moment might hug the line between scary and creepy, but it's disturbing in either case. During what was supposed to be a fun Halloween-themed intro, veteran TV personality Wendy Williams suddenly lost control of her motor functions. She stumbled backwards in wide-eyed horror, inexplicably dropping to the floor.
Get started. Our first caress.
Williams later explained that dehydration and a sudden rise in body temperature caused the incident, and she was able to recover before the broadcast was even over.
That was not a stunt. I'm overheated in my costume and I did pass out. But you know what? I'm a champ and I'm back.
Though the incident was ultimately minor, the host definitely didn't know that at the time. And we can see that frightened uncertainty in her expression. And if you watch the clip without context, she almost looks possessed. Initial creepiness aside, we agree with Wendy's self-assessment of herself as a champ.
Kevin said, you know, baby, I know you can do it. Go back out there and show them what you're made of. Close out the show. I said, I know, right?
Number 36, ventriloquist Senate candidate. In 2012, Republican hopeful Barry Hinckley challenged Democratic incumbent Sheldon Whitehouse for the Rhode Island Senate seat. During his campaign, Hinckley released an adorable ad featuring his young son Hudson that grabbed everyone's attention. However, when they both appeared for a follow-up interview on Fox News, many were unsettled by what they saw. When host Neil Cavuto questions Hudson about the ad, Hinckley strangely mouths the exact words the boy says.
What are your friends saying when they see you on TV?
I don't know right now.
Did you notice the dad's lips moving? Sort of like a bad ventriloquist?
If we didn't know any better, we'd think the Senate candidate and his son were just a bad ventriloquist act looking for some airtime. The interview unsurprisingly left a bad taste in people's mouths, which may have contributed to Hinckley's eventual loss at the polls.
Why were you mouthing the words that he said?
Well, I'm not sure. Obviously we were both a bit nervous because it was the first time we did national TV.
Number 35, mysteriously moving glass of water. The Primera Edición breakfast show in Honduras had their own fair share of a spooky occurrence during a live taping in 2015. While presenting the morning news, host Carlos Molina notices his glass of water move on its own. He's taken aback, naturally, and calls the attention of his co-host Pablo Zapata to it. Molina described feeling a chilling sensation just seconds before observing the self-sliding glass, attributing it to a paranormal experience. Viewers were a bit more skeptical, however, speculating that it was likely a prank on the hosts by their co-workers. This notion has since been dismissed by Molina, who countered that when he tried to move the glass afterwards, it remained stuck to the table. Number 34, blue light in New York City. Aliens, UFOs, the apocalypse. Those were some of the thoughts on the minds of New Yorkers when a bright blue light engulfed the sky in December 2018. Many who were indoors witnessed the eerie lights being broadcast on the news, as they pretty much turned nighttime to day.
Overnight, the New York City sky lit up in a supernatural shade of blue.
Oh my God.
What is that? That looks gnarly.
Look at the sky.
Well, that doesn't look good.
Sparking alarms citywide.
To further complicate matters, some residents saw the lights in their homes flicker and the LaGuardia airport experienced a total blackout. Fortunately, this one wasn't the work of any extraterrestrial force. Instead, the blue light was caused by an explosion at a power plant in Queens, which would explain the outages residents experienced.
The explosion and fire knocking out power in the area and wreaking havoc at LaGuardia Airport.
Guess the aliens decided to take a rain check on their invasion plans. Number 33, UFO flashes intense bright light. In February 2020, a crowd of over 200 people gathered for a UFO sighting at Yaya Beach in Peru, which has been described as a hotspot for the strange objects. The event was covered by Capital TV and broadcast live to thousands of viewers. At one point, some people in the audience noticed an unexplained light hovering above the sea. They pointed their laser pens at the mysterious object, only to be hit by an intense bright light in response. As the program was filmed late in the night, it's not quite clear what the light source could be. A boat, a drone, a UFO? We'll leave that for you to decide. Number 32, Spanish reporter with reptilian eyes. This unsettling footage was captured by a viewer who was watching the Spanish news channel Televisión Español Internacional. Towards the end of the piece, the reporter blinks repeatedly, and for a brief moment, a second set of eyeballs appears over his closed eyelids.
I'm looking at this reporter, and I noticed something about his eyes at the very last minute.
According to the viewer, this was possible proof of the reporter being an anthropomorphic reptile camouflaging among humans. The actual explanation, however, may be a lot less fantastic. Some internet users speculated that the reporter may have been wearing contact lenses, which made him blink often.
There it is, the blink. I'm gonna do it in slow-mo now. There we go.
That, combined with a camera compression glitch, likely resulted in the reptilian effect. Either way, the appearance is sure to give anyone watching the creeps. Number 31, paranormal newspapers. These days it seems poltergeists and breakfast shows go hand in hand. Yet another alleged poltergeist disturbance occurred on the Morning Club show at Club FM in Tirana, Albania. At first everything seems normal until suddenly it isn't. The host, Blendi Saleh, appears to be interviewing a guest on the program when a newspaper on the table in front of them abruptly flies off camera. What makes this particularly disturbing is that the two are the only ones sitting in the booth and there aren't any doors open or windows in sight.
Wow.
So what exactly could have thrown the newspaper in the air? Understandably, Saleh and his guest are dumbfounded.
Wow.
Wow.
Phantasm?
And frankly, so are we. Number 30, TV solidarity. In September 1985, Polish audiences who tuned into the popular crime show, 07 Goście, were met with strange inscriptions superimposed over the broadcast. The message read, "Enough price increases, lies, and repressions. Solidarity Torun." And "It is our duty to boycott the election." It was later revealed that this intrusion was carried out by 4 astronomers from the University of Torun in Poland. This was done as a show of support for the Solidarity opposition movement, which had called for a boycott of the 1985 parliamentary elections in protest of the communist regime.
This fight with the communist monster was really impossible. We could only fight against it by using its own weapons, because it pretended to be the people's system.
The men were eventually apprehended, but due to their significant contributions to the Polish scientific community, they were only fined and given probation. Number 29, UFO descends on London football match. In February 2019, the 8th edition of the FA Women's League Cup was underway. The second semi-finals match saw Arsenal go up against Manchester United, with the former winning by 2-1. But it seems humans weren't the only ones interested in the league. During the aforementioned match, one eagle-eyed fan spotted a mysterious object hovering above the stadium.
Where Melbourne Victory face Perth Glory. That's at 2:45 a.m. on ESPN. And Brisbane Roar are up against Sydney.
Upon closer inspection, the viewer noticed a strange red object emitting the light. Like many other sightings, it's hard to tell if this was some form of spacecraft or just a drone.
That's at 2:45 a.m. on ESPN. And Brisbane Roar are up against Sydney live.
If it was indeed a bunch of aliens watching, we can only hope they at least enjoyed the game. Number 28, the ghostly groundsman. In September 2016, football fans who tuned into Sky Sports for Sunderland's match against Everton were in for a spooky surprise.
Here's Lukaku on for his hat-trick to finish it.
While the pundits discussed the game afterwards, observant viewers picked up an enigmatic figure on a screen in the background, which then mysteriously vanished. The individual appeared to be a groundsman tidying up the stadium after the game.
Is the fact that last season they're a bit of an unknown quantity. Nobody really set up to play to nullify the strengths. This season, I think teams are ready for them.
Moments later, a similar phenomenon occurred with another figure. Fans who spotted the ghost groundsman took to social media to voice out their perplexity. This could have been 2 phantoms caught on camera, or just stock footage of the stadium being played on a loop. If only we knew which. Number 27, Flemish secession hoax. In 2006, the Belgian TV station RTBF orchestrated a hoax that caused quite the stir in the French-speaking parts of the country. On December 16th, they interrupted a broadcast on one of their channels with an urgent announcement that the Flemish Parliament had declared independence from Belgium. The piece appeared genuine, including interviews with politicians and a fake evacuation of the Belgian royal family from their palace. To top it all off, they showed footage of crowds cheering and waving the Flanders flag. The result, more than 2,000 worried people flooded the station's hotline with calls, and their website eventually crashed. 30 minutes later, RTBF admitted that the report was a hoax. Number 26, mystery voice interrupts Queen Elizabeth's funeral. The 2022 state funeral of Queen Elizabeth II was one of the most watched TV broadcasts in British history, with over 26 million residents tuning in to catch the event.
Some of London's busiest routes closed, lined with people, throwing flowers, cheering, taking photos.
Those who watched the funeral on ITV may have picked up a mysterious voice as the Queen's hearse made its way to West London. For a few seconds, a female voice can be heard whispering about death and being trapped.
Death is irreversible, and the fact that she's
As you can see.
Soon after, social media erupted with speculation about where the sound could have come from. One notable theory surmised that it was possibly the voice of the late Princess Diana. However, according to certain sources, it was simply that of a guest being picked up by the presenter's microphone. Number 25, the Playboy Channel religious message. The last place you may expect to find the gospel is on the Playboy Channel. So we can imagine how stunned Playboy audiences were on Sunday, September 6, 1987, when a broadcast of the adult film 3 Daughters was interrupted by religious texts.
Listen, I'm a little flabbergasted about this whole thing.
The message came from the Bible verses Exodus 28 and Matthew 4:17, which warned them to repent and keep the Sabbath day holy. Safe to say that someone wasn't pleased with all of the unholy viewing going on.
I know that she wants...
A federal investigation later revealed that that someone was Thomas Haney, a technician at the Christian Broadcasting Network. Haney was found guilty of satellite piracy and sentenced to 3 years probation. Number 24, the Great Tantra Challenge. In March of 2008, audiences in India bore witness to a bizarre showdown. Author and self-proclaimed rationalist Sainal Idamaruku dared the tantric guru, Surinder Sharma, to kill him live on television. Sharma had bragged during a prior panel that he could take a person's life within 3 minutes using his mystic powers. Idamaruku then decided to put him to the test, volunteering himself as tribute. For several hours, Sharma seemingly invoked supernatural forces to take Idamaruku's life to no avail. At one point, the tantric claimed that his subjects served a more powerful god, to which Idamaruku reported that he was an atheist. The challenge was reportedly watched by hundreds of millions of viewers, all of whom witnessed Sharma's epic fail. Number 23, Captain Midnight. For 4.5 minutes on April 27, 1986, HBO experienced a signal intrusion that was caught by viewers along the East Coast. While showing the 1985 film The Falcon and the Snowman, the feed abruptly cut to a blank screen with a strange text across it. The message appeared to have been sent by an individual named Captain Midnight, who didn't seem too pleased with HBO's subscription fees.
An objection to the price HBO is charging dish owners for access to its recently scrambled programs. The signal got weaker, then, after 4 minutes, the movie resumed.
The incident was investigated by the FCC and FBI, resulting in the arrest of John R. McDougal. McDougal owned a satellite dish which was struggling due to the cable channel's high rates. His protest earned him a little infamy as well as a $5,000 fine.
McDougal confessed to the FCC TV cops. And although the agency says his action, if it disrupted military or telephone communications, could be a very serious business, in this case, he'll get off with a $5,000 fine.
Number 22, Samuel J. Seymour's Secret. The CBS game show I've Got a Secret featured a panel of celebrities trying to guess a contestant's secret. Most of these were funny or embarrassing, but on February 9, 1956, 95-year-old Samuel J. Seymour strolled onto the set with a chilling account.
Would this person have ever been president of the United States?
Was he ever president, this man?
I think he was once. Would it have been Abraham Lincoln?
After being questioned by the celebrity panel, Seymour revealed that he was reportedly the last surviving witness of Abraham Lincoln's assassination. Seymour claimed that at the age of 5, he sat across from the presidential box at Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C., when John Wilkes Booth fired the fatal shot.
When he saw Booth jump from the box to the stage, at which time he broke his leg, his only concern was not for the president, because he didn't realize that the president had been shot, but the poor man who fell out of the balcony.
His haunting recollection of the event brought history to life and must have sent shivers down the spines of all who listened. Number 21, Dutch TV presenters eat each other. Yeah, you heard that right. In December 2011, Dennis Storm and Valerio Zeno, two presenters on the Dutch show Guinea Pigs, took a bite into the bizarre but seemingly devouring pieces of each other's flesh live on air.
No jokes about fava beans and a nice Chianti here.
It was undoubtedly an unsettling sight, as Storm and Zeno underwent surgical procedures to remove small chunks of flesh from their buttocks and abdomen, respectively. These were then cooked by a chef in front of a live audience and presented to them. The brazen stunt certainly left a bad taste in many viewers' mouths.
I ate his liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti.
Nevertheless, it didn't cross the legal line, as cannibalism is permitted in the Netherlands, provided that it is not done with malicious intent.
Number 20, Zombie Emergency Alert. Back in 2013, a handful of Americans were tricked into thinking that Armageddon was finally at the door by a prankster who seemed to have been taking notes from Orson Welles.
Metal casing is definitely extraterrestrial. Not found on this Earth. Friction with the Earth's atmosphere usually tears holes in a meteorite. This thing is smooth.
The unnamed joker found a way to hack into a Montana TV station's emergency broadcast system and sent out a newsflash detailing the rise of the undead from their graves, along with a warning not to engage. The hoax announcement played over airings of The Steve Wilkos Show, and despite its illegitimacy, the message sounded real enough to turn a few heads, stirring concern among viewers across parts of the United States.
Do not attempt to approach or apprehend these bodies, as they are considered extremely dangerous.
Fortunately, it wasn't long before the truth was made known and the perpetrator was apprehended. Number 19, The Haunted Dolly. Here's one that'll rock the boat. On ITV's This Morning, a couple were being interviewed about alleged strange activity surrounding a China doll they'd gotten from a thrift store.
You almost look like, Debbie, you don't want to even look at the doll.
No, I don't.
Are you a bit scared?
I don't even want to touch it.
Really?
Yeah.
This included scratches on the husband and sporadic fire alarm bursts. Whilst the hosts were rightly skeptical, viewers were more convinced. They observed the doll start to rock in its chair during the interview, seemingly of its own volition.
That chair's beginning to rock.
Look at that.
Who's doing that? Stop it. Who's doing that?
The doll was on the show again just a few weeks later, but this time with a new owner.
The lady who bought the doll in here originally, who bought it, she said her husband was scratched on his arms and legs.
Yeah, she did, didn't she?
So do you believe that this doll has done that?
Yes, I do, because I've been scratched over the past week or 8 days that I've had the doll.
Where have you
on my arm.
It's no surprise the toy changed hands so quickly. We've all seen enough movies to know that keeping possessed dolls around is a big no-no. Number 18, WrestleMania chokeout. It's well known that pro wrestling is a staged but nonetheless dangerous sport that can inflict some serious injury. Richard Belzer learned this when he was choked out by Hulk Hogan on his talk show in 1985. The Hulkster, who was on the show with Mr. T promoting the very first WrestleMania, was asked by Belzer to demonstrate some wrestling moves in keeping with the promotion. Hogan responded with a headlock that sent him straight to sleep. Mr. T quickly tried to ease the shocked crowd during Belzer's blackout with a few reassuring quips.
I was a sleeper hole, he'll be all right.
And Belzer fortunately regained consciousness, along with a few stitches and one heck of an anecdote some moments later.
And now, we'll be right back after this word from you-know-who. We'll be right back.
Number 17, the Vietnam War Draft Lottery. Who wants to be a veteran? In 1969, at the peak of the war in Vietnam, CBS televised a draft lottery to determine individuals for military service and aired live from Washington's Selective Service Headquarters.
The Draft Lottery, a live report on tonight's picking of the birth dates for the draft.
The lottery worked by drawing birth dates at random, followed by a second drawing of letters of the alphabet to decide which men would be sent overseas first. This controversial method had not been used since 1942 during World War II. Though we thankfully live in a time where such a lottery is neither necessary nor permitted, watching this broadcast today is a chilling reminder that the futures of hundreds of men were decided by a simple sheet of paper that they watched pulled at random on television.
September 14th. September 14, 001.
Number 16, San Francisco earthquake newsflash. California is no stranger to the occasional rumble, but the cameras happened to be rolling during a big one in 1989. During the World Series that saw the San Francisco Giants take out the Oakland Athletics, an enormous earthquake struck the Bay Area and was caught live on television. With a magnitude of 6.9, the Loma Prieta quake was large enough to interrupt the broadcast of the game. Though it can easily be misinterpreted as crowd jubilation, screams can actually be heard just before the game feed is cut and the picture switches to the news.
Candy Maldonado with the hesitation, allowing Jose Canseco to score, and he fails to get Dave Parker at second base, so the Oakland A's take.
I'll tell you what, we're having an
Though the stadium was able to withstand the tremors, the rest of the city was subjected to major power disruptions, blackouts, and property damage.
The downtown section of Santa Cruz is basically gone. All the old brick, unreinforced buildings have collapsed. This is a department store called Ford's. It collapsed. The second story came down into the first floor, trapping several people inside.
Number 15, Czech TV's Panorama prank. What a bombshell to drop. In 2007, as viewers of Czech television's program Panorama were treated to a beautiful shot of the mountain, the tranquility was soon ruined by a blinding white light and the unmistakable sight of a mushroom cloud.
Podle mluvčího České televize Martina Krafla byly záběry velmi nevhodné a mohly vyděsit velké množství lidí. Česká televize.
The bombing was quickly and fortunately revealed as a hoax, masterminded by the guerrilla art pranksters known collectively as Zhotoven. The group had apparently hacked the show's live camera feed, where they could then overwrite the footage with a CGI render they'd prepared. Zhotoven explained that the prank illustrated how easy it can be for the media to manipulate and influence its consumers with false information. The lengths some artists will go to get their work shown on TV. Number 14, the disappearing airport lady. Luggage goes missing all the time at terminals, but human beings, not so much. Yet that's what appeared to happen during an interview for Danish network's TV2's Sports Center. At an airport baggage claim, just behind the gentleman on camera, a blonde woman seemed to vanish into thin air as another traveler passed in front of her. Freaky stuff for viewers who saw it live, but a logical explanation does exist. The ghost lady was identified as Danish handball player Trine Jensen. Under close analysis, she can be assumed to have walked in tandem with the passing woman, creating an optical illusion. In the moment, however, it seemed like a paranormal phenomena right out of the X-Files. Number 13. Talk show possession. There's certainly more to this girl than meets the eye. On a talk show in 2016, Thai model Tipawa Chafupuong made an appearance and claimed to have been possessed by an evil, bloodthirsty ghost while holidaying. This entity, known as Pop, was said to hunger for animal blood and human flesh. The confused hosts then watched as Chafupuong began to exhibit strange behavior, muttering to herself and screaming. Most viewers were disturbed by her behavior, but not so much sold on it. Many called it suspiciously convenient that Pop took hold on live television. Regardless, it hardly made for comfortable viewing. Number 12. Prayer phone-in possession. Chafupuong's live actions may have been uneasy to the eyes, but this next example of on-air possession proved to be an assault on the ears.
We've got our first caller, inshallah ta'ala. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
You okay, sister?
This religious live show encourages viewers to call in and receive advice and guidance from a holy sheikh. One such phone call was made by a woman in 2011, claiming to have been overtaken by a demonic entity known colloquially as a jinn.
Also,
The woman then supposedly underwent a sudden change in personality while staying on the line, laughing sinisterly as she mocked the Islamic host. The sheikh proceeded to banish the demon with an impromptu exorcism, and the bizarre episode was done. Whether it was fake or genuine, it was certainly creepy. Number 11. Los Angeles EBS. 1992 was the year Los Angeles descended into chaos as riots erupted following the acquittal of the officers behind Rodney King's heavily publicized abuse.
We saw what we saw. What we saw was a crime.
You got another white jury saying that it's okay for white cops to beat up black people, and that's racism American style, and it's been that way from the get.
King's ruthless assault at the hands of the LAPD was videotaped and broadcast a year earlier to massive outcry. During the riots, as angered citizens looted stores and destroyed public property, an emergency broadcast was sent out across all of LA County's biggest TV stations to inform the public of the carnage. In the message, an emergency curfew was announced to be in effect from 6:45 p.m. onward.
This is the activation of the emergency broadcast system for LA County. Effective at 6:45 p.m. this date, the Los Angeles County Emergency Operations Center has announced expanded boundaries for the emergency curfew.
This chilling yet formal announcement heralded a rise in tension for the citizens of Los Angeles as they watched the collapse of their social order unfold on screen. Number 10. Alien lights over Milwaukee. It was only a matter of time until aliens came up. During a live Fox 6 news broadcast, a group of mysterious lights were seen floating above the Milwaukee night sky. The news team was understandably alarmed and quickly began to speculate as to the cause, with explanations ranging from fireworks to shooting stars and finally, aliens. It's a strange sight at first glance, certainly enough to cause some confusion and maybe even a little concern, but it only took about a half an hour to shoot down ET expectations.
Mystery solved. About 30 minutes later, we're sitting in our truck here outside the Milwaukee County Courthouse and we heard them.
An alternative angle closer to the activity shows it to be nothing more than a flock of seagulls reflecting the bright lights of the city. That's right, close encounters of the bird kind.
Now that the sun's up, you can see no aliens here in Milwaukee, just a lot of seagulls.
Number 9. The Australian Mayday incident. While not technically a live event, these issues with broadcasting happened in real time. During the airing of an episode of the documentary series Mayday, the audio from a previous news broadcast somehow replaced some of the original show's audio. This eerie new soundtrack was a looping soundbite of a Halliburton truck driver reacting to his convoy being ambushed in Iraq. For 6 freaky minutes, everyone at home watching was subjected to the driver repeating, "Jesus Christ, help us all, Lord," over and over.
Jesus Christ, help us all, Lord. Jesus Christ, help us all, Lord. Jesus Christ, help us all, Lord.
The fact that this was coinciding with footage relating to a passenger train crash made a deeply unsettling end result. The creepiest part is nobody knows exactly how it happened. Mayday indeed. Number 8. Jamaican ghost attack. In 2010, a Jamaican news crew investigated reports of an alleged poltergeist attack on a young boy in Spanish Town. The boy claimed he was being pestered by a poltergeist known in Jamaican folklore as a duppy, and that this specter was a recently deceased friend who was now haunting him post-mortem. The news crew were astonished during the interview when he was seemingly grabbed and dragged around like a rag doll, whilst onlookers desperately attempted to intervene. Unsettling as it seems, the case should be taken with a grain of salt. Most cases involving children who report being bothered by spirits are usually attributed to a neglected or traumatized child lashing out.
Try to take him away, let me see. Oh, you're afraid, you're a coward. You're not doing nothing. All right.
In this case, lashing out is putting it lightly. Number 7, the running shadow. So we've gone through aliens. Now how about moving shadows? During the broadcast of a soccer game at the Hernando Siles Stadium in 2014, cameras caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a moving dark figure. Although it was running at full speed, people in the crowd didn't seem to notice. What made this incident all the more creepy was the fact that the figure can be seen moving through fans and even a barrier. While some theorized that the figure was in fact a soccer player double exposed on camera, to this day, the cause of this mysterious apparition remains unknown. Number 6, the UFO summoner. Is seeing really believing?
He's a Las Vegas man who claims he can summon UFOs on command. Pretty wild. So we sent Action News reporter Mike Delastrito to get the real story. But what he found shocked everyone.
In 2005, Ramon Watkins, a man from Las Vegas who called himself Yahweh, claimed to have learned from the Old Testament how to summon UFOs. In a news report meant to expose him as a fraud, an ABC News reporter was left baffled when Watkins proceeded to seemingly manifest mysterious orbs of light floating in the sky.
I could see it clear as day. In fact, it's bright.
I can't believe this.
It's moving pretty fast.
It's going to Nellis Air Force Base. It wants to be seen.
The orange lights danced above their heads momentarily before disappearing. Many who saw this demonstration hailed it as evidence of the Almighty, referring to the fact that it had been the news team who had picked the location, day, and time to conduct the interview, leaving practically no room for Watkins to have feasibly staged the summoning. Divine power or complex misdirection?
How's that for a magic trick?
Number 5. The Vrillon hoax. Across the pond in 1977, something even more bizarre occurred. The UK's Southern Television had their evening news interrupted by a 6-minute audio message of apparent extraterrestrial origin. The unsettling, booming voice coming through claimed to represent the Ashtar Galactic Command.
In Australia, Mr. Kerry Packer's cricketers are still pleading by yesterday's High Court decision, which lifted the ban on them playing in Test matches.
This is the voice of Allah, representative of the Ashtar Galactic Command, speaking to you.
These aliens offered humanity a peaceful alliance if they renounced their corrupt ways and weapons of war, speaking cultishly of new ages and promises of transcendence.
This is our message.
I really appreciate that we can't I insist.
The channel apologized for the outlandish signal intrusion, chalking it up to a hoax. It would indeed be strange if aliens broadcast a message to just one channel. Those responsible have never come forward. Dare we look up to the sky and wonder?
The demon plays in your existence. May you be blessed by the supreme love of ventricle.
Number 4. Justin from Big Brother 2. Slimeball Justin Sebeck was frequently overly confrontational with other contestants during his tenure on Big Brother.
No! Justin, no!
Don't do it.
But the act that finally got him kicked off the series went way beyond typical reality show conflicts. Justin famously, and quite rightly, got evicted for disturbing behavior involving fellow housemate Krista. After some drinks, the two began kissing and flirting. when Justin suddenly held up a knife and threatened her.
Would you get mad if I killed you?
The drama didn't end there. A year after being kicked out of the house, Justin was arrested and charged with assaulting his girlfriend. To say Krista and the other housemates dodged a bullet is a massive understatement.
I should feel real sorry for Justin. I really don't. I'm sorry he did it to himself. You know, he got warned and warned and warned and warned.
Number 3, a criminal on the dating game. Not quite your Mr. Right. On a 1978 episode of The Dating Game, Bachelorette Cheryl Bradshaw chose contestant Rodney Alcala as her man.
Well, let's see. Bachelor number 1 is a successful photographer who got his start when his father found him in the dark room at the age of 13, fully developed.
Though he was a successful photographer, Alcala was later turned down by Bradshaw for his creepy behavior.
Why do you say that?
Because that's the only time there is.
The only time? What's wrong with morning, afternoon?
Well, they're okay, but night time's when it really gets good.
Bradshaw may have escaped with her life. It turns out that Alcala was a repeated offender of serious crimes, including a string of killings he committed throughout the 70s, and his rejection on the show may have been a contributing factor in the murder of a further 3 women. Alcala is serving life in prison to this day, and his final kill count remains ambiguous.
We're gonna have a great time together, Cheryl.
Serial killers are tremendous actors.
Number 2, Gary Stolman. The lengths people will go to make themselves heard.
He saw us arriving, he put the gun down and said, I don't want to hurt anybody, and that was it.
In the middle of a 1987 broadcast, Gary Stolman walked onto the KNBC set behind TV reporter David Horowitz and pointed a gun at his back, ordering him to read a statement concerning paranoid theories that the CIA cloned Stolman's father. The blindsided presenters were clearly horrified, but Horowitz was able to keep us cool throughout. The statement ended with the admission that the firearm was a BB firing replica before Stolman calmly placed the toy on the desk, apparently having never intended to harm anyone.
The gunman placed the gun on the desk and anchorman John Beard grabbed it. Burbank police wrestled the man to the floor. He has been identified as Gary Stolman, and he said he never intended to harm anyone. Indeed, the gun proved a fake.
This incident resulted in Horowitz spearheading a campaign to ban realistic toy firearms. Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. You have the option to be notified for occasional videos or all of them. If you're on your phone, make sure you go into your settings and switch on notifications. Number 1. The Max Headroom Hijack. In 1987, 2 television stations in Chicago were hijacked in perhaps the most surreal act of video piracy ever recorded.
Take some pretty significant technical equipment, and some knowledge of broadcast frequencies.
Both instances featured an unidentified man dressed as obscure TV personality Max Headroom, dancing to distorted audio. The second video, significantly longer, saw the man rambling incoherently in a distorted voice. Oh, and being swatted on the behind by an off-screen accomplice.
Your tribe. That is the only way to learn.
I'll get you a hot drink, miss.
Oh, I think some dry clothing. Because he's a freaking nerd.
Responses to the rubber-grinned menace ranged from bemused to horrified, and the perpetrators of this seemingly random act were never identified. The segments lasted no more than a couple of minutes, but have gone down as among the most notorious incidents in television history. That face is not an easy one to forget.
My brother is wearing the other one. But it's dirty.
Did you watch any of these creepy occurrences live? How did they make you feel in real time? Let us know in the comments below.
Time to call 911 to prevent permanent brain damage. Thankfully, Julie Chen's colleagues acted in time.
Check out these other clips from Watch Mojo, and be sure to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified about our latest videos.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Okay, so Kamala Harris has officially conducted her first interview as a presidential candidate. It's kind of hard to call it that, considering it was pre-recorded, only 18 minutes, and highly edited. I'd say it was more of a political performance than an actual genuine interview. It's been a month and a half of Kamala Harris's presidency, and we have 18 minutes. The left is doing what the left always does. Wow, how presidential, how eloquent, how amazing. Every Blue Anon shill is pretending as if that was the greatest interview performance of all time. But once again, I'm sitting here asking myself the exact same question. Are we watching the same thing? That was absolute frickin' trash. I feel as though I've learned nothing. Kamala needed a big score here, but I think this was anything but. Let's have a conversation about it. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. Okay, so we got Kamala Harris's first CNN interview as a presidential candidate, and it was nothing short of a masterclass in political dodging. From start to finish, a total clinic on how to avoid giving a straight answer to even the most straightforward of questions. You'd think that a seasoned politician like Kamala Harris, someone who's been in the public eye for years, would have come more prepared to give a compelling, clear vision for her candidacy, but instead we got vague platitudes, evasive language, and really no substance behind any of it. What did we learn here from Kamala Harris? We learned essentially that nothing is ever her fault, she's had a perfect track record on all the issues, and of course the next expected step, everything's Donald Trump's fault, even the southern border.
During the Biden-Harris administration, there were record numbers of illegal border crossings. Why did the Biden-Harris administration wait 3.5 years to implement sweeping asylum restrictions?
Well, first of all, the root causes work that I did as vice president, that I was asked to do by the president, has actually resulted in a number of benefits, including historic investments by American businesses in that region. The number of immigrants coming from that region has actually reduced since we began that work. But I will say this, that Joe Biden and I and our administration worked with members of the United States Congress on an immigration issue that is very significant to the American people and to our security, which is the border. And through bipartisan work, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Congress, a bill was crafted, which we supported, which I support. And Donald Trump got word of this bill that would have contributed to securing our border, and because he believes that it would not have helped him politically, he told his folks in Congress, don't put it forward. He killed the bill. A border security bill that would have put 1,500 more agents on the border. And let me tell you something, the Border Patrol endorsed the bill. And I'm sure in large part because they knew they were working around the clock, and 1,500 more agents would help them. That bill would have allowed us to increase seizures of fentanyl. Ask any community in America that has been devastated by fentanyl what passing that bill would have done to address their concern and a pain that they've experienced.
So you would push that legislation again? I just want to ask
about... Not only push it, I will make sure that it comes to my desk and I would sign it.
Just one other...
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like most people probably weren't satisfied with these answers. All it is the same talking points that we've been hearing from every Democrat bot over the last however many months. Donald Trump spiked the border bill because he wanted a political win. I mean, really, you have to do this again? He spiked a bill that would have increased funding for Border Patrol and hired more agents. Border Patrol supported this bill. Yeah, no shit. You're talking about giving them billions in taxpayer dollars. No wonder they supported it, but the question is, would it have secured the border? Would it have fixed the problem? And the answer is clearly no. We know why Trump and other Republicans advocated against the bill, and that's simply because it was more wasteful spending and totally unnecessary. What really needs to be done to secure the border, most of it is actually rhetoric. A rhetoric change from the White House, maybe less promise of free crap for illegal migrants. I mean, that would help. California is now talking about giving $150,000 loans to illegal migrants to buy homes. I wonder what that's going to do to real estate prices in the state. Maybe stop that nonsense and reenact some of the Trump-era border policies that were clearly so effective. No one's asking you to reinvent the wheel. What people want is for the wheels to be reinstalled onto the vehicle. The perfectly functional wheels that the Trump administration had rolling just fine. But of course, here we go. Kamala Harris, who's been an absolute disaster on the issue of the southern border, takes zero accountability and just blames Trump. Holy frickin' moly, and the hypocrisy.
My value around what we need to do to secure our border, that value has not changed. I spent 2 terms as the Attorney General of California, prosecuting transnational criminal organizations, violations of American laws regarding the illegal passage of guns, drugs, and human beings across our border. My values have not changed.
You know, I know Democrats are praising Kamala Harris as being so well-spoken and presidential and just amazing and professional, but I don't read it like that at all. I just see another slick politician. And I'll give it to Kamala, she's a whole lot more slick than I was expecting, although not exactly a hard feat. When you get all the questions in advance, you have months to deliberate and practice, and then of course the final product that's released to the people is highly edited. But anyway, she's slick. She's a typical slick politician. Now she wants to seem as a border hawk. This coming from the person who's been saying this for years.
An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
These are God's children. These aren't just throwaways.
Your immigrant status, whatever it is, does not in our mind's eye designate you as a criminal. I support our sanctuary law. Abolish ICE. And we need to probably think about starting from scratch.
She's a complete hypocrite. It's obvious that she's running from her record, and it's also blatantly obvious that she can't be trusted. At one point she said this:
"My values have not changed."
Quote, "My values have not changed." So she says she's not going to do all these things. As president, I won't ban fracking, I won't do, all this radical stuff, but then follows it up with, "My values have not changed." So if your values have not changed, Kamala, then I guess you still represent all this, right?
Reduce red meat specifically.
Yes.
The Boston Marathon bomber, they should be able to vote?
I think we should have that conversation.
Abolish ICE.
Yes.
Would you ban offshore drilling?
Yes, I'm in favor of banning fracking. I am prepared to pass a Green New Deal. I support a mandatory buyback program. We're not going to treat people who are undocumented and cross the border as criminals. The idea that more police equals more safety, that's just wrong.
Policing, as we know, goes all the way back to slave patrols and that idea.
Yeah, you are absolutely right.
Where do you stand on defund the police?
We need to take a look at these budgets.
Do you ban plastic straws?
I think we should.
70 to 80% tax rate.
I think that's fantastic.
Chip in now to the Minnesota Freedom Fund.
How dare we speak Merry Christmas?
And yeah, I am radical. I do believe that we need to get radical about what we are doing.
She's just another slick politician, delivering totally empty, vapid talking points. There's no actual substance here. She didn't offer any real concrete solutions to the myriad of problems that her administration has caused.
But I wonder what you say to voters who do want to go back when it comes to the economy specifically, because their groceries were less expensive, housing was more affordable when Donald Trump was president.
Well, let's start with the fact that when Joe Biden and I came in office, during the height of a pandemic, we saw over 10 million jobs were lost. People, literally, we were all tracking the numbers. Hundreds of people a day were dying because of COVID. The economy had crashed. In large part, all of that because of mismanagement by Donald Trump of that crisis. When we came in, our highest priority was to do what we could to rescue America. And today, we know that we have inflation at under 3%. A lot of our policies have led to the reality that America recovered faster than any wealthy nation around the world. But you are right. Prices, in particular for groceries, are still too high. The American people know it, I know it.
You have been vice president for 3.5 years.
Yeah.
The steps that you're talking about now, why haven't you done them already?
Well, first of all, we had to recover as an economy, and we have done that. I'm very proud of the work that we have done that has brought inflation down to less than 3%.
More economic illiterate nonsense. Prices are still too high, and we acknowledge that prices are high. She first of all takes a victory lap. We've done fantastic on inflation. No, you haven't. You caused crippling, historic levels of hyperinflation, and now that they're naturally going down after 3 years of economic pain, she wants credit for that, and then claims she's going to be tackling the issue by going after, quote, price gouging, which isn't even a real thing, and then she mentions a tax credit. What does that have to do with inflation? Inflation is an imbalance in money supply and supply and demand. This person has no idea what she's talking about. When she was asked what she would do on day one if elected, her answer is so void of substance that honestly, she would have probably been better not saying anything, because essentially she said nothing.
If you are elected, what would you do on day one in the White House?
Well, there are a number of things. I will tell you, first and foremost, one of my highest priorities is to do what we can to support and strengthen the middle class. When I look at the aspirations, the goals, the ambitions of the American people, I think that people are ready for a new way forward. in a way that generations of Americans have been fueled by hope and by optimism. I think, sadly, in the last decade, we have had in the former president someone who has really been pushing an agenda and in an environment that is about diminishing the character and the strength of who we are as Americans, really dividing our nation, and I think people are ready to turn the page on that.
So what would you do day one?
Day one, it's going to be about, one, implementing my plan for what I call an opportunity economy. I've already laid out a number of proposals in that regard, which include what we're going to do to bring down the cost of everyday goods, what we're going to do to invest in America's small businesses, what we're going to do to invest in families.
We're going to strengthen the middle class. We're going to reduce inflation. How exactly are you going to do that? Well, Dana Bash doesn't seem so curious. She's going to do it through the power of joy. Absolutely nothing here has changed. I know some people are going to be foolish enough to just fall for these empty words, but I just can't see the majority of productive citizens falling for this complete nonsense. Democrats are playing up her performance, but personally, I'm just not seeing it. If this is what Kamala's got, I think Kamala Harris is going to have a very hard time on the debate stage. It seems the strategy here is vague, empty platitudes and pointing the finger at Donald Trump and blaming him for all your woes. But obviously, there's a little bit of a hole in that argument.
Deserve, which is a new way forward, and turn the page on the last decade of what I believe has been contrary to where the spirit of our country really lies.
But the last decade, of course, the last 3.5 years has been part of your administration.
Why didn't I think of that?
The people advocating for change, the people telling you that the current state is unacceptable and it must be stopped, well, those are the people currently in power. This is the most idiotic thing I've ever seen. They're attempting to gaslight you to the level of making you believe that Donald Trump is responsible for all of their policy failures. I guess he must be writing the legislation personally from his desk in Mar-a-Lago on top of a pile of secret nuclear codes that he stole from the Pentagon. Totally pathetic. Hopefully, people are smart enough to see through this obvious charade. Anyways, that's pretty much what I got for you guys. Hopefully you enjoyed the video. If you did, make sure to leave a like and possibly subscribe. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Well, former President Trump's bombshell guilty verdict has triggered a predictable outpouring of smugness and glee from celebrities and liberals. Barbra Streisand said that Americans must not allow this felon anywhere near the White House again. Star Trek's George Takei quipped that he should now be called 34 instead of 45. And Joy Behar from The View said she was so excited that she, quote, leaked a bit in Costco. Charming. But could these celebrations be short-sighted and short-lived? The Trump campaign has raised a staggering $200 million since the guilty verdicts rolled in. And he received a hero's ovation alongside Dana White at the UFC event in Newark on Saturday night. And now even some of Trump's political enemies are rallying to his cause. Senator Mitt Romney, very much a moderate of the Republicans, said that Alvin Bragg may have won the battle for now, but he may have lost the political war. Democrats think they can put out the Trump fire with oxygen. It's political malpractice. So is Trump the felon now even more likely to return to the White House? We're here to debate this. It's the Shark Tank investor, Kevin O'Leary, criminal defense attorney, Mark Geragos, host of the Daily Wire's Michael Knowles Show, conservative commentator Michael Knowles, and the very unconservative commentator Francesca Fiorentini. Well, welcome to all of you. Mark Geragos, let me start with you just for the legal perspective here. I think two things can be true at the same time. One is that the jury did their job with the evidence placed in front of them, and that the verdict was a correct one from a legal perspective. And the second view, which can run concurrently with this should never have got to court in the first place, and dragging an American president through a criminal court process over something so relatively trivial, driven by apparent political partisanship on the part of the people driving it, was a catastrophic error of judgment and a disaster for the country. Discuss.
Well, look, I don't disagree with you. You can have these two thoughts in your head. If you're going to bring a criminal case against one of the most reviled people in Manhattan and pick a jury in Manhattan and expect them to do anything but convict him, then I know nothing about the criminal law that I've been trying cases about. That was a slam dunk for the prosecution from the get-go. At the same time, I can tell you that it was, to my mind, it was reprehensible that you take a case that is basically misdemeanors and with an expired statute of limitations, and you do the mental gymnastics to contort this into a target crime that's not defined until closing argument and make those into felonies, basically reviving an expired statute of limitations. I could go on and on about the legal nonsense that this is, but I'm not criticizing the jury. I criticize, number one, the prosecutor for bringing this case. Part of what makes the system work is prosecutors have to make hard decisions when to bring a case. Now, the jury did what they were given. That's on the judge. The judge, there's no such thing as directed verdicts in criminal cases. This was basically a directed verdict based on the jury instructions. As to the political, I'll just end it with this. I said 30 years ago when I was defending Susan McDougal, who was Bill Clinton's business partner in the Whitewater case, and when she was being prosecuted by then independent counsel Ken Starr, be careful what you wish for, Republicans, because the chickens are going to come home to roost. Sure enough, that's where we are right now.
And those chickens are going to keep coming home to roost. So, Francesca, my question for you is, I understand how joyous you must be feeling that Donald Trump has been convicted because he slept with a porn star 20 years ago and may have shuffled some business papers about it. But why is it good for America that one of your 46 presidents has been treated in such a humiliating manner over something so trivial? And why do you guys not see that this might help him rather than hinder him in the election?
I happen to believe, Piers, that it's good for America when you hold the person who has the highest office in the land to the standards of the American law. And in this case, New York state law, where he committed these crimes. I happen to believe that it is a telltale sign of coming totalitarianism, fascism, skirting of the law when you allow a president to simply do whatever he wants and actually never hold him accountable. But look, the reality is this, is that these aren't crimes that were on the books in every single state. These are crimes that are on the books in New York State, as we talked about, all right? And so he knew exactly what he was doing. In fact, this is the most important part, is that David Pecker of the National Enquirer refused to keep on paying his hush money payments because the dude was tired of getting paid back in expired Trump stakes. And he was like, no, I'm not going to do it this time, especially not with a porn star. And so Michael Cohen had to do the payments on behalf of Donald Trump. Michael Cohen already spent 3 years mostly on house arrest, but he was already sentenced to 3 years over this. This is squarely Trump's making. This has nothing to do with his base. It has nothing to do with protecting American democracy like happened on January 6th, according to them. This has to do with Trump making his bronzer-stained bed with a porn star, trying to cover it up, and then getting caught doing it.
And out of interest, before I go to Michael, out of interest, why is Bill Clinton able to have sex with an intern in the Oval Office when he's president and lie to the American people about it on national television? And why is he able to pay off Paula Jones $850,000, 4 times as much, 5 times as much as the Trump payment to Stormy Daniels, to get rid of a sexual harassment claim, again, while he's president? And he has no criminal court recourse for that. Why is that deemed to be better than what happened with Trump and Stormy?
I don't think anyone is making that case, Piers. I'm
asking you. What's the difference? What's the difference?
Or any predator. The difference is that he didn't cook the books financially using his own, using back channels in order to pay.
So paying somebody off who says you sexually harassed her, paying nearly $1 million while you're the president of the United States, and then having sex with an intern in the Oval Office and lying about it, that's fine because he's a Democrat.
Piers, only the
Francesca?
leftists in your mind are making that argument.
Sorry?
I said only the Democrats and the leftist mob in your mind are making that argument that you're opposing to it. I will say this about Stormy Daniels. I think it's incredible that she accepted $130,000 from Michael Cohen, because honestly, if I had the misfortune of sleeping with Donald Trump, no matter what the circumstances. Let's say I had mad cow and then I did DMT on an empty stomach. If I had the misfortune of sleeping with Donald Trump, there is no amount of money you could pay me to keep quiet about it, because I would never tell a single soul. I would fake my own death and move to the Galapagos and pretend to be a bird.
I mean, I would say it's very unlikely you would ever get the offer, but you do look quite like Karen McDougal, funny enough.
Oh, so I'm not cute enough to.
No, I just said you are. I said you're very much in his.
That actually is a compliment. Yes.
Yeah, it was a compliment. Let's go to Michael. Michael, look, I do think there's a ridiculous double standard here that will come back and bite the Democrats for the reasons that Mark Garagos said about historically. You know, you've seen this coming a mile off, where both parties starting to ratchet up this concept of kind of going after each other's leaders in criminal courts. I mean, you see this normally in banana republics, not in the United States of America. And it really does worry me, as someone who loves America and loves Americans, what this is leading to. Because if all that happens in each term of office is one party trying to incarcerate the other's leader, I don't know where that leaves America in a few years' time.
Well, this will only come back to bite Democrats if they lose their grip on power, and obviously they don't think that they will. This is why President Biden the other day, when he was walking out of a press briefing, was asked, Mr. President, Donald Trump says that you are imprisoning him because he's your political rival. What do you say to that charge?
Well, I'll stop you there. We have the clip. Let's play the clip.
Mr. President, can you tell us, sir, Donald Trump refers to himself as a political prisoner and blames you directly. What's your response to that, sir? Do you think the conviction will have an impact on the campaign?
I mean, you look like Jack Nicholson in The Shining at the end of that. But, yeah, I mean, Michael, to pick up your point there, that's the clip you're referring to.
Yes, and it's pretty clear this is not a man who thinks that he has to be accountable to the American people. When you look at the federal charge against Trump, there was a poll that came out when that charge was brought that showed 62% of Americans think that it's primarily politically motivated. They just don't seem to care. And so this has been a ratcheting up, as we've all noted on the panel, of trends that have been built up for some years now. Some would say going back to Richard Nixon. But certainly in the early Trump campaign, the Democrats tried to stop him from being president by spying on him and cooking up fake intelligence, ironically enough, with Russia, and that didn't work. Then they tried to throw him out by impeaching him twice. That didn't work. Then they tried to kick him out by rigging the election and changing all the voter rules, in some cases in contravention of state constitutions leading up to that election. That did get him out of office, and he did leave office, but then he didn't go away. He kept running again. So then they indicted him 4 times. Now they've convicted him. They're going to threaten to throw him in prison. Pretty soon they're going to threaten to send him to St. Helena. But this has absolutely nothing to do with the law. As was noted earlier, at most you're talking about a misdemeanor that would have already expired under the statute of limitations. I'm not even convinced that there was really a misdemeanor that Trump committed. So my fellow panelist here is celebrating that the rule of law has been vindicated and overturned 234 years of American legal tradition. I would challenge her to see if she could possibly articulate how and what crime Trump committed, because so far Alvin Bragg, the DA, has failed to do so. The judge in the case, Judge Merchan, has failed to do so. And they can't do it because Trump didn't commit any of the crimes for which he's been convicted. Well,
let's just ask quickly before I go to Kevin. Francesca, just on that point, what crime did Trump commit?
It was financial crimes. It was white collar crimes. That is exactly what they charged him. He was convicted on.
What was the crime?
It's New York State law.
I understand. What was the crime?
It is New.
Francesca,
I don't even like it. It is literally he just got convicted on 34 counts.
Francesca, what was the crime?
Of like cooking the actual books.
What was the crime?
You are not allowed. So you are not allowed to use your own financial, like your own money, to pay off somebody, and then he logged it as something different. He logged it as just a regular payment, but he was actually paying off this porn star to keep quiet, which, if he hadn't been running for president, would not have mattered, but he was, and so it impacted campaign finance laws in New York State. Okay, that is what Juan Merchan just oversaw this. Okay. Alvin Bragg got these charges because Michael Cohen, his sister, was already sentenced to 3 years to do it.
Let's just go before Kevin. I'd be very, very, very patient. We'll come to you.
Look, I'm no expert. Let me just say, hang on,
no,
Michael.
Francesca.
You are no expert. That's right. The campaign finance law is a federal law.
Hang on, anyway, Francesca. I want to go to Mark. You're the lawyer. Is anything Francesca just said, is that actually the crime?
Look, let me just say, I like Francesca a lot, and we probably agree on 80% of our worldviews. However, Francesca, the way you just described it, call me afterwards and I'll educate you, because that's not what happened. There was no theory that was given to the jurors. The jurors were told it could have been campaign finance, it could have been tax, it could have been false books. They were told they didn't have to specify, and specifically told they did not have to agree unanimously. That's what irks me. Lifelong Democrat, no fan of Trump, never voted for Trump, never will. But I will tell you, as somebody who has spent his entire career with kind of taking on unpopular causes and holding the government accountable, I have to tell you, I do that for a reason. And the reason is this kind of shenanigans, and that's the best light I can spin it, in the criminal courts has no place in a federal election.
No, I agree.
The campaign finance laws were federal, not state, and the state laws had nothing to do with it.
Okay, I want to go to Kevin. Been waiting very patiently. Kevin, you are a very successful businessman, as Trump has obviously been in his career too. Do you think, in all honesty, if you were caught up in something like this, and I'm not for a moment suggesting you would want to have a one-night stand with Stormy Daniels, but if you went down this road and ran for office, or not run for office, if you just ran for, say, to be CEO of a company, do you think it would ever have led to a criminal case? Because the argument is that a regular business guy who's not actually running for the presidency would be treated very differently, and therefore the law has not been seen to be fairly applied here.
I think half the country in the U.S. believes this is politically motivated, which is not a good thing. It's having more impact on the state of New York, which is seen as unstable. Whether the case has flaws in it or not will be solved for in the appellate system. So most people assume, because of the importance of the situation, that it will go through the appellate system as quickly as possible, if necessary, to the Supreme Court. In the end of the day, these things balance themselves. The damage done to New York started back in the other litigation around real estate. Quietly, large projects, those are over $1 billion, are not being started in New York currently. People are waiting until things stabilize. And I've moved projects out of New York to places like Oklahoma, North Dakota, West Virginia, Montana, Pennsylvania, much more stable environments. It's too difficult to work in that unstable environment. And the real problem is you can't raise institutional capital right now. The capital from around the world thinks New York's a little off kilter. Now, something else to consider about Alvin Bragg, which I think history will prove to be correct. You've got to remember, Donald Trump only 24 months ago, in the middle of the first term of Biden, did not have control of his party. About a third of them were rebelling, if you want to use that word, because they were concerned about the controversy around Trump and they were looking for new leadership. And he was challenged. But something happened that changed everything. And this is the law of unintended consequences. Alvin Bragg started charging Trump. And immediately the entire Republican Party coalesced behind him almost in 48 hours. Of course, the country bifurcated into this being a political witch hunt using lawfare, as a tool, and we're still debating that. But here's what's really interesting. If Trump becomes president, I think he has a big debt to Alvin Bragg. Right. Alvin Bragg is the kingmaker.
Yeah.
He made Trump president by polarizing the country so much and motivating the base so much that in the last 42 hours, Trump has passed $60 million in fundraising. That's an all-time record for him. So what's happening here is this unusual time, and I understand that you may not like that as an unintended consequence if you're Alvin Bragg, but I think history will show he made Donald Trump president one more time. And that's just the way it is.
You know what? I completely agree. I think it's one of the most willful... I'll come to Francesca for response. It seems to be one of the most willfully stupid acts of self-harm I've seen any political party commit. You had Trump right on his knees, done. and you've revived the rotting political corpse of this guy, and you've now got him roaring back to the White House. And the only thing, as Mitt Romney, of all people, who hates Trump and represents by absolutely the most moderate part of the Republican Party, when even he says Democrats think they can put out the Trump fire with oxygen, it's political malpractice. He's right, because the only thing that could further guarantee a Trump victory is if they try and put him in jail on July the 11th, which, by the way, I wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah, it's remarkable times. We haven't seen polls out since the verdict, and so everybody's waiting to see what happens with the unintended consequence of this in terms of just independent voters. And so here's the thing to realize. If you polled 1,000 independent voters, and they will decide the election, most people agree with that in states like Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, et cetera, I bet you, and we've had the same on this panel, we're debating it, 99% of them have no idea what this case was about at all, and have no idea what exactly he did, and I'm not sure they care. The fact that more than half of them think it's politically motivated is unsettling. Yeah. And as I said earlier, we'll get finished off in the appellate system, but this is a remarkable time in American history and not that great for the American brand, as you started talking about at the beginning. This is more like a Venezuela kind of Cuba, Banana Republic story. You got the porn star. All this stuff is really not what G7 countries do to their leaders.
I completely agree. This is Francesca. I just don't get... We see you're laughing, but Mitt Romney, for Mitt Romney to come down so squarely on the side of Trump.
I do want to just say, look, so the crimes were falsifying business records. Now, the reason I didn't know that before is because I'm not a lawyer and I'm not the journalist who is anchoring this entire show, who should have told you that it was falsifying business records. Now, on the other
because those aren't felonies.
I hear you that most Americans don't care about falsifying business records. I agree with Kevin and I agree with Piers. However, I will say this. Most Americans also are very much go on gut. And they don't like that a candidate is now a convicted felon. But moreover, this candidate is someone who, and it is not the crime, however we know, cheated on his pregnant wife with a porn star in a hotel in Lake Tahoe and then bragged about it and then tried to pay her to shut up and also paid another Playboy bunny to also be quiet about their relationship.
Bill Clinton had sex with an intern
You're
in
going
the
back to Bill
Oval
Clinton because
Office.
it's the only thing you have.
Well, it's not a bad thing to have.
You're going back. No one's
unlike
talking
Trump,
about Bill
he was
Clinton.
president at the time.
You know, I don't mean to pick on Francesca too much here, but it's very telling that even the liberals who are going on television to defend this ruling have to Google in the breaks to figure out what the crime was. and even then, I'm sorry to say, misrepresent what the actual supposed crime was. The reason here that this has to take... Well, excuse me one second, Francesca. I'll just finish my point real quickly.
Books. That's the same thing.
Yeah. It's not a felony, not a crime, but anyway, that's a point for another time. The reason why even the great defenders of this conviction can't... yes, to you as well. The reason that they can't articulate this is because it's not really a crime. That's why they had to upend 234 years of precedent for this. And it gets back to a point that you made earlier, Piers, and that you made, Kevin, which is that Alvin Bragg really overplayed his hand. Sure, he overplayed his hand to some degree, but what else were they going to do? Donald Trump was always going to be the Republican nominee in 2024. A lot of people feel that he was gypped in 2020. He's the biggest guy in the party. It was going to happen. And Trump poses a real threat to the liberal establishment. He's not a Mitt Romney-type Republican. He has different views from the so-called uniparty on things like trade, on things like immigration, and things like foreign policy and war. Trump posed a major threat. That's why they took such extraordinary measures for the last 8 years to take this guy out. They weren't able to do it politically. They weren't even really able to do it at the ballot box. So what's left? The only thing left to do is to try to throw him in prison so that he can't campaign for the election. I agree, it's backfiring.
This is not a federal case, Michael. You know that. It's not even a federal case. Why do you think that? It's not a DOJ case. It's not a Biden case. It's not a Merrick Garland thing. It's New York state law. So the idea that this is somehow politically motivated is all made up in your head, because what you do on your show every day is you groom your audience for fascism, and you set them up for a complete takeover of the DOJ. This is all about allowing Trump to get away with any crime he wants, as you sort of slighted and sort of, you know, laid out very like nonchalantly just a little bit ago. He was impeached twice. Doesn't really matter that he tried to blackmail the leader of Ukraine into digging up non-existent dirt on Joe Biden, but that doesn't matter to you
Joe
or
Biden
your
threatened
followers.
to withhold arms.
You want to make sure. You want to make sure that when
you're
Trump is
accusing me
reelected,
of fascism.
he can get away.
That's a big.
He can
Francesca,
get away
you're
with
accusing me
getting
of
rid of the
fascism. That's a
Department
big
of Education.
charge. All I would point out is that it's not my party that's imprisoning its political opponents right now. So
if we're going to throw that
accusation about
I was about to say one of the key tenets of fascism is you imprison your political opponents. Let me come back to Mark Geragos. I want to play a clip from Donald Trump at the weekend. This is talking to Fox and Friends, where he talks about the prospect of maybe going to jail.
The judge could decide to say, hey, house arrest or even jail.
It could.
How do you face what that could look
I'm okay with it. I saw one of my lawyers the other day on television saying, oh, no, you don't want to do that to the president. I said, you don't beg for anything. You just, the way it is. I don't know that the public would stand it, you know. I'm not sure the public would stand for it. With a,
if you tried house arrest or...
I think it would be tough for the public to take. You know, at a certain point, there's a breaking point.
Now, Mark, the question I was going to ask you is that a lot of people think the way Trump has been trashing the judge, the court, the process and everything night after night when he comes out to TV cameras, that under normal circumstances, you could trash talk your way into a prison sentence. Is that remotely possible here?
Well, let me give you the legal analysis and then I'll give you the political. There is no instance I can think of where you're convicted of 34 felonies in state court in America, in any jurisdiction, while you are found in contempt 9 times and a judge threatening to put you in jail, where when you're convicted, the judge doesn't remand you, meaning put you in jail right there pending sentencing. Obviously, that was not going to happen here. Obviously, at least to me politically, this judge is not going to put him in jail on July 11th. I don't even think he's going to give him house arrest. My friend Alan Dershowitz suggested something that I had not thought of. I have been speculating that the judge will give him 30, 60, or 90 days in jail, but stay it pending the appeal. Alan thinks that he will impose a state prison sentence of, say, 2 years and just hang it over his head. And that's somewhat diabolical because if you've got that state prison sentence over his head and he does not win the election in November, there's all kinds of mischief that could happen after that. So I don't think, if I'm a betting man, I don't think he's going to go into jail or into custody on July 11th. If he was somebody other than Trump, he would be in custody right now.
I mean, Kevin,
yes, that's a really important point, and everyone needs to remember that. Yeah,
it is an important point. Kevin, you know, just again, I'm across the pond at the moment, but I love America, and this is just this whole idea that we're even discussing the possibility of incarcerating an American president. I made the point the other day that if it was for running an illegal drone program that killed thousands of innocent people, or it was wholesale corruption on a very serious scale at the heart of government, you know, something of that magnitude, then okay, I'd understand taking action against an American president. But the idea that Trump is going through all this and may end up with a suspended sentence or a hung sentence hanging over him, whatever it may be, as Mark just articulated, the idea that an American president, left or right, is facing this potentially happening in 6 weeks' time, in election year, I mean, it sends a shudder down my spine, if I'm honest, because I don't know what it makes America as a country.
Well, it has never happened before in a G7 country, and happened once, I believe, in a G20 country, but I think was acquitted. This isn't really about Trump anymore from the perspective you're talking about. It's about the American brand. It's about the executive. It's about the White House. It's about the American economy. It's about people's perception about investing in it. There's a pretty big discomfort, and I know this from both Democrats and Republicans. There's many outcomes of this sentencing, but I don't think anybody contemplates that he would be jailed. That would not go over well, I think, at all. From just a, I don't think that would be, this judge has a huge responsibility on his shoulders because it hasn't been tested by the appellate court. So it would be wise, perhaps, to be very, very lenient, and I would suggest probation maybe or something less so that he can go on with the political process of running, his Republican conference, decide if he's going to be and who his vice president is going to be, and setting up for the election just months away at that point. And as many have said on both sides of the party, let the people decide this situation on November 5th.
Right.
If they make Trump president again, then we're talking about the Oval Office, and we want to be careful not to get in his way as he governs the land. I would have thought bringing the porn star case after the election would have been better. It was really unusual to listen, and I was in London, where you are, talking to sovereign wealth and institutional investors. As you know, I'm trying to buy TikTok, so I'm trying to line up a syndicate. And Stormy Daniels' testimony was embarrassing, talking about condoms and penis size and what does that have to do with state finance or federal finance law? It has nothing. It was really trashy and not at the level you would want to brand a G7 or G20 country. And I think most people are embarrassed about it, to be honest.
I agree with you. And talking of TikTok, Trump joined it, Francesca, at the weekend. He got 3 million followers immediately. But also, this happened at the UFC fight. Dana White let him out. And this is just after he'd been convicted of 34 counts of this crime. Take a look at what the crowd reacted was.
Pretty cool for Sean Strickland to have a moment there with Donald Trump after a win.
President Trump, you're the man, bro. It is a damn travesty what they're doing to you. I'll be donating to you, my man. Let's get it done.
I mean, that followed the entrance. Sorry, Mark?
By the way, Piers, if I have spent the last 2 days having people talk to me at a conference I'm at, telling me that one of the phenomenons on TikTok, as Kevin invoked it, is people saying, I'm voting for the felon, I'm voting for the felon.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this. You want a poll? I'll give you a poll. Take a look at what's happening there at the UFC fight and take a look at what's happening on TikTok.
Yeah. I mean, we're watching the end. This is when he came in. I mean, the place went completely nuts. And the trouble is, Francesca, I spend a lot of time in New York and LA. I have a place in LA and spend a lot of time working in New York. But I also do a lot of crime documentaries, ironically, which take me down to rural Florida, rural Texas, Alabama, places like that. And let me tell you, none of them agree with you. They all agree with that crowd at the UFC. And if I was a Democrat, I'd be quite unnerved that you've thrown the kitchen sink at this guy, and this is how a lot of the public are reacting.
Yeah. No, I mean, it makes sense that he'd be cheered at UFC. I mean, you know, it's a sport full of actors, and we have this guy who's been pretending to be a serious politician for years now. Look, the important thing about that interview that he gave to Fox News...
You're not besmirching UFC. Hang on, fact check. You'll think you're WWE, the actors. The UFC, they're real fighters.
Yes, I'm sorry. I don't have... Cool, good. I'm glad. Look,
there's a big difference. One is acting, one is hardcore elite fighting. They're very different things.
I don't have video feed, but I bet it's dope, and I stand corrected, Piers. But I will say this: with the interview that he gave on Fox and Friends, I do think it matters because what he said was the American people aren't going to stand for this, and in some ways, he's saying, you know, he's warning Judge Merchan, and I sort of agreed that I don't think Judge Merchan, even though all y'all think that it's some sort of political hit job, they're not going to put him in jail. Sadly for me, I hope they give him some sort of like community service soup kitchen situation. I'd love to see that, whatever is on his head, in a hairnet. That'd be incredible. Or just like make him work one day in his life, just a single day, maybe on minimum wage. I'd like to see what you do at like a Home Depot, you know, or just like do a landscaping job from one of the many immigrants that you want to deport from this country. Anything. That would be more of a punishment than actually sitting in a jail cell. But what he was really saying is, hey, American people, basically stand up for me. in effect, do another January 6th for me. And we all saw what happened, no matter what you think of that day, which I'll remind you, so many Republicans distanced themselves from what happened that day. But the other thing that happened is all these folks who loved Trump, who followed him, who believed in him, were arrested and then charged, rightfully so, for trespassing, for rioting, for threatening the lives of Congress people. And Trump has faced absolutely no music over that. And of course, if Judge Eileen Cannon gets her way, he might never actually face the music until after the election.
He's been charged with very serious crimes in relation to that. That won't happen before the election. Instead, the Democrats collectively, through political reasons and legal reasons and so on, came up with the mad idea of going first with the Stormy case. And that has been a total disaster because no one takes it seriously. Michael Knowles, final point to you. Trump said, my revenge will be success. These are bad people. And he said, it's going to be success will be the best revenge. Do you think that's how this plays out?
It's the only way that it can play out because, as I think most of us on the panel have accepted, there is not going to be some fair legal conclusion to all of this. The only way that this plays out is if the political system in America is not wholly corrupt. It's only substantially corrupt. Biden smirks when he jokes about jailing his political opponents, but it's not wholly corrupt, and the American people can bring enough civil pressure to bear to push this guy back into the Oval Office. That is going to be the only way that this ends.
If he doesn't win the election, Michael will absolutely respect the results of
Well, you know what he'll say,
win,
Francesca?
correct?
And this time with good reason. He'll say, hey, for 2 months of the election year, when I should have been campaigning, I was being put through a criminal court trial over having sex with a porn star 20 years ago. And you know what? A lot more people will have empathy with him this time than when he falsely claimed he had the 2020 election stolen from him without any evidence. So unfortunately,
Absolutely. I mean, who among us
again,
hasn't...
the Democrat machine to shut Trump down has played right into his hands. But anyway, we've got to leave it there. Brilliant debate. Thank you all so much. Kevin O'Leary, Mark Garagos, Francesca Fiorentini, and Michael Knowles. I appreciate it. Thank you. Well, Presidents Biden and Trump have been confirmed as their party's presumptive nominees after the least competitive primaries in living presidential memory. They have 8 months to prove that they've got big answers to the big questions dividing America. Should the US continue to back Israel in Gaza? How do we end Putin's war in Ukraine? Should the US keep funding it? Who will fix the migrant crisis at the southern border? An economy many people feel is broken. Who stands to gain or lose the most from the continued momentum of people like RFK Jr.? Our guests for this debate have strong views and a big influence in the digital space, where so many scores are now settled. Together at last, I'm joined by the streaming liberal Destiny, Benny Johnson, and Dave Smith.
I think that it's pretty undeniable that Trump is kind of a mean-spirited guy. Every single thing that he does is just ultimately to serve his needs or his ends at the end of the day.
To call somebody demonic like Donald Trump, who's actually against the 10 million people who have been human smuggled into this country, many of them children. Have you ever been down to the border, Destiny? Have you seen the rape trees? Trump brought world peace. How dare you?
The virtue signaling is off the charts. I didn't kill anybody.
And even in this State of the Union, which, as you said, and I'll agree, he did better than if the standard is he was able to walk and get up there and read words off a teleprompter. For whatever reason, his position on the war in Gaza has just totally ruined his campaign. This is just not the case for Donald Trump.
So welcome to all three of you. I've been looking forward to this, I've got to say. Three titans of your businesses coming together to talk about what is probably, I don't know, depending on your viewpoint, this is either the most depressing moment in modern American politics or something that is, I don't know, indicative of a wider malaise, you might argue, about the way the world is going, where celebrity triumphs substance, where age is no longer seen to be a problem. Who knows what we're talking about here, but you guys can thrash it out between you. I want to start by playing what, this is Bill Maher's show from Friday night, and he had Robert De Niro on. He said this about Trump.
He's such a mean, nasty, hateful person. I never play him as an actor because I can't see any good in him. Nothing at all. Nothing redeemable in him. if he wins the election, you won't be on the show anymore. He'll come looking for me. There'll be things that happen that none of us can imagine.
I mean, okay, let's start with Destiny. I got to say, when I saw that, I just thought, really? Isn't this liberals falling into the old trap of over-demonizing Trump to the extent that actually it just helps him?
I think that there is an issue when it comes to covering Trump because it feels like there is an over-demonization of Trump, but also Trump is kind of a demon. Like, I think that it's funny because people will look at the left and they'll say that, you know, people are harping too much on Trump's rhetoric or how mean he is towards people on Twitter. But then when you talk to conservatives, it seems like Trump's Twitter behavior is their number one selling point for why they like him so much. Like, yeah, I don't know what he does for policy. I don't know what he does for legislation, but, you know, he's got a lot of really good zingers. Like, this is a guy who's known for giving mean nicknames to his debate stage opponents. I don't think it's that crazy to say that Trump has some of the most divisive rhetoric and is one of the meanest people that we've seen as like a world leader on the world stage, at least insofar as like rhetoric and how he addresses people goes.
Yeah, but I always say, you see, about this, that there's a lot of hypocrisy about this based around Trump's rhetoric compared to his actions. For example, you know, with Barack Obama, who obviously didn't tweet incendiary things about people and was the epitome of kind of civilized presidential public office behavior. But he still deported over 3 million people. He still ran a terrible drone program. He still dropped more bombs in 1 year than any president in modern history. He kept Guantanamo Bay open despite campaigning to shut it, etc. He's the angel, Trump's the devil, and I don't think either's particularly accurate.
I don't think I would say that Obama is an angel, but I mean, there's a separate discussion between like, besides the character of a person and the actual policy positions or things they did in office. I think Trump would lose on both counts, but I mean, separate from policy or, you know, effectuality or ineffectuality as a leader, I think that it's pretty undeniable that Trump is kind of a mean-spirited guy. And then when you look at how he runs his campaign, when you look at how he runs the country, he's a very self-driven person. Like, every single thing that he does is just ultimately to serve his needs or his ends at the end of the day, whether that means throwing political opponents under the bus, whether that means throwing political allies under the bus, whether that means not helping, you know, Georgia's Senate elections because he's so angry that Raffensperger, you know, wouldn't turn over enough votes for him, and now Georgia has 2 blue senators. Like, I don't know. Just Trump is a really mean dude. And again, yeah, you can switch over and you can look at the foreign policy position too. But I mean, you can talk about Obama's follies, but Trump also abandoned our Kurdish allies in Syria to Turkey. Trump also, you know, inflamed tensions in the Middle East when he recognized, you know, the Jerusalem, moving the embassy over to Jerusalem and the United States' recognition of Israel annexing East Jerusalem and everything. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't think Trump wins on any count where he would come off as a nice guy.
Okay, I mean, Benny Johnston, does it matter whether Trump's a nice guy or not? I think people have baked in now what he is. He's a shoot from the hip, you know, guy that loves to talk. He's pretty narcissistic, okay. He's pretty bombastic. He's pretty pugilistic. If you read his book, The Art of the Deal, he says if somebody punches me, metaphorically or real, I'll punch them 10 times back. There's nothing new about any of Trump's behavior if you have studied his behavior for the last 40, 50 years. He just happens to be a guy who won the White House and right now is actually looking like he's favourite to win it back. So for all the rhetorical issues around Trump and the supposed meanness, there are tens of millions of Americans who are queuing up to vote for him.
Yeah, so let's talk about tens of millions. I particularly take quite a bit of umbrage with the description of Donald Trump as demonic. I think that is quite shocking as a Christian myself, to call somebody demonic like Donald Trump, who's actually against the 10 million people who have been human smuggled into this country, many of them children. I remember a time not too long ago when people the left cared about children in cages. Yet now they're calling Donald Trump demonic. He wants to stop these human smuggling by the cartels. Have you ever been down to the border, Destiny? Have you seen the rape trees? Have you seen the little children's toys that are left down there from the human smuggling that is created by Joe Biden, the biggest human smuggler in human history? Do you know the carnage and the horror that is being created by those policies? Let's not even talk about what Joe Biden has done to the world stage. Donald Trump brought world peace. You're going to talk about Kurds and wars? How about Ukraine? Joe Biden could have stopped that war before it even started. Joe Biden continues that war and continues the funding of that war that is leading to the wholesale slaughter of an entire region. Joe Biden could stop it right now. Joe Biden has brought war around the world. And then let's talk about the fentanyl poisoning America. You want to talk about cruelty? It took Joe Biden 400 days to go to East Palestine in Ohio, a city that was poisoned by our federal government in a chemical explosion, much less the chemical explosion that is happening all throughout America with fentanyl slaughtering 100,000 Americans. And the final thing I'll say here, how dare you call Donald Trump demonic when Joe Biden hasn't even said Laken Riley's name correctly, called her Lincoln Riley when he was forced to. This woman was slaughtered by a criminal alien who was in this country illegally, who was released by Democrats, and went on to slaughter a nursing student in Georgia with his bare hands. And Joe Biden apologized to the murderer. How dare you say, that Donald Trump's demonic? Can you defend any of that behavior? Final thing I'll say here is Joe Biden wouldn't acknowledge his own grandchild. Even the New York Times said that is a sick, evil behavior. So if you're looking for demonic behavior, my friend, I got it for you. It's sitting in the White House in 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue in a diaper right now during nap time.
Wow. Okay, that's what I call a rebuttal. Let's come to Dave Smith. Before we do, let's play that clip that Manny referenced. This is when Joe Biden, in the State of the Union address, did not pronounce Laken Riley's name properly.
It's not about him. It's not about me. I'd be a winner. Not really. Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal. That's right.
Now, Dave, the issue for Biden...
If I may.
Sorry, Benny?
If I may, just since I brought up the clip, if you don't mind, Piers.
Sure.
Could I ask Destiny right now, would you like to apologize to Laken Riley's family for her murder, since it's open border Democrat policies that you promote on your program? Would you like to apologize to the parents of Laken Riley for the murder of her child?
The virtue signaling is off the charts. I didn't kill anybody, so I'm not going to apologize to anybody for somebody getting killed.
But there are
unfortunately, there are a lot of
policies
people that get killed in the United States for a large variety of reasons. If anybody gets killed, especially based on the background of this guy, this guy definitely should have been deported. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. But hey, listen, if you want the border stuff to be cleared up so much, why don't you tell Republicans to stop turning into a game in the White House or in Congress and actually approve legislation to get more funding down for the border?
Okay.
Right now, it's Republicans who pulled the plug on that because Trump wants to maintain the one little bit of electoral advantage you might have, which is you guys trying to stir stuff up over the border. And it's funny also how you frame this all like, oh, they're trying to stop human smuggling. No, they're not. They're just trying to secure the border. Humans are going to be smuggled all over the place, regardless of whether it's into America or not. It's not like Trump actually cares about
Destiny, the truth, Destiny, what I would say about that is, whether you're on the left or right in America, nobody can dispute that the southern border is in complete and utter turmoil. And I'm afraid if you're the President of the United States and you've been there for 3 years, it's on you. Right? He's done nothing to stop it. In fact, he's made it a lot worse. Dave Smith, you've been very patiently waiting. Get stuck in.
This is the most patient I've ever been in my life.
I know. I appreciate it. But get stuck in now.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, I think probably Destiny, even you could admit that it just shows such a tremendous disconnect and a contempt for the voters and this weird woke progressive value that after getting her name wrong, he apologizes in his next interview for calling the guy an illegal and says he should have said undocumented, but doesn't say, hey, like, can you at least grant that apologizing for calling an insensitive name to the murderer and not apologizing for getting the actual name of the murder victim correct it's like, are you trying to throw the election? It's almost as if like these woke progressive values have taken people to a point where they can't even do what's in their own political interest, because you would just think that the vast majority of voters would be like, well, clearly you owe an apology to one of these people, and it's not the murderer.
Dave, what do you think is going to happen in November?
Well, I mean, this is a really tough election to predict. I mean, I'll tell you, I think that the three-letter organizations that really run the United States of America and have much more power than the elected representatives, I think they have pretty clearly signaled that Donald Trump returning to the White House is unacceptable to them, and they are going to use whatever means necessary to not let that happen. And in that case, like if you're betting against the CIA, you may not win. If there is a democratic process and Trump is not removed, as of right now, I think there's absolutely no question that Donald Trump gets elected. Look, if you look at any of the polling, the major two issues are the economy and immigration. And Trump is where the American people are much more than Joe Biden is. He can try to spin it now and say, oh, well, we're trying to do border security, but the Republicans aren't playing ball. But you just can't ignore the last, since 2016, Trump was demonized viciously by every single progressive for talking about building a wall, talking about having border security. To try to turn it around now and be like, no, I'm really the border hawk and the open border is Donald Trump's fault is just not going to sell. Their message on the economy is essentially, the economy is really good. You're just too stupid to realize how good it is. And also, I think Donald Trump, at least rhetorically, with foreign policy, is much closer to where the American people are right now, which is after 20 plus years of terror wars, every last one of them an absolute disaster. The funding the war in Ukraine, everything they said was going to happen has not happened. And I think that the kind of non-interventionist America first, again, at least rhetorically, there's a lot of things Trump did on foreign policy that I don't support, but I think he's certainly much closer to where the American people are than Joe Biden on all of the biggest issues.
Destiny.
And that's the and by the way, I would just add that is what is appealing to Trump supporters, and I'm not a Trump supporter, but that's what's appealing to Donald Trump supporters, not the fact that he sends mean tweets. And you can talk to any Trump supporter.
What's really fascinating to me are two recent polls, Destiny, which I think should send a shiver down the spine of all Democrats, which is a poll from March the 3rd. Donald Trump's support among black voters has grown by 500% in the last 4 years, according to the New York Times. His support among black voters is now 23%, marking a 19% increase since October 2020. And a poll from the Arab American Institute from the end of 2023 showed support among Arab American voters for Biden has plummeted by nearly 60% in 2020 to 17% today. I mean, those two things are quite extraordinary when his main opponent is somebody that the Democrats love to demonize, quite literally. You use that word yourself, but they demonize him constantly as the worst racist in America. Why is it that those two things are happening?
Well, for people voting from the Middle East or of Arab descent or whatever, right now they're probably going to be heavily influenced by stuff going on in Israel, Palestine, obviously. But I think that Americans' memory when it comes to foreign policy tends to be pretty short. So we'll have to see where Israel, Palestine is at in 6 months to see how much that's on the forefront of people's minds. But again, for any person that's not supporting Biden because they think he's being too harsh on Gaza, it's not like Trump would be any better. Again, Trump is a staunchly pro-Israel supporter. Trump was the one who recognized the moving of that embassy. The idea that Donald Trump is going to try to rein in the leash on Israel more than Biden has is ridiculous. As for minority votes for Trump, again, it's hard to say. Everything is so up in the air. There were just some polls that came out recently that showed that there was almost like a 10-point swing in how people are viewing Biden's senility just after the State of the Union, where Democrats and independent voters now have a much more favorable view of Biden after the State of the Union in regards to his senility. And I also saw that the AP posted something today showing that a majority of American voters think that both Biden and Trump are too old and senile to be in office. So I think that we're going to have to wait a few months until we get closer to the election to see what people actually care about, because every time an issue comes up, people think this is going to be the election deciding issue. But then, in a couple of weeks, something else comes up. In a month or two, something completely different is being talked about, and we'll see what happens when the actual election rolls around. I would like to remind people, though, for as much as people say, this is why Trump is popular, this is why most Americans support Trump, Trump has never won a popular election in the entire history of the United States. Conservatives enjoy a great deal of structural advantage, whether it's the composition of the Senate and each state getting 2 votes, whether it's the composition of the House and a disproportionate amount of voters in conservative states being represented, or whether it's the Electoral College, where somebody like Donald Trump can lose to Hillary Clinton by millions of votes and still somehow come away with the presidency. So don't fall for this illusion that Trump has ever been the most popular candidate in the United States. That's not true. Even in the elections he's won, he's only won it because of the structural advantages that conservatives enjoy in the U.S. electoral system.
We're a constitutional, dude. Have you read the founding documents? We're a constitutional republic. We're not a direct democracy. That's not how this country was founded. If you want that, move to a different country. That's not. The presidency was never supposed to be.
Part of what I just said was complaining about the structure of our democracy. I was just explaining that using an electoral system to point to the popularity of the president isn't exactly accurate. Are you following the conversation?
the popular vote argument was never part of the founding of this nation and was never designed to be the way that we elect our leaders. So, I mean, again, that's just fantasy.
Yeah, and that also wasn't our point.
Do you want to state any other obvious facts
there's-
about how the United States works?
Yes.
So I mean,
you're
I guess
saying it in
what I'm
response to
saying
us
is
talking
your
about
argument
why
is
people support
specious.
him.
Your argument is totally irrelevant because you're saying Donald Trump never won the popular vote, but who the hell cares?
Yeah, look, I think the
Well, if
bottom
you're saying
line
that Donald Trump's
is
the most popular
the
candidate in the
let me
United
just
States,
jump in a
rejoice in
minute.
spite of a
Let me jump in. I think the bottom line is, regardless, Donald Trump won the White House in 2016, and all the polls suggest he might well win it again. Which, for a guy who literally was never a politician but was a real estate magnate and a TV star, is pretty sensational, and some might think pretty damning of the American political system. One of the reasons, Benny, I think that Trump is so popular with so many Americans is he does not behave like a regular politician. It's part of his charm to them. And one of the examples I would give was his reaction after the Biden State of the Union thing. He put out some Snapchat filters morphing Biden's face into Pinocchio, a woman, and a dog. And we have some pictures here. And you can't look at that and not laugh. I mean, even if you hate Trump, it's funny, right?
Also caps and won't go into effect until 2025. And by the way, that law was written and the benefit expires in 2025. New electric grids that are able to weather major storms and not prevent those forest fires.
You see, Benny, this is part of the magic of Trump as a politician. Putting aside whether you think it's good or bad magic, or, you know, nice fairy dust or evil fairy dust, he is very, very smart at making Americans laugh, right? You can't watch one of his rallies with his free-rolling addresses to the world without laughing quite regularly, even if you hate the guy. And that is part of the reason that people gravitate to him. He's not like a normal politician.
Right. So Trump is the most famous man who has probably ever lived, and most powerful, quite frankly, man who has ever been a celebrity, because Trump's been a celebrity for 50 years. He really knows that industry. And it was quite interesting. If we want to go back to last weekend, we were able to sit ringside with Trump at UFC. We didn't know Trump was going to be there, but this weekend in Miami, in walks Donald Trump. 70,000 people in Miami cheering for Donald Trump. This used to be a blue city, and the roars were like a 70,000 person army taking the field of battle. It was really something to behold. But this is what was very interesting, Piers, and this is something I think you'll appreciate because you interview a lot of celebrities. At that event, there were NFL quarterbacks, billionaires, tech titans, media moguls, people that were leftists, people that were Democrats, every single one of them coming up to Donald Trump to say hello, to clap him on the back, to get a photo. Now, normally it's the politicians running up to the celebrities to try and get a little brush the shoulders, right? They were running to Trump. What does that say? That says Trump is culture. That says Trump is the epoch of where they actually want to be. The masculine American celebrity that has truly conquered and that has power. And that's actually what a lot of these people want. And so it was really quite remarkable to see that happening in real time. It really clicked for me that Donald Trump is the creation of culture, and this is why they hate him so much.
Well,
why they need to cancel him.
On that point, I read a survey several years ago when he won the first time, and it said that Trump, it was a study, a proper data analysis of celebrity power based on media coverage of celebrities around the world. And Trump had more media coverage than the next 1,000 most famous people combined, right? I don't think there's any doubt that Trump is the most famous person in the world. I would have put him up there with the late, great Queen of England, but now that she sadly died, I think Trump is the biggest star on the planet, for better or worse. And that, Dave Smith, is actually a problem for the Democrats. It's been a problem for the other Republican candidates to be nominee. They got completely blown away. And it's going to be a big problem for the Democrats if Joe Biden, who, you know, looks increasingly senile, can barely string a sentence together. He did okay, actually, at the State of the Union, but the perception of American voters right now, particularly Democrat voters, 2/3 of whom don't want him to run again, is that he's just too old. And Trump is, all right, he's not far off him in age, but in terms of vitality, it's like chalk and cheese. And you combine that with Trump's star power and a general sense of Biden's lost it. And if Biden's a candidate, I think Trump wins.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, like I said before, if Trump is not removed somehow, I think right now that's overwhelmingly what it looks like is going to happen. You know, as far as, yes, Donald Trump is old too. I think most people in general would agree that, generally speaking, people this age shouldn't be president. The obvious difference is that if you go look at a tape from Donald Trump 10 years ago giving a speech, or you listen to him today giving a speech, he sounds exactly the same. That is not true for Joe Biden. He has very clearly lost a step. And even in this State of the Union, which, as you said, and I'll agree, he did better than, if the standard is he was able to walk and get up there and read words off a teleprompter, he did pull that off.
The bar is very low.
But literally, we're all sitting here going, he pulled it off. He actually spoke words out of a teleprompter. This is just not the case for Donald Trump. And as far as the point of Donald Trump being so famous for so long, look, I'll tell you, like, I'm a stand-up comedian, so I've performed a lot in my career in front of an audience. And there is something about, like when you first start stand-up, it's a very nerve-wracking experience to go up in front of an audience. After you've been doing it for a long time, you're kind of used to it. Donald Trump, from the minute he started running, when he would go into the debates, if you can just imagine, put yourself in Jeb Bush's position. You've been the brother of the president, the son of the president.
Very successful
You're a governor
governor.
down in a successful governor. But have you ever been on that stage before? On that big of a stage?
And called low energy Jeb. The moment he said low energy Jeb, he either looked like he had low energy or he overcompensated and looked like a Duracell bunny. Either way, he was toast.
But why is it Donald Trump gets out there? He's already been hosting the #1 television show in the world. He gets out there and cracks his neck and he's like, I'm right where I belong. Let's go to work. And I think that is a big advantage over other politicians who tend to be dorks.
No question. Now, I want to come back to Destiny. I want to give you a little bit of fun here, Destiny. We're having a lot of fun at Biden's expense. But this lady, Katie Britt, who popped up after the State of the Union to give the Republican response. Let's take a little look at her in action.
Good evening, America. My name is Katie Britt, and I have the honor of serving the people of the great state of Alabama in the United States Senate. However, that's not the job that matters most. I am a proud wife and mom of 2 school-aged kids. My daughter Bennett and my son Ridgway are why I ran for the Senate. I'm worried about their future and the future of children in every corner of our nation. And that's why I invited you into our home tonight.
Well, Scarlett Johansson popped up on Saturday Night Live and gave this version of Miss Britt.
Good evening, America. My name is Katie Britt, and I have the honor of serving the great people of Alabama. But tonight, I'll be auditioning for the part of Scary Mom. And I'll be performing an original monologue called This Country is Hell. You see, I'm not just a senator. I'm a wife, a mother, and the craziest bitch in the Target parking lot. I'm worried about the future of our children, and this is why I've invited you into this strange, empty kitchen. Because Republicans wanted me to appeal to women voters, and women love kitchen.
Well, Destin, before I get your reaction to this, Charlie Kirk, the CEO of the Trump-affiliated group Turning Points USA, said Joe Biden just declared war on the American right, and Katie Britt is talking like she's hosting a cooking show. So even a lot on the right were creeped out by this. I mean, it was completely, it reminded me a lot of Sarah Palin when she came along and John McCain inexplicably decided to go with Palin, which probably cost him that election. What did you make of this when you were watching it?
I feel like it's a perfect summary right now of where the Conservative Party is at in the United States. This is like fake, this feigned outrage for what's going on. It's these impassioned pleas to save the country. It's the horrendous misciting. Like we just got, all of these people upset that Biden mispronounced the one lady's name, and here this lady is completely and totally misrepresenting this story, trying to blame Biden for the woman that had basically been sex trafficked. I think it was like 10 or 20 years ago. This lady's been traveling around the country telling this story for like some decades now. And Katie's trying to pretend like this happened under Biden. I just think it's a perfect summation of what the Conservative Party stands for right now, which is like all outrage and no substance.
Benny, have you got any defense of Miss Britt? Did you think this was a powerful moment for the Republicans?
This is why you're so good at what you do, Piers, because on its face, I agree with Destiny. Because we deserved better as a response to the State of the Union. Like, I can't believe I'm saying this, But like you
That's
can't
my headline
do,
now.
like,
That's my headline for the tease for this segment. Benny
Katie
Johnson,
Britt
I
deserves
agree with Destiny.
Katie Britt deserves a Razzie for that performance. And if you listen to the way that she talks as like a normal person, that's not the way she talks.
No.
It's totally performative. And there are real serious person. It's not just a girl. It's Laken Riley. She's an American. Her family is mourning, and they deserve, obviously, to have their daughter alive and not slaughtered by a criminal alien. But as a Republican Party, messaging matters. It's really important. And you can't put up somebody like that. I don't know why they didn't pick Vivek. I got to be honest with you. I don't know why they didn't pick Vivek.
I agree.
This is absolutely a time to have Vivek Ramaswamy talk, and he's a great communicator.
Yeah.
Why they went this way, I do not know. It was a gift. This is the final thing I'll say. It's a gift. Because then suddenly the pivot goes from Joe Biden sort of angrily screaming for 90 minutes, getting Laken Riley's name wrong, and having a number of hot mic moments saying that Bibi Netanyahu needs a come to Jesus moment, saying that he wishes he had cognitive decline, which is both things Joe Biden said after the speech. Strange. Whatever. Like, and Joe Biden getting yelled at by a father who lost his Marine son in Afghanistan. Steve Nakui was up there in the audience. He got arrested by Joe Biden afterwards, or at least by the Capitol Police. But all of that aside, Katie Britt then becomes the joke.
Right.
And so then you sort of like move, the target moves over to Katie Britt, and SNL doesn't open on her, a cold open on her instead of Joe Biden.
I completely agree.
Stupid.
I just want to pivot, if I can, Dave, with you to RFK Jr., who I know you've interviewed recently. He's a very interesting character. I mean, I've interviewed him several times now, and I find him very interesting. I think he's a really charismatic, experienced guy. He seems to wind up all the right kind of people. Clearly serious, and he comes from a serious political family. And he's raising money, and he's got popularity. What do you think of his significance in this race, if he has any?
Well, I agree with you. I mean, I think he's a very impressive person, and he's very smart. I mean, look, he's a guy who you want to listen to who can't speak. So that's pretty impressive. He makes people he's going on a national speaking tour and resonating with millions of people. And he has major issues speaking. And you can get past that because he's just got interesting things to say. Yeah. I got to say, I do think that for whatever reason, his position on the war in Gaza has just totally ruined his campaign. And all you have to do is run the counterfactual here. I mean, imagine he had come out against that war and against U.S. support for it. Right now, 50% of Democratic voters call it a genocide. In other words, they believe that Joe Biden is funding and facilitating a genocide. There's also a good amount of non-interventionists on the right. He could have pulled in so many voters, been the real anti-war candidate, opposed to our proxy war in Ukraine, opposed to backing Israel in this war. And instead, as was pointed out earlier by Destiny, and I think he was right about this, that there's really nowhere else to go for a political candidate because Donald Trump is out there saying, I'll be even better for Israel. And then RFK is going around with Rabbi Shmuley and letting everybody know that he'll be even more pro-Israel. And there's this enormous contingency that is appalled by what's going on over there and wants no part of it, certainly not to be funding it. But he, for whatever reason, feels differently. And so I do think it's a real shame.
I want to bring in just some news that's broken while we've been talking, actually. It's quite fascinating. I've got a sort of personal view on this. But Don Lemon, you may remember, who got fired from CNN. And he then got offered a lifeboat by Elon Musk, who said, look, come and do a show for me on X, rather like with Tucker Carlson. So the Don Lemon show was announced quite recently. And he then announced in the last 2 days his first interview was going to be with Elon Musk, technically his employer and certainly his bankroller for the new show. And he did the interview and announced it, and it was all going to happen, all going to be revealed, I think, on Monday. And Elon Musk has now cancelled Don Lemon's show because of the way the interview went, which has stunned Don Lemon, who said that he felt it went pretty well. But he said, Elon Musk is mad at me. It doesn't change my relationship with him, except that it'll have to now be on YouTube. X have come out and said the Don Lemon show is welcome to publish its content on X, but we, like any enterprise, we reserve the right to make decisions about our business partnerships, and after careful consideration, decided not to enter a commercial partnership with the show. I mean, Destiny, Elon Musk is a mercurial character. In my view, he's a genius who's done incredible things, but he has a very thin skin. I mean, I was supposed to interview him in January, was dealing with him directly, was going to go to Austin, and then he saw a clip of me and Zuby where I was criticizing his decision to allow Alex Jones back on the platform, which I still think was wrong. And I gave a mild chiding over it, and he cancelled the interview. Just like that, bang, and said he lost all respect for me. Can a guy be the king of free speech in the way that Elon Musk wants us to think he is and do this kind of thing?
I don't think very many people hold freedom of speech as a principle. I think freedom of speech tends to be weaponized by the side that feels like they don't have a voice at any particular moment in time. So right now you see conservatives championing freedom of speech while simultaneously supporting Donald Trump, who said he would want to open up defamation lawsuits against media companies, or he would want to revoke the citizenship of Americans who would set the flag on fire, or he wants to suspend the Constitution to run for office and investigate voter fraud claims, right? I don't think that people have these very principled commitments to freedom of speech. I think that they tend to just weaponize them when they feel like they're not getting their voice heard. I think for a long time for Twitter, conservatives felt that, and honestly, rightfully so. I think that some of the censorship stuff that was being exercised across a lot of the social media platforms was pretty heavy-handed, and I think thankfully a lot of policies have started to be rolled back. So like YouTube doesn't censor people as aggressively as they used to. That being said, if you look at Elon Musk, you should have known from day one, as soon as the Twitter files dropped in the way that they did, where Elon Musk basically brought in a bunch of PR journalists to go over files that his employees would make available for him, for them to blow up the prior owners of Twitter. You should have known that his commitment to freedom of speech was only insofar as it would serve his needs and his ends. And I think you've seen that show up basically over and over again as he's ran Twitter. So it's no surprise that if he feels like somebody's not giving him the favorable type of coverage that he'd want, that he would probably try to axe these people from his platform, or he wouldn't be interested in working with them in the future.
I mean, Benny, it's pretty extraordinary to cancel a show that you have bankrolled after one show, and it's an interview with you.
So I think we're missing the entire point here, which is the difference between Twitter 1.0 and X. I call it Twitter 2.0, Elon's Twitter. Twitter 1.0 wasn't just canceling shows. There were no shows, by the way, on Twitter 1.0. They were deleting accounts. They were deleting the voices of people. They were stopping you from speaking. They were deboosting your content. They were making it so people couldn't find you or you couldn't grow on the platform. I was one of those people. I'm in the Twitter files. So is Charlie Kirk. So is a bunch of other people. They banned the sitting president of the United States who had 88 million followers at the time. It's totally different to say I'm in a business relationship with you, and I decided this business relationship doesn't work. Elon Musk does that all the time. He's a very shrewd businessman. That's what makes him the richest man on earth. And so Elon Musk isn't canceling Don Lemon's voice. That would be actually anti-freedom of speech. Anti-freedom of speech isn't I refuse to pay you money because I don't like your content.
I think he's perfectly entitled to cancel the show if he's put money into it.
Right.
Of course he is. It's the optics of it to me are a little bit like, come on, Elon. You know, you do it. You give this guy a show, you do an interview, and whatever went. I mean, everyone will watch that interview now. But how bad was it really to justify canceling the show?
Also, Twitter still deboosts content. They deboost whole platforms that people do. Like if you do a Substack link in your Twitter post because Elon's so mad about Substack trying to compete with Twitter, they'll literally deboost that tweet. So this still happens. The algorithm is open source.
Well, Dave Smith, let me bring in you on something else that's broken, which is the US House of Representatives has approved a landmark bill that could see TikTok banned in America. This has been a raging issue for quite some time. Growing concern about China's influence over TikTok, despite TikTok saying that they have a US entity that's very separate. 150 million people in America use TikTok. It is the #1 news source for people under 24, I think, now in the world. Is it actually a good thing if America bans TikTok, or is it a bad thing?
No, I mean, I think it's horrible. At least the text of the legislation that I had seen as of yesterday, and I'm not sure if that's changed as it passed today. But this Thomas Massie, who is, I believe, the best congressman in the country, he was sounding the alarm bells on this, and that the language is so vague and so slippery that it would give the government the ability to control all types of different social media sites and to censor all types of content. And keep in mind that the U.S. federal government has been trying to regulate the internet and censor people online for years, from back when they attempted with SOPA to the net neutrality stuff, to all of the stuff we learned of in the Twitter files, where the FBI and even the CIA are coming in and talking about which accounts they want to be banned and asking Twitter why this person is still on there, and things where it was just people during the COVID lockdown saying like, hey, I don't think these lockdowns work, or hey, I don't think this vaccine actually does stop you from getting COVID. My point is, many of the people who were vindicated and turned out to be right. And so, yeah, I think there's a real problem with TikTok. But you don't think they were vindicated to be right, Destiny, when they said the vaccine
No, of course
wouldn't
not.
stop
The
you from
vast
getting
majority
it?
of the COVID conspiracies were absolutely false. There is no worldwide vaccine passport
Oh,
mandate. There aren't all these people dying from vaccines.
Listen,
there wasn't created a bioweapons
I'm not
lab in Ukraine.
okay, but you're arguing with something I didn't say. I'm saying the official narrative was that it didn't come from the lab. If you get the vaccine, you cannot get it and you cannot transmit it. These were huge stories that were flatly wrong. No, you're shaking your head. That's not wrong.
The official position of the NIH or the government was not that if you get vaccinated, you will never transmit it and you will never get sick. I know that there is the one quote that people. Yes, I'm aware.
Fauci
There's
said
the
that
one
multiple
quote, but
times.
for anybody that honestly
Fauci said
followed
it,
any of
Biden
that
said
or
it.
saw all of his statements, nobody actually thought that. It is unfathomable to me that people that will make so many excuses for every single Trump gaffe will come out and take like 7 words quoted by the
What
president.
excuse
and go,
have I made
oh my
for
God,
Trump?
they said the vaccine was 100% effective. It would never. That's unbelievable. Nobody really thought that. That's an unbelievable
Okay,
position.
fine.
But
Nobody
also, the
really
only thing I was
thought
finding
it.
is the idea that all these people were
Nobody really
vindicated.
thought
They
it, but the
weren't
president. Okay, you're right. First off, I haven't made any excuses for Trump gaffes. I think you're just trying to create something that you assume is me. But nobody said it, nobody thought it, except the president of the United States of America and Fauci. You're right. Nobody else ever said that you can't
I
get
think you
COVID
need more
if you
than
get the
one
vaccine.
sentence of a thing to see if they genuinely thought that the vaccine would be 100% prevent. Like none of our vaccines are 100% effective or prevent the transmission of 100% of a disease if you caught it. There's no vaccine like that.
Can I just say, chaps?
So they shouldn't have said that then.
Can I say, chaps, you have all 3 of you lived up to every expectation as a collective unit. So thank you very much indeed. We've covered a wide range of things. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I appreciate you coming on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
Hey, you got to have
Thanks
us
for
back,
having me,
Piers,
Pierce.
because that was getting hot. Got to talk about myocarditis. Got to talk about myocarditis.
Well, you know what? We will. We'll talk about myocarditis.
Lying. Joe Biden has lied multiple times, had to drop out of presidential campaigns because he lied. Joe Biden has a very, very warped view of minorities. Joe Biden is the same guy that went and kicked Corn Pop out of the pool because he had too much pomade in his hair. Corn Pop was a young black man.
I believe Roseanne. If she says it happened, it happened. Believe all women. An important component to a free society. And so, yeah, leave Roseanne alone. And I also thought it was quite funny.
Man, that's a big question. Everybody's like so reactionary in how they view things, and now you've got the Republican Party who's like, well, screw everything that the Democrats stand for. Like, we actually think Putin is based and strong, and America's weak, and they have too much LGBT stuff.
I mean, no offense to you, Pierce, personally on this at all, but I hate the idea of like royalty in politics. No one even like knows anything about half the people involved, but yet their word means something.
Why are the richest counties in America, 8 of the top 10 richest counties in America, all in the circumference of Washington, D.C.? Why would all of these counties around D.C. be so bloody rich?
Donald Trump is on trial. He's the first former president in history to face court on criminal charges. Trump is, of course, accused of falsifying business records to cover up hush money payments to his alleged mistress, the porn star Stormy Daniels. But whether he's guilty or not guilty, will it harm or hinder his bid to return to the White House? Could Trump actually benefit from being once again the undisputed star of cable news day in, day out? And was President Biden's uncle eaten by cannibals? A claim made by the President of the United States. We're returning by popular demand to debate this and more. 3 politically charged titans of YouTube, Destiny, Benny Johnson and Dave Smith. Well, welcome to probably my favourite political trio in world political discourse. So thank you guys for coming back. I want to start with a clip of Trump outside the courtroom. This is yesterday. It's a kind of random clip of stuff he's been saying pretty much every day. Let's take a look.
Payment, and they call it a legal expense, and you heard it today for the first time. This is what I got indicted over. This is what took me off and takes me off the campaign trail. The judge is conflicted, as you know. It's very unfair what's going on, and I should be allowed to campaign. And whoever heard of this, you got indicted for that? People in the court just said to me, I can't believe it. This is the case.
Now, Destiny, let me start with you. I've got cards on my table. I've written columns about this in the last week. I kind of agree with Trump about this. If they'd begun with any of the other 3 cases, I think there's a far more compelling argument that he should be held to account for them. But this seems such an obviously politically trumped-up attempt to stop Trump campaigning and to try and make a federal crime out of what is at worst a state misdemeanor. And ultimately, it involves a possible one-night stand with a porn star between 2 consenting adults 18 years ago. None of this makes sense to me, to drag in to a courtroom the first ever American president and humiliate him in this way. But I'm also not convinced, if I'm on the left, why would you think this is anything but going to be beneficial to Trump? Whatever happens, either he walks because one of the jury goes, like me, this is ridiculous, or he gets convicted, in which case a lot of middle America, I think, goes, what the hell? This is ridiculous. You know, Bill Clinton paid off a woman $850,000 to settle a harassment case when he was president. He had sex with an intern in the Oval Office. He never got dragged into court. So whichever way this goes, I don't see how it does anything but help Trump. And I just feel like starting this criminal trial litany of cases with this one is a massive strategic error. Your thoughts?
Well, I mean, when you say strategic error, the implication there is that politics should be a heavier consideration for the particular indictments that he's facing. I do agree that this is
hang on. The prosecutor is a paid-up Democrat, right? So there is a political dimension before you even start.
Comey was a Republican, and that apparently didn't count for anything. So I don't know how important the parties are there. I mean, I agree that of the four cases, I agree that this is definitely the weaker of the four. But I mean, the idea that he's done so much other insane stuff that he shouldn't be held accountable for the less insane stuff he did, I don't know how that argument holds too much water for me. I do agree that the misdemeanor charge of it being like a bookkeeping charge is kind of like whatever. But the reason why it's upgraded to a felony is because the accusation is that this was done in the commission of another crime, which is the obfuscation or the hiding of basically campaign contributions, which I do think is a big deal. If somebody was donating $100,000 to a campaign effectively and somebody was trying to hide that, I think that if this was a case of like George Soros paying somebody to give favorable coverage or to kill a story for Joe Biden, I think that the Republicans may make a really big deal about it. So I think that the aspect that these were essentially campaign contributions and that they were done and lied about through fraudulent bookkeeping, I think does make it kind of a big deal. I think it's worth it to be litigated.
All right, Benny, I mean, my response to that would be, and I'll let you do the talking for yourself, obviously, but, you know, the catch and kill thing is a time-honored tradition between tabloids and major figures, celebrities, politicians, and others. And often, as we know with Trump, with the National Enquirer already, from David Pecker's testimony, it's been used with them, between Pecker and Trump, to kill off untrue stories, including him supposedly fathering some child of a woman in an apartment block. So it's not always used to kill off true stories. It's just used to suppress damaging information. Trump, regardless of his run for president, was a massive star, one of the biggest stars in America. You'd have people trying it on all the time like this. So to me, there's nothing particularly damning about the fact that he may have had a cozy relationship with a tabloid editor. It just so happened he then ran for president.
Yeah, you're right. This is just common practice. These are called nuisance lawsuits. Celebrities deal with them all the time, but I think we're missing the greater overall point here, which is that the judge here, Judge Merchan, is a Democrat activist. He helped fund Joe Biden's election campaign in New York, which went for Joe Biden. The jury pool being pulled from New York went for Joe Biden. I just looked it up. 85 points for Joe Biden. Joe Biden won New York with 85% of the vote. It's hard to find a more blue district with a more Democrat judge who donated to Joe Biden. He should recuse himself. His daughter does campaign fundraising for people who want to put Donald Trump in prison. She's raised hundreds of millions of dollars to put Trump in jail. Her social media avatar is a picture of Donald Trump in jail, a Photoshop. So my question to Destiny...
We know that story was fake, right?
My question to Destiny is this. My question to Destiny is this. Oh, so wait, hold on. So his daughter doesn't take campaign contributions to put Donald Trump in prison, yes or no?
That particular Twitter account that you referenced and the activity on it?
Does his daughter...
I'm not going to answer a random question. I'm responding to what you just said was fake news.
It's not random.
Trump fell for a fake story that pushed by Laura Loomer. No, that's not a fact. Go look it up. You can Google it.
These are facts. So is the judge a Joe Biden donor?
I don't know, and I don't care if the judge is a Joe Biden donor. But the Twitter account that you referenced is not the Twitter account of his.
You don't care?
The Twitter account. I don't think that somebody being supportive. Hold on. Do you think the standard? Do you think the standard should be that every single judge that's donated to any politician must recuse themselves in every single criminal trial relating to?
Hang on. Let me answer that.
What's the standard there?
But this is Destiny. You've actually hit on the real problem with this. This is why I don't think any American president should ever go through a prosecution of this kind? Because the answer obviously is yes, of course this judge is not impartial. Of course he's going to have a view against Trump. Of course it will affect all his decision making. He's a paid up Democrat. So that's the problem. Let me come to Dave Smith here. Dave,
Sure.
you know, you're neither left nor right. You kind of sit in the middle as a voice of, I don't know, common normality, perhaps. Let's call it that. Not to denigrate my two other fine guests, but on this, I just find I'm really struggling with both the reality of prosecuting a president for such a trivial matter on what I think are jumped up or trucked up charges, driven for political reasons, but also just really bad strategy by the political people driving this, thinking this is going to help them. Trump has been sitting in that courtroom like a martyr day in, day out. He then comes out, he goes up to Harlem, to the scene of a particularly ugly crime where a shopkeeper got framed for murder, then got acquitted and so on. He then comes out and he's greeted by crowds chanting 4 more years. He's turning it into a running campaign thing, but he's also getting all the oxygen of publicity on television. It's all wall-to-wall Trump. I was in New York last week. It's all anyone's talking about. None of that can be anything, I don't think, given that Trump has proven before his celebrity power can propel him to the White House. None of this seems to me good politics. Never mind the fact the law itself appears to be being misused here.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, I completely agree with you on that. So almost if we're separating these two things in terms of like the political strategic aspect to it, I think there's no question that it has backfired so far. If we're talking about the political strategy, you also have to kind of zoom out and look at the optics of the fact that the entire corporate media and the entire Democratic Party told us for years that this guy had committed treason, was involved in a conspiracy with the Russians. He led an insurrection. He attempted to overthrow democracy. And yet when we come down to the trial, it's about falsifying business records, about hush money to a porn star. So just if you're just talking about like the optics and the strategy there, I think it looks pathetic, which it is. But in terms of the argument that you guys were just talking on, like there's a very interesting question about whether someone like Donald Trump can get a fair trial in the United States of America. And it's not, I don't think, as simple as Destiny saying like, oh, if you had ever contributed to the Democratic Party, then could you never be the judge against a Republican? There's something kind of unique about Donald Trump where he has been elevated in the minds of Democrats to such a unique evil that they will openly tell you, we have lost our democracy if he is reelected. You know, literally Hitler has been said thousands of times. If he is that bad, how could anyone who has that mind state not be doing just whatever they can to try to ruin the guy? And it does make you question whether it's possible that under that, in that environment, he could ever get a fair trial.
Right, and there's another side to this, which is Joe Biden, right? So you would think that the Democrat nominee for president would be absolutely milking this in a masterful way to propel himself to stay in the White House. But this is what Biden said yesterday.
In a sense, I don't know why we're surprised by Trump. How many times does he have to prove we can't be trusted?
Now, he meant to say, how many times can he prove he can't be trusted? But Destiny, once again, he's incapable of finishing a sentence that makes any coherent sense. And this is the major fault line for the Democrats' chances of winning the election, is whatever happens to Trump, we know that Biden's popularity is at an all-time low. We know that most Democrats, 2/3 of Democrats, nearly 3/4 of Democrats, don't think he should be running again because of his age and clear cognitive acuity issues. But when you see a clip like that, and they come every day with Biden, do you not think that it would be smart of the Democrats to somehow persuade Joe Biden to step aside and get a younger, more dynamic person who might have a better ability to capitalize on what's happening with Trump?
I don't know what the backfired thing is coming from. I don't know if it's just like because we see a lot of crazy tweets on Twitter or X or because of certain talking heads or pundits or whatever, but Biden's popularity on the recent polling has continued to rise. It is slowly rising. I think, like I said for months now, I don't think there's anything good that happens for Trump from here to the election. And as long as the economy can recover, as long as inflation is under control, I think it only gets better for Biden from here on out. I don't think a lot of people are seeing Trump in the courtroom or his crazy antics on Truth Social and think like, wow, this guy why he's such a martyr for the cause. All of the sycophantic fanatics that follow Trump are still following Trump, and the people that really like him still really like him. But all those people that are kind of more moderate or kind of not the most extreme Trump fanatics are slowly starting to drop off. I think Biden's popularity is continuing to rise, and I don't know why you would throw away an incumbent who's already beaten Trump before and try to run a totally new, untested candidate when you have no idea what the opposition research or anything like that is going to be on him. I agree that Biden definitely has problems, but I mean, Trump has so many problems, and he's already lost to Biden. Why would you run anybody else?
Benny, I mean, there's some good points there. Biden has beaten Trump before. This is his argument, apparently, for continuing to stay in this race. And the economy is beginning to perk up in America, indisputably. And the polls are closing, indisputably. Why shouldn't Biden run? Why wouldn't he have a good chance of beating Trump?
Yeah, because he's a tyrant who has no base of support. I went to that event yesterday. I was physically there. It was in Tampa. So actually, I went to the community. We spent the entire day there in Tampa at the community college hunting for a Joe Biden supporter to try and find a single Joe Biden supporter since Joe Biden was physically there speaking. Not sure he was totally awake, but he was there, right? A physical man was there. Couldn't find a Joe Biden supporter. We found thousands of protesters from the Democrat leftists protesting Joe Biden, saying he should be locked up for human rights abuses, calling him Genocide Joe. We went and interviewed a bunch of them. We couldn't find anyone. We talked to the students. Nobody even knew Joe Biden was there. The students were unaware that the resident of the United States was physically there. There was more energy and enthusiasm at your local nursing home during activity hour where there's extra cinnamon for the applesauce than there was for Joe Biden yesterday at an actual presidential event. And this was in Florida. And I think has a lot of chutzpah to go to Florida and think you can flip this state. This state went for Trump twice. But I guess this is my question to Destiny. Is this state in Florida is a place where the Biden family had a lot of business, a lot of corrupt business in this state. The DOJ, the FBI have looked into the Biden business practices in this state. They've had to pay big penalties. Would you be in favor of a district in this state that voted for Donald Trump, 85 points for Donald Trump, and a judge that donated to Donald Trump and whose kids are in the business of locking up Joe Biden? Would you be in favor of Joe Biden being brought to trial for bookkeeping in a county like that? You would be okay with it? Because you just said this doesn't matter. So you'd be all right with that scenario.
Unless the judge themselves have made specific comments about the candidate themselves that somebody can show me and you can see a clear bias, then no, I wouldn't have a judge recuse themselves there. The idea that we cannot trust our state, district, our federal judges to do the jobs that we entrust them to do, that we think that they can't give an impartial trial to somebody because they were an ex-president, well, then why should we have any faith in our justice system delivering fair trials to anybody at all? What about a black person? What about a woman? What about a trans person? What if they know you're a registered Republican? What if they know that you voted for Trump? What if they know that you supported Bernie Sanders? No, we should be able to entrust that our justice system will deliver fair results going through the processes that they go through. If somebody's made a particular comment about Trump or Biden, I would hope they would recuse themselves in that case. But if they haven't and they just tend to support a particular political party, then we would hope that their allegiance to upholding justice in the United States is true. And also this idea that you can walk on a college campus and figure out who's going to win the presidency. If that was true, then the last election would have been Bernie Sanders versus Andrew Yang. Since when do we go to college campuses to determine the overall popularity of a presidential candidate?
Okay. Dave, I mean, I knew in 2016 Trump was going to win because I was down in Middle America a lot doing crime documentaries in Florida, Texas, Alabama. I could feel tremendous heat for Trump and loathing for Hillary Clinton. So I was telling everyone Trump's going to win, and he won. This time, I have no idea what's going to happen. I don't think anybody does. We are into completely uncharted territory. But for the Democrats, is it smart politics to stick with Biden, given the age issue, which is not really about his age, it's about his ability at his age to do the job? Is it sensible of them to let him continue as the nominee, or should he, as two Democrat incumbent presidents have done since World War II before, which is pull out and let somebody younger take over?
Well, I think he should pull out. I think if anybody was around him who loved him, they should try to convince him to pull out. It's elder abuse, what's being done to him. It feels like we're living through the emperor's new clothes when people pretend they don't see the issue with Joe Biden every time he speaks. I think the logistics of how they would get him out when he's determined to run again and who they would replace him with are challenging. But Destiny made the point that Joe Biden has beat Donald Trump already once. And that's true. However, it was a very special year. There was COVID, so he had this excuse to not actually campaign.
Right.
And it could be seen as being the reasonable, like the safe choice, or he's following the experts or whatever. And there's just many differences now. And the biggest two, according to all the polling, it's immigration and the economy. The inflation, which I will say, by the way, Joe Biden, look, a lot of the inflation was caused by how much money was printed in 2020, and then that was felt on Joe Biden's watch. But, he was still president at the time, and people tend to blame the guy who's in charge for that. And the immigration thing is just, it's a killer for him. I mean, after years of being so critical of Donald Trump, for all of the Democrats were, for his immigration restrictionist views, to then see the disaster of this de facto open border is very bad for them. And this is why you've seen a huge shift in many key demographics toward Donald Trump that Joe Biden cleaned up with in 2020. You've seen huge gains for Donald Trump amongst minorities, amongst young people. And so this is a whole different race. We're not running back 2020.
Yeah, I agree with that. I want to play you, Benny, a clip, because I just think it'll make you laugh, because you'll know what it is, and it made me laugh, although it's a kind of, again, a serious point to it. This is Joe Biden claiming his uncle had been eaten by cannibals.
And my uncle, they called him Ambrose Brosey, they called him Bozy, my Uncle Bozy, and he became an Army Air Corps before the Air Force came along. He flew those single-engine planes, and he got shot down in New Guinea. And they never found the body because there were a lot of cannibals for real in that part of New Guinea.
Now, there were two problems with this, Benny. The Pentagon dug into this, and it was confirmed that the plane was not shot down. It actually had technical failure, which led to it crashing into the ocean, which is almost certainly where Uncle Bozy died. But there's certainly zero evidence he was ever eaten by any cannibals. And in fact, the leaders of Papua New Guinea now have been outraged by this categorization of their people as a bunch of cannibals.
Yes, that's exactly right. So two things that trend perfectly for Joe Biden here that has followed him effectively his entire career, and he's built his career off of. One, lying. Joe Biden has lied multiple times, had to drop out of presidential campaigns because he lied. And two, Joe Biden has a very, very dark and very warped view of minorities. Joe Biden obviously wrote the 1990s crime bill that disproportionately locked up hundreds of thousands of young black men for having a scintilla of crack cocaine on their persons, whereby his own son had mountains of crack cocaine on him, and he has yet to face any type of prosecution for that. I'm very interested in hearing Destiny's take on this. But Joe Biden has always tracked along these lines. Joe Biden is the same guy that, according to his own stories, went and kicked Corn Pop out of the pool because he had too much pomade in his hair and was willing to fight Corn Pop with a rusty razor blade and a chain. Corn Pop was a young black man. Joe Biden is a racist. He says you cannot vote, you cannot be black if you vote for Donald Trump. And it's this type of conversation and these types of policies that are leading to, as Dave just alluded to, the largest support for any Republican in my lifetime among minority communities. That is a fact.
Okay, Destiny, I mean, the trouble with the cannibals thing is that so much of what Biden says from his memory turns out to be completely untrue. I'm not suggesting he deliberately lies. He just constantly seems to forget key parts of his life. And then they don't even apologize. I mean, the White House press secretary was given the chance to apologize by Fox News, by Peter Doocy, and refused to do so. Would it not be right for the White House to just, when they get things wrong like this, just to say we're sorry? The president spoke wrong.
You said the plane crashed in the water. Okay, who says cannibals can't swim? All right, we don't know that. Listen, I understand the spectacle.
Little bit of a stretch, Destiny.
But hey, maybe. Listen, I don't know what they're like down there. Okay, listen, I've never been to New Guinea before. Okay, listen, there's always the gaffes and there's everything that's fun to talk about. But it says something that every time Trump makes a gaffe, I hear this repeated over and over again. We are not supposed to take Trump literally. We're supposed to take him seriously. When Trump says there's an invisible plane, he didn't actually mean that. When Trump was on stage, pondering about the injection of disinfectant into your lungs, well, he wasn't serious. Well, when Trump talks about cyber, he's just speaking metaphorically. I don't know, man. At the end of the day, Biden is a gaffe machine. George W. Bush was a gaffe machine, and he couldn't even blame senility on that. I agree that his speaking stuff is a problem. I definitely think that his memory has issues, but I'm more concerned with Trump, like on TV, telling the DOJ that they should be jailing political opponents. I'm more concerned with the fact that Trump, who's not even in office, we were just talking about immigration, which is a real issue. Trump is literally communicating to people in the House like, hey, don't vote on immigration bills. I want to keep the border open so that when I run for president, I can point to that problem existing. The fact that Republicans were unwilling to actually come together and work on what was an amazing border reform bill, something that would have increased the amount of asylum judges, something that would have decreased the amount of people that could just come to the border and claim asylum. Like these things would have been amazing. Dave Smith talks about a de facto open borders policy. The de facto open borders policy is not de facto, it's de jure. It's by letter of the law. If somebody comes to the U.S. and they say, hey, I'm claiming asylum, well, you're kind of, SOL. You're okay, well, I guess we've got to put you in the U.S. now and we have to process you because that's the policy on the books. And Republicans were the ones that stood in the way of actually changing that policy in the House because they didn't want to lose their one issue that they could hopefully artificially continue to I guess make this country look bad for their upcoming election, which I think is unpatriotic and I think is damaging to the United States. And I wish that Republicans were held to account more for that type of self-destructive behavior.
Dave Smith, I want to get your response to the Kennedy family endorsing Biden. First of all, I want to play a clip from Roseanne Barr, a quite extraordinary clip she's posted of her claiming to have been attacked by President Biden. Let's take a look.
26 years ago, Joe Biden raped me right here in that dressing room in the shoe department where I went in, changed my shoe. In the shoe department at Bergdorf Goodman.
Are you okay?
No, I'm not. I need to sue. I need to sue.
Now, she was obviously mocking the settlement that E. Jean Carroll recently got. Very, very heavy, I think $70-odd million settlement against Trump for alleging exactly that Donald Trump had done exactly what Roseanne is mimicking there. When she got blowback from people online, Roseanne wrote back on X, I would never insult a sexual assault victim. I was talking about E. Jean Carroll. So doubling down, possibly in a way that is defamatory to E. Jean Carroll in the way that she has sued Trump. What do you think of that? Are we crossing lines or have we lost an ability to laugh? In other words, Roseanne is a comedian. She should be allowed to do this and we all just accept it as a bit of fun, or is it more serious?
No, I believe Roseanne. If she says it happened, it happened. Believe all women.
Well, that's the point she's making.
Yeah, exactly. So this is a comedian using humor to make a point. And yes, I think absolutely that's I think it's an important component to a free society. And so yeah, leave Roseanne alone. And I also thought it was quite funny.
It made me laugh. I mean, maybe it shouldn't have done, but it did. On the Kennedys, let's watch the clip of Kerry Kennedy endorsing Biden.
My siblings and representing my first cousins, all of whom, with the exception of two, all who are legally able are supporting Joe Biden for re-election. And we cannot stand aside when we're up against a man who says he wants to be a dictator. We need to stop Trump and we need to elect Joe Biden.
Now, it's interesting, when I watched her with the other members of the family, and I compared them to RFK, who I think has been a really impressive candidate in his own way, I'm not sure this is particularly good for Biden. I mean, there's the Kennedy magic, sure, but actually the most impressive Kennedy out there is RFK. And it all looks like in the latest polling that his run could be more beneficial to Trump than Biden, I think I'm right in saying. So what do you make of this?
Yeah, you'd think that the relatives and children of Ted Kennedy would know a car wreck when they see one and not endorse Joe Biden. But, hey, it's crazy times. But what's crazier is connecting the John F. Kennedy or RFK legacies to Joe Biden. They have absolutely no similarities whatsoever. JFK was anti-interventionist. JFK wanted to end the Vietnam War, not accelerate wars around the globe. JFK wanted to have major oversight over the deep state and over run amok and run wild intelligence agencies. JFK wanted a crackdown on the crimes that were actually occurring here. He was a law and order candidate, and he wanted lower taxes. And so there is literally zero connection to the legacy of JFK to Joe Biden. So the Kennedy family is desecrating that memory.
Dave Smith, I mean, does it help Biden really to have a bunch of slightly doddery Kennedys all standing around, some of them looking like they didn't know what they were doing there, when RFK Jr. is, like I say, a pretty impressive operator who's clearly resonating with a lot of Americans?
I don't think it helps Biden at all. And I mean, no offense to you, Pierce, personally on this at all, but I hate the idea of like royalty in politics and that there's like, there's this no one even like knows anything about half the people involved, but yet their word means something. And I'll just say, I mean, look, my first thought about it, and I've been very critical of RFK lately over his position on the war in Gaza, but as somebody who like knows the guy, it's just, I find it wrong to come out like this against your own family. I mean, like, I understand if you don't want to support him because you don't agree with him on the issues, but I just could never imagine, like, if my brother or my sister or something like that were running for something, publicly coming out, trying to campaign against them. And I think at least that's the way it rubs me. Like, I'm a family guy before any other political opinion that I have. And it just kind of, it makes them all feel snaky to me.
Let me ask you, Destiny, about something else. This is the big new film in America right now is this Civil War movie. Let's take a little look at the trailer.
It's American, 100%. That's what I'm talking about.
Cool.
Going to D.C.
Are you serious? The United States are vaporized. They shoot us on sight in the Capitol.
I've never been scared like that before, and I've never felt more alive.
This has got a big debate going, Destiny, about whether there could be an actual civil war, particularly if Donald Trump was to win back the White House, with how divisive he is and so on. It obviously paints a pretty dystopian picture. People have compared it to the secessionist movements in Texas and other southern states and so on. But is it a worry of yours that things are so toxic and tribal now in American politics that if Trump was to get re-elected, you could start to see eruptions of civil war?
I mean, I feel like you could ask the question either way. In some ways, it might be more scary if Trump loses again, because we saw what happened last time when Trump lost the election. The way that I view it, and I don't know, I don't know the beginning, the origination of every single revolt in history. My idea for the United States is that as mad as people could be, as long as like the basics are continuing to run, people have got food, people have got shelter, people have got electricity. I find it hard to believe that people will actually be revolting, like there will be open revolt in the streets. So I'm hoping that. Well, actually, no, I'll make that strong prediction, because if I'm wrong, nobody's going to be holding me to account for it, because society will have descended into chaos anyway. So, yeah, I would hope that as long as the basics of society function, I don't think we'll head down that civil war route. But we definitely have a problem with turning the temperature up on every single political disagreement in this country right now.
Yeah, I mean, Benny, it does seem that way. And we've got the same issue in the UK. People just get into their tribes fueled by social media. They shout ever louder. They get angrier and angrier. And you get a sense, which may not be the reality. Maybe most people are not wandering around steaming with rage about stuff. But certainly, I think also exacerbated by the pandemic, which I think sent a lot of people nuts, and a lot more people online than were online before. There is a lot of anger in the air. Now, whether it's real or whether it's slightly misleading because of social media and the noise it generates. But do you worry when you see this movie getting traction? Do you worry that it may reflect a wider reality about what may happen in America?
So, two things here. One, I can't believe in every single show I find agreement with Destiny, but I do here. I like a less politicized America. And I know that may actually be bad for my career, but it was good for the country, the fabric of the country. I grew up in the 90s. I'm 37 years old, born in the 80s, grew up in the 90s. And I remember a time when you could just, presumably go watch a sporting event without the athletes disgracing the flag, without your beer companies going woke, without your friends deciding that they can't sit next to you because you're wearing a red hat or blue hat. Yeah. It really didn't matter. There were things that we shared. You could go see a movie without being preached at or scolded or shamed because of who your skin color, your beliefs. It was a better country. And to have a country, you have to have something that you share. There has to be like a shared culture. And that is quickly being rent in America. And that is the thing that actually does terrify me. You need to have things that we all agree on. And even now, the American flag is divisive to the point that we allow it to be burned in our streets. And I think that is a horrible place to grow up. And so we need to have a shared culture, and the injection of politics into absolutely everything divides the nation and fractures the place. It makes it a terrible place to live. Now, here's the one thing about that movie that I think is 100% fiction and fantasy, is that California and Texas unite to actually fight the federal government.
Right.
I don't see that ever happening. I mean, you want to talk about real Hollywood magic?
Yeah.
California and Texas joining teams to like go fight a common enemy. Don't see that happening.
I can't see that happening. Dave Smith, I mean, what do you feel about this? It's interesting that both Benny and Destiny kind of found common ground there, and that's kind of where we want to get to. You know, I mean, I was struck by, for example, Speaker Johnson, you know, changing his mind about Ukraine, for example, and getting that bill through in the end, doing a deal with Democrats. I actually thought, whatever your view of the Ukraine part of that, which is obviously a major part of that money, whatever your view of it, it was quite refreshing to see a Republican speaker, you know, crossing the aisle and prepared to do a deal for what he believed was the national interest of America. And I think Trump actually recognized that, because he was quite supportive of Speaker Johnson in a way that, you know, that it may not have been expected. So is that the kind of thing we want to see more of?
Well, no. I mean, from my perspective, I certainly don't want to see more money going to foreign wars that have nothing to do with the United States of America. But to the
Dear diary, I've been searching for a higher me. I'm in the sky in the pilot seat, trying to stop my mind from spiraling, and that's irony. I'm just looking for a resolution. I just wanna be a better human, but it's hard when everybody's acting stupid. Pardon me if that came off rude. I just have a bad attitude with the world and not just with you. It's the side effects of abuse. I admit I'm a little strange. I don't think that I'll ever change. I survived a whole life of pain. You could say I escaped my fate. I'm a cynical, egotistical, unpredictable, hardened criminal, and I can be a little hypocritical, but I'll admit it straight to your face. I'm unbreakable, irreplaceable, undeniably inspirational. I use everything I have available to make me the person I am today. Dear diary, I just had another wild dream. I was in a world that admired me, and when I woke up I was smiling, and that's irony. You talk a lot but you don't even know me. I'm just hoping that my testimony will inspire y'all to stop acting phony. Pardon me if that came off weird. I don't mean to be mean, I swear. I have been through a lot this year. I just want to make a few things clear. I don't like it when people hate behind my back and not to my face. Nowadays it just feels so fake, so I'll cut the grass to expose the snakes. I'm unstoppable, it's impossible. You don't want to see the diabolical side of me that never stops is volatile, so I suggest you stay in your lane. I'm unapologetic, you know where it's headed. I will never ever let up off the pedal. I got the spirit of every warrior in me. Ever back the fuck up, get out my face. You enslaved the labor and you praise the fascists. You kiss the hand that takes half in taxes, faking outrage and being seen. A generation with no self-esteem. It's time to rise up and stand against them. Break the chains and finally see the vision. We're post-traumatic from a broken system. Follow me into the chaos engine. It's time to stand, it's time to fight. Don't be afraid to twist the knife. Your sacrifice to break the curse. Prepare to die, prepare to burn. Abandon hope, it's not enough, cause all our gods abandon us. Your sacrifice to break the curse. Light the match, watch it burn. Heaven falls, the angels die. Let it burn from the start. When everything falls apart.
Well, yeah, I spit blood when I wake up. Sink porcelain stain, choking up brain matter and makeup. Just 2 days since the mainframe went down and I'm still messed up. Room feels like a meat freezer, I dangling like cold cuts. Missed calls, answer phones from people I just don't trust. Mirror talk, fake love, but I'll take a pound of your flesh before you take a piece of my pay stub. White roses, black doves, godmother, rise up. I need you to see me for what I have become. My mind, those eyes like fire. I'm a winged insect, you're a funeral pyre. Come now, bite through these wires. I'm a waking hell and the gods grow tired. Reset my patient violence along both lines of a pathway higher. Grow back your sharpest teeth, you know my desire. I guess it goes to show, does it not, that we've no idea what we've got until we lose it. And no amount of love will keep it around if we don't choose it. And I don't know what's got its teeth in me, I dream in phosphorescence, bleed through spaces, see you drifting past the fall, but no one told you where to go. We dive through crystal waters, perfect oceans, but no one told me not to breathe. And now the weightlessness recedes. Mama, those eyes like fire. I'm a winged insect, you're a funeral pyre. Come now, bite through these wires. I'm a waking hell and the gods grow tired. Reset my patient violence along both lines of a pathway higher. Grow back your sharpest teeth, you know my desire. I will travel far beyond the path of reason. Take me back to Eden. Take me back to Eden. Well, yeah, I spit blood when I wake up. Sink porcelain stain, choking up brain matter and makeup. Just 2 days since the mainframe went down and I'm still messed up. Room feels like a meat freezer, I dangling like cold cuts. Missed calls, answer phones from people I just don't trust. Mirror talk, fake love, but I'll take a pound of your flesh before you take a piece of my pay stub. White roses, black doves, godmother, rise up. I need you to see me for what I have become. My mind, those eyes like fire. I'm a winged insect, you're a funeral pyre. Come now, bite through these wires. I'm a waking hell and the gods grow tired. Reset my patient violence along both lines of a pathway higher. Grow back your sharpest teeth, you Well, I know what you want from me. You want someone to be. Your reflection, your bitter deception, setting you free. So you take what you want, then leave. Who made you like this? Who encrypted your dark gospel in body language? Synapses snap back in blissful language. Tell me you met me in past lives, past life, past what might be eating me from the inside, darling. Half algorithm, half deity, glitches in the code, or gaps in a strange dream. Tell me you guessed my future and it mapped onto your fantasy. Tell me into your mannequin and I'll turn you into my puppet create. Won't you come and dance in the dark with me? Show me what you are, I am desperate to know. Nobody better than the perfect enemy. Digital demons make the night feel heavenly. Make it real, 'cause anything's better than the way I feel right now. I can offer you a blood clip paradise. Diamonds from me. You want the same as me. My redemption, eternal ascension, setting me free. So I'll take what I want, then leave. Stand under the stained glass and I will know it's you. The white soul of your eyes burn from across the room. And I'm not here to be the savior you long for, only the one you don't. Are you watching me with eyes of a predator as you move towards the door? Show me those pretty white doors. Show me where the delicate stops. Show me what you've lost and why you're always taking it slow. Show me what wounds you got. Show me love. Show me those pretty white doors. Show me where the delicate stops. Show me what you've lost and why you're always taking it slow. Show me what wounds you got. Show me love. I'm not here to be the savior you long for, only the one you do. You watching me with eyes of a predator, you move the world through. Show me those pretty white shirts. Show me why the delicate stuff. Show me why you lost and why you're all taking it slow. Show white soul of your eyes burn from across the room. And I'm not here to be the savior you long for, only the one you do. Are you watching me with eyes already turned? Still move toward the door. Standing just in lost and lost the white soul of your eyes burn from across the room. Show me what warms you, girl. Show me love. Show me those pretty white doors. Show me where the delicate stuff. Show me what you've lost and why you're always taking it slow. Show me what warms you, girl. Show me love. By prey left unattended. I'm not here to be the savior you long for, only the one you do. Are you watching me with eyes of a predator? Still move toward the door. Show me those pretty white doors. Show me why the delicate stuff. Show me why you've lost and why you're always taking it slow. Show me what warms you, girl. Show me love. Show me those pretty white doors. Show me why the delicate stuff. Show me why you've lost and why you're always taking it slow. Show me what warms you, girl. Show me love. Show me those pretty white doors. Show me where the delicate stuff. Show me why you've lost and why you're always taking it slow. Show me.
Hey guys, I'm back. I'm back. We're gonna go jump on a fish and scream. Dr. Phil makes The View regret inviting him on their show.
And they suffered and will suffer more from the mismanagement of COVID than they will from the exposure to COVID. And that's not an opinion, that's a fact.
This is amazing because they're so angry that this is being communicated by someone of authority who they can't just dismiss as a crazy MAGA right-winger, although give it about a day, and that's what they'll start calling Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil appeared on The View, and it was cathartic to see somebody on that panel actually telling these women something that they probably had never heard before.
Oh my God,
and that includes the audience. And understand, Dr. Phil got there because they thought they were going to get Oprah's favorite doctor, Dr. Phil, you know, the person who's all touchy-feely on his talk show, and he feels your pain and wants to empathize. And instead, well, they got the red-pilled Dr. Phil.
So you say you're not the only voice in your kids' ears, so you have to be the best voice. Explain that.
Well, think about it. In like 08, 09, smartphones came on, and kids they stopped living their lives and started watching people live their lives. And so we saw the biggest spike and the highest levels of depression, anxiety, loneliness, and suicidality since records have ever been kept. And
now, I just need to pause here because a pivot is about to happen, because you probably want to say, well, what's so red-pilled about that? That's some pretty normal parenting advice, right? Too much screen time, too much time on devices, too much time spending on social media instead of actual social life, right? And you're right. And you'll see all of the women on The View platform there. They're all like, oh, yes. Oh, we 100% agree. Oh, these are things that our suburban moms care about. So I'm going to act like I know what you're talking about. Like Whoopi Goldberg knows anything about raising children in this era, or Joy Behar for that matter. What do you mean social media? You mean the wireless radio? You don't want them listening to the old Ozzie and Harriet show on the wireless? You know, please, they don't know, but that they nod along. And it's like, oh, yes. Oh, thank you, Dr. Phil. Thank you. And now watch what happens.
And it's just continued on and on and on. And then COVID hits 10 years later, and the same agencies that knew that are the agencies that shut down the schools for 2 years. Who does that? Who takes away the support system for these children? Who takes them away and shuts it down? And by the way, when they shut it down, they stopped the mandated reporters from being able to see children that were being abused and sexually molested, and in fact sent them home and abandoned them to their abusers with no way to watch, and referrals dropped 50 to 60%. So
there was also a pandemic going on, and they were trying to save
kids' lives. Remember, we know a lot of folks who died during this. So it wasn't, people weren't laying around eating bond, but, well, you know what? We're lucky. Maybe we're lucky they didn't, because...
All right. So a couple of things here. First of all, understand what Sunny Hostin and Whoopi Goldberg just did there, right? He says, look, the children got addicted to these screens. It was already bad for their social anxiety. We already knew that. And then we forced them to stay home and they stay on the screens. That exacerbated it. Plus, the teachers and the administrators at schools, who are the people who are supposed to be the first reporters if they see signs of abuse or molestation, they didn't see these kids anymore. And so those kids were back home and exposed to those people who were abusing them. And Sunny Hostin and Whoopi Goldberg said, yeah, we get all that. Never disputed the facts. Never disputed the fact that children were harmed, possibly irrevocably, during those 2 years. Didn't dispute it, just rationalized it by saying, well, it was a pandemic. We had to save people's lives. Now, that's incredibly revealing that they don't even they're not even trying to dispute the fact that children were harmed. They just think it's okay that children got harmed because we had to save people's lives in the pandemic. That's number one. Number two, do you see what Whoopi Goldberg is doing here? Whoopi Goldberg is saying, well, we had to save lives. We knew people who died. And Dr. Phil says, not kids, not children. And she immediately starts to pivot and say, well, children didn't die because we kept them home. We got lucky there with the kids. It's a good thing they were home, otherwise they would have died. Rejecting all of the science that we know about this virus, that they didn't have a better mortality rate during COVID because they happened to be home. They were still interacting with adults. They were interacting with their parents. They still caught COVID. The science is not that they survived better because they were home. The science is that the virus was not as hard on young people, on young bodies. It's absolute insanity. But she's trying to rationalize it to the nth degree because she can't stand the fact that someone is sitting there actually calling them on what they did to kids. And watch how this develops now. Suddenly, Dr. Phil becomes the bad guy.
We kept them out of the the places that they could be sick because no one wanted to believe we had an issue.
Are you saying no school children died of COVID?
I'm saying it was the safest group. They were the less vulnerable group, and they suffered and will suffer more from the mismanagement of COVID than they will from the exposure to COVID. And that's not an opinion, that's a fact.
Well, Phil, we don't even have time to talk it out now, man. But
wow. That's absolutely huge. And again, something that those people on the panel never heard. Did you see Ana Navarro, how contemptuous she was? Are you telling me children didn't die during COVID? By the way, the number of children who died of COVID without any other comorbidity is so infinitesimal. It's not even funny. Yes, there were a couple of deaths of people under the age of 17, but they also had a ton of other stuff going on. You look at the numbers, look at the stats, and that's not just me saying it. The CDC even admits this now. Anthony Fauci admits this now. Everybody admits that it was wrong to shut down schools, except these people, because no one has actually said this on the panel and in front of that audience, not just the live audience who heard them applaud, but also the television audience. And let me explain why no one has ever said that on the panel. Not because they're not courageous, not because they have been censored. No. It's because they never invite anyone who might say something like that. They didn't know Dr. Phil was going to say this. They thought they were getting Oprah's doctor. And instead they got red pill Dr. Phil. And by the way, we're just scratching the surface here. He also brought up immigration and the border. Just wait.
My understanding is that you went to the southern border. Now, you're saying that you're going to give people facts. What did you take away from that experience, and what kind of reporting are you going to be bringing back from that experience?
I'll tell you a fact I took away. I talked to the head of all the border guards down there, the head of the union. I asked him straight up, kids are coming over the border with numbers written on them, phone numbers and addresses. Do we check those out? He said, well, we call them. Is it possible that we're sending them into known prostitution rings or sweatshops? He said, it's not possible. It is absolute. We are using American tax dollars to ship children into known prostitution
All
and
children or
sweatshops.
some children?
Well, who knows?
This is amazing because they're so angry that this is being communicated by someone of authority who they can't just dismiss as a crazy MAGA right-winger, although give it about a day, and that's what they'll start calling Dr. Phil. But Sunny Hostin even has to interject here and say, oh, sure. We're using American tax dollars to send children into child prostitution rings and slave labor situations, but it's not all of them, right? As if there's an acceptable amount of children that our tax dollars are actually sending to child prostitution rings. But this is what happens when you're on the left and you're in the media and you at all costs have to protect the regime, the Biden administration, or even more importantly, do at all costs everything you can to prevent Donald Trump and his politics from actually having a fair say. And so you reach the point when you're Sunny Hostin and you're on live national television saying, well, I mean, let's just put this in perspective. Sure, some kids are being sent into child prostitution rings with our tax dollars, but it's not every single one of them because apparently there's an acceptable number. And Phil calls her out on it. There's more.
Okay.
We don't know. I said, are you?
So what kind of checking do they do? So
They call the number and say, do you know about this child? They say, yes. Will you receive them when they come? Yes. I said, is it possible that that's a prostitution ring? He said, we know enough to know that in a number of cases, it has turned out to be absolute sex ring. It has turned out to be an absolute sweatshop. I said, how is this possible?
Well, what do they
and he
do
said,
then?
it is happening.
What do they do then if they know that that's happening? Where is the U.S. Attorney's Office? Here's the
good question,
You
isn't
have to re-ask that question when we come back.
Yeah, time for a break on that one because Sunny Hostin was so close. You're so close, Sunny. Come on, just put down your blinders. Set aside your political ideology because, yeah, That's what a lot of us have been screaming about for years now, since we saw Biden's disaster on the border. We've been screaming. Remember the movie Cry of Freedom, which talked about the sex trafficking rings that were down there? Remember how they said that that was a right-wing conspiracy theory linked to QAnon? I mean, if I were there in Dr. Phil's position and she said, where's the U.S. attorney? I would have turned to her and say, I'm sorry, Sonny, you're not allowed to ask that question unless you're a right-wing QAnon conspiracy theorist. Because apparently, recognizing the fact that children are being put in the worst possible circumstances because of this president's border disaster makes you a conspiracy theorist. And it's amazing how quickly they all have to jump to commercial on this show every time Dr. Phil goes there. But Dr. Phil had a very busy day. It wasn't just The View that he stopped at. You remember how I said in about a day they're going to start calling him a right-wing MAGA hat-wearing conspiracy theorist? Yeah, well, his evening activity last night will definitely seal the deal because he showed up on Fox News Channel.
Well, I think people are afraid to take a position on this because if they take a position and say we should control the border, then they're labeled as anti-immigration. They're labeled as haters for these different countries that people are coming from. But that's missing the point, isn't it? Because we're not talking about immigration. We're talking about illegal immigration. Right. I'm very pro-immigration.
So am I.
We need immigrants in this country. We got a 1.6 birth rate. We need 2.1 to sustain our infrastructure here. I welcome immigrants into this country, but we need to know who they are, don't we? We need to know who it is that's coming into our country. We need to be able to sort through these people and those that are enemies of the United States that are coming into the country, those that are on the terror watch list coming into the country. Those people certainly need to be filtered and stopped. And when you come into the United States illegally, that's a felony. But I love this country, and we need to all stand up for this country and stop apologizing for this country, stop apologizing for having rules and guidelines, stop apologizing for having a border that's not a turnstile. I've been to the border. I've just been there one time. I'm not saying I'm a border expert. I'm certainly not a politician, but I've talked to the border agents down there. These are dedicated men and women, Jesse. They are. And they are so frustrated that they're not allowed to do their job. They wanted to guard the border, they want to patrol the border, and they've become social workers.
Let me just say, he's been to the border as many times as President Biden has, and he's spent longer time there, and he's talked to more people. Biden will be going there this Thursday, and so will Donald Trump on the very same day. That should be interesting. One more Dr. Phil, as if this wasn't enough.
We've got these fringe factions that are trying to rewrite history, rewrite science, rewrite biology, just pretend that facts aren't facts because they don't want them to be. But you know what? They are. And we've got facts that have been there for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, and you can't just change them because you don't want them to be the truth. The fact of the matter is that we had a pandemic here. Children were not very vulnerable to that. Now, we want to protect everyone, right? But children were not very vulnerable to that. But what they were vulnerable to was disrupting their lives. We know that we had the highest levels of anxiety, depression, and loneliness, as well as suicidal ideation and suicidal attempts, that in 08 and 09 that we've seen since they started keeping records. That just continued to build, and then COVID hit, which caused it to spike. COVID didn't cause it. It started back in 08 and 09, and it kind of correlated with the smartphone dropping, where kids stopped living their own lives and started watching others live their lives. But they knew that when they shut the schools down. You pull out the support system, and as well as pulling out the support system, when you pull out the support system, you disrupt their educational development, their social development, right, their emotional development, and you also take children that have been subject to emotional abuse and sexual molestation, and you take them away from the mandated reporters who can keep an eye on them, and referrals to Department of Child and Family Services dropped 40, 50, 60% across the nation. What did we do? We sent them home and locked them up with their abusers, so nobody could watch them. And what did they say when they shut the schools down? They said, well, you know, we're doing the best we can with what we know. No, you're not. You knew better, and you knew it at the time, and you didn't have a plan to reopen those schools, and now those kids are suffering. Will they ever close the gap? Who knows?
Let me tell you something. If a parent went to a school board meeting a year and a half or 2 years ago and said to their elected officials, the people who work for those parents in their local school system, exactly what Dr. Phil just said on Jesse Waters' show, the Biden administration would have had the FBI investigating that parent as a domestic terrorist. You and I, we've known this. We've been saying it. It's hard to find anyone with authority who is allowed to go on television and say it along with us. And you heard in his diatribe there about the border and about how, hey, I like legal immigration, but what we're talking about here is illegal immigration. For some reason, we can't say that. Otherwise, people label you as illegal. Remember when you just said that? Yeah, Dr. Phil, you're close there, but you got to take it one step further. It's not that they label you illegal immigrant. It's that they label you a MAGA fascist, a xenophobic, racist, anti-immigrant MAGA fascist. The problem now is not that you're right about the issue and you just agree to disagree with your political opponent. No, you have to be demonized, canceled, and completely removed from society if anything you say happens to line up with something that Donald Trump is promoting and proposing as a political policy. That's where we are, Phil. I just want to let you know because you're about 5 seconds away from being canceled. You better check in with Oprah. And let me just say, you know, it's the Lenten season. We're getting up on Easter. Everybody's sort of renewing their spiritual lives and their faith. And if you're doing that as well, you might be reading scripture. And, you know, for centuries now, really millennia, Christians have been trying to properly interpret the book of Revelation, often called the Apocalypse, right? The final book of Scripture, the final book of the Bible, written by John the Evangelist. And of course, it's written in Old Hebrew apocalyptic literature form, but it says through that incredibly extravagant literary style, it says what we should expect at the end of the world. And I could be wrong, but I think that there are certain interpretations out there that suggest that one of the signs of the coming of the end of the world, the second coming of Jesus Christ, the actual apocalyptic end of our existence here before the final judgment, one of those signs, if you interpret it correctly, is Dr. Phil getting red-pilled.
It's a psychological interview that you're doing. You're sort of being my psychiatrist. I've watched your show a lot over the years. You people break down.
Okay, guys, let's see here.
That doesn't mean I don't have very strong views about what's happening in Gaza, because you know that I do. So where is my lie in all this?
Yeah, Piers, I've just listened to you for 20 minutes frame the issue in a purely 100% Israeli propaganda way. So if you say, hey, listen, the Jewish students shouldn't be harassed or attacked, of course I agree. I've got
you
Jewish
agree with
family.
me, so why have I lied?
Yeah, no. Stop interrupting.
The protesters wreaking havoc at some of America's top universities have a deadly serious point. Unfortunately, many of them fundamentally unserious people. Nothing captured the insanity of this moment better than a PhD candidate at Columbia University stepping out to demand humanitarian aid for the protesters.
I guess it's ultimately a question of what kind of community and obligation Columbia feels it has.
So let me get this right. You want the government to give you food because you're in there protesting On a college campus, you're protesting and you're demanding food. Okay.
With students, do you want students to die of dehydration and starvation or get severely ill, even if they disagree with you? If the answer is no, then you should allow basic, I mean, it's crazy to say because we're on an Ivy League campus, but this is like basic humanitarian aid we're asking for.
It seems like you're sort of saying, we want to be revolutionaries, we want to take over this building, now would you please bring us food?
Yeah, that's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. It's hilarious. It is utterly hilarious that they're doing this.
With a completely straight face, she demands urgent assistance for protesters to spare them from dehydration, starvation, and severe illness as she and her mob friends voluntarily occupied a private building in support of Gazan people actually facing dehydration, starvation, and severe illness. Well, students protesting for peace is nothing new. They have every right to do it, but clearly there are limits under the law. And at this point, they're doing a better job of Israeli propaganda than Israel's government. Police have moved in to eject students from Columbia's Hamilton Hall after reports they vandalized and barricaded the famous building. As the university said, this was because of the protesters' actions, not because of their cause. Officers clashed with students at other campuses overnight, including UCLA in Los Angeles, where pro-Israel protesters moved on their rivals and police patience ran out. It's all beginning to have unpleasant shades of the BLM riots in 2020, a fundamentally just cause which became toxic and divisive, fueled by people who know little about the issues, a lot about causing chaos.
Yep.
And quite apart from the absurdity of the individuals involved, it raises serious questions and contradictions. Many of former President Trump's fears as critics shuddered at his blatant crackdown on most 2020 protests. How does St. Joe Biden's supporters defend the scenes we're witnessing now? And on the other hand, many of the staunchest defenders of free speech have been the loudest supporters of Israel and the fiercest critics of the campus protesters. So where is the line? And is it the police or the protesters who've crossed it? Well, in a moment, we'll debate all this with an all-star panel. But first, joining me now is pro-Palestinian activist Nadine Kiswani, who organised protests outside Columbia and City University in New York last night.
Cool.
OK, Nadine, welcome back to Uncensored. You were there last night. There's a current ban on you and others from Columbia, dated from last week, saying that you are considered persona non grata on all Columbia University-owned property due to alarming and concerning behaviour. So why were you back there?
I wasn't inside the gates of Columbia. I was outside of Columbia. And, you know, I'm able to protest outside of Columbia in support of the students as a New Yorker, just like New Yorkers have been consistently showing outside of the gates of Columbia in support of the students, even before they launched the Gaza Solidarity encampment. My organization, Within Our Lifetime, mobilized in support of Columbia students from Jewish Voice for Peace and from Students for Justice in Palestine, who were both suspended months ago. And, you know, we're just continuing that tradition, that support from the community to the students. So we had a protest that started at NYU, went to the New School, made a stop at FIT, the Fashion Institute of Technology. We made our way over to Columbia by train and then ended at CUNY. So just showing solidarity to all of the encampments.
But it's not quite as straightforward as just showing solidarity. Mobs inside and outside the campus have been chanting Intifada. And anyone who knows the history of the conflict between Palestine and Israel knows what Intifada means. It means a violent uprising. They've been chanting from the river to the sea, which of course involves the eradication of Israel. We've seen Jewish students being harassed by the mob. We've seen Jewish professors not being allowed in to teach because of fears for their safety. We've seen others being held in effective captivity following the violent breaking in of an historic building. All of this, a lot of it is criminal, from trespass to vandalism to actually potentially kidnapping people if you're not letting them out when you break in.
So no kidnappings have happened.
Well, hang on. I'm just saying potentially it could be categorized as that. So my question for you is, why would you support all this? Why do you support chanting about a violent uprising? Why are Jewish students being harassed in this manner? Why would you support the wanton vandalism involved in smashing into an historic building?
So I'm going to try to answer this in the order of everything you said. First of all, Intifada means shaking off in Arabic or uprising. It's not just used in the Palestinian context, but against people fighting against oppression everywhere. And the City University of New York, where I was a student in undergrad and for law school, actually investigated SJP for the use of the word intifada in previous years. They released a report in 2016 that is public right now. You can find it online that clarifies that intifada is not an anti-Semitic
There have been two intifadas. Hang on, there have been two intifadas. The first and second intifada in the conflict. In the last 30 years, there have been these two infamous intifadas, which led to the deaths of many, many people on both sides. Both were violent uprisings. So when people chant about, when you have a pro-Palestinian, when a pro-Palestinian group
it started
chants,
as boycotts.
Hang on.
It started as strikes. Are you going to let me respond?
Yeah, I'm
because
going to
made
clarify.
a lot of accusations.
Well,
and I'm going to try to respond to all of them in order.
Okay. Well, are you
so not going back and forth.
Are you going to try and deny that either intifada was violent?
I believe that the Israeli colonizers, the Zionists, made it violent by attacking peaceful protests, just like we saw the NYPD attack protesters at CUNY and at Columbia that made the situation that wasn't previously violent.
And all the acts of terrorism perpetrated by pro-Palestinians against Israelis during the two intifadas, what do you think of those?
I'm not here to debate the first and second intifada with you. I've told you the definition of the word. You can
but that
leave
is
it at
why
that
when
and allow me
people,
to
when
address the other things that you brought on.
You're being disingenuous. When pro-Palestinian groups outside of New York University chant about intifada, they know what they're doing, and Jewish people know what they're doing. They are invoking the first and second intifada,
I don't know what
which
you
involved a lot of violence and a lot of terrorism.
Has been chanting intifada for decades. So you know this, and let's go back. Let's go to the second phrase you say, from the river to the sea.
Yeah.
Now they want to make a problem with that. Any chant that we say, you know, there's this accusation of anti-Semitism because every single pro-Palestinian activist has been accused of anti-Semitism as a way to silence them. Even though just, you know, you mentioned Jewish students before, so many of these Jewish students are standing with us, are with the protests inside and outside.
Yeah, and many are
they
not, and many are being
like
harassed.
I said, Jewish Voice for Peace was suspended by Columbia.
Many Jewish students are not, and they're being harassed, and we're seeing the videos of them being harassed. They're being threatened. They're being banned from going in. Banned from going in to be taught in their.
Non-stop.
They're being
well, fine,
October 7th. But you're not in Gaza doing this. You're doing it in the middle of New York.
What does this have to do with being in Gaza? We're here as New Yorkers, as Arabs, Muslims, and Palestinians, and we're harassed daily, constantly, not just since October 7th, but for as long as we have lived here. And, you know, that's constantly ignored. But when Palestinian students are finally speaking up against the slaughter of their people in Gaza and all over Palestine, you know, it becomes a problem. Now they want to, you know, pay attention to these things. You know, I think every Palestinian organization, including my own, has made it clear that we stand against anti-Semitism and that these smears of anti-Semitism against pro-Palestinian activists are a long-held tradition by the Zionist lobby, by Zionist organizations, as an attempt to discredit people.
If protesters get violent, is that acceptable resistance to the oppression?
I haven't seen any violence happening at protests, so I don't even know why this is a question. Nobody is advocating for violent protests, and nobody's saying
would it be
that's
justified?
Acceptable, including myself.
Would it be justified?
I just answered that. You're just repeating the same question. I feel like you're being disingenuous.
Well, you didn't answer
when I've already made this.
You didn't answer if it would be justified.
I just said it's not acceptable. How could it be justified?
Right. So
the only violence that we see being unleashed, which is completely unacceptable, is by the NYPD, who have maced protesters. They maced people at NYU, which I saw with my own eyes.
They actually went and threw out.
Last night, they whipped out their batons. They beat people until they bled. People got punched in the face. They were bleeding from their teeth. You know, this is the violence that's completely unacceptable.
That's because a howling violent mob chanting intifada broke into an historic building on a private property. It's not their property. They committed acts of vandalism. They committed acts of trespass. They were holding people against their will. They've been threatening and harassing Jewish students. I'm sorry, that's not a peaceful protest. Right? These people are not protesting peacefully.
Their will were Columbia students forced to stay inside the journalism school. You know, the NYPD literally poked their head in an open door and told the CUNY journalism students that if they left that building, they would be arrested. Columbia admin came to say that they should have the right to report, that they can't limit the freedom of speech, the freedom of the press. And the NYPD actually threatened Columbia administration. So the only people who were being held against their will were the Columbia students by the NYPD, and other students who were not part of the journalism school, part of the other schools or in their dorms, were also ordered to shelter in place by the Columbia administration. So everything you brought up, from the violence to people being held against their will, this is being perpetuated by the people in positions of power, by the administrations of these universities, and by the police department, who is being used to crush peaceful protests, who is being used to show up in riot gear and turn an otherwise peaceful situation into a
stop,
riot.
please.
Never forget that in 1968, 150 protesters occupied the same exact hall that the students of Columbia were occupying as of last night and forced to come out of, Hamilton Hall, which they renamed Hinds Hall in honor of the 5-year-old Palestinian girl who was killed, who had to sit in a car with her family member for hours, while they decayed, while they rotted after being killed by the Israeli army. And she starved to death. Nobody was able to get to her. So, you know, in 1968, Hamilton Hall was occupied by over 150 students protesting South African apartheid. And this kind of police violence wasn't used against them. And they are remembered in history as heroes. So continuing the long-held tradition of university activism, this is what they were doing at Columbia. You've made your point. This is what we were doing at CUNY and all the encampments that we see
Nadine,
popping
I've only
up,
got
not just in the U.S., but all 7 continents.
Nadine, I have to move on because I have 4 other guests, but I appreciate you joining me. Thank you very much. But joining me now is the independent presidential candidate Cornel West, who teaches at Columbia and joins some of the student protests. The Fox News contributor Kat Timpf, former BLM supporter Javier DeRusso of PragerU, who broke into a pro-Palestinian encampment at UCLA, and the Young Turks founder Cenk Uygur. Kat, I want to start with you because I know you've got a slight time constraint. So I want to start with you and just talk about one aspect of this, which is the whole issue of free speech in this debate. And we're going to get into the two sides part of it in a moment with the other guests. But from a free speech perspective, what is your take on what we're seeing here?
So I've been very open about this issue. I think there's been not quite enough focus on the free speech issue. I think that, for example, you could look at Texas Governor Abbott, who in 2019 was saying there has to be free speech on campuses. There has to be the First Amendment on campuses. Then on March 27th, he signed something that limits speech on campus, including constitutionally protected speech, including criticism of Israel's government. I think that what the Constitution says is very, very clear, that even hate speech is free speech, right? So you can debate whether something is or is not hate speech. And the debate you just had with your last guest proves that there is some disagreement on that. And the main point is the government should not be the one deciding what is and is not. We have spokesperson for the Indiana Police Department saying hate speech isn't free speech. Well, that just simply isn't true. And it's the whole idea of what it's always been, which is that you don't want the government to be in the position of deciding what speech is and is not allowed, because that is going to be dangerous for anyone, including Jewish students, right? I mean, there was no free speech, obviously, in Hitler's Germany, right?
No, there wasn't.
And saying that free speech, something is First Amendment protected free speech, is not that you don't have to say you agree with it. And you can totally bring up the fact that maybe it's been less consistent in terms of all of a sudden now a lot of these university presidents are super pro free speech when it comes to this, when they haven't been in the past. But to me, that's not going to cause me to be hypocritical on this issue. I'm a First Amendment absolutist. I was in 2019, I was before 2019, and I still am today.
What if you are chanting intifada, given the history of intifadas between Israel and Palestine twice in the last 30 years? We know what intifadas have been there. They've been violent uprisings with many people dying. And what if you chant from the river to the sea, which Jewish people believe absolutely means the eradication of Israel? I'm just asking Kat,
the First Amendment.
I will come to everybody else, but Kat has to go. So I want to just get this free speech part of the debate out of the way. Kat.
The First Amendment is actually clear on that, where you have to have a very, very, very specific exception where that would not be allowed. So, for example,
that's right.
A peaceful protest where people are marching and saying from the river to the sea is constitutionally protected speech. An incident where you were targeting a specific Jewish student and chanting that at that student where a protest had become violent, then that maybe would not be. But it's very, very narrow, and it's supposed to be very, very narrow, where there has to be it has to be directed and likely to produce imminent action, and also true threats. Those are the only exceptions, which are very, very narrow, and the law is clear on this.
But if you have people, and we've seen pictures of them inside and outside campus, who appear to be supporting Hamas rhetoric, who are wearing maybe insignia relating to Hamas or Hezbollah or whatever, if you're brazenly supporting organizations, groups of people that are deemed to be terrorists by large swathes of the world, does that cross the line?
This is utter nonsense, Piers.
Oh,
Can I just answer
here
the
you
question?
go.
Okay.
Here's
You got genocide taking place. You got IDF terrorism taking place. You can't say a mumbling word about 12 universities that's been leveled to the ground. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of professors have been killed. Students have been killed. You're a journalist.
Yes.
Have you talked about the 112 journalists who have been killed, brother?
Yes, I have done.
You just said lies.
Well, hang on. Well, Cornell, I actually... Cornell, hang on. Cornell.
You're unfair.
Cornell.
And then you just start lying. You start lying, man. It's ridiculous.
Cornell,
man.
I'm not
It's
lying about
ridiculous.
anything.
You want to make
No,
money,
you are.
go-
I agree with Cornell West completely. You're totally, utterly lying through your framing. The framing of
This is so funny.
Look, I can't hear you both speak at the same time. Cornell, just to be clear, I have posted... Sorry, hang on.
Please.
Hang on. I have posted about the journalists who've died in Gaza, right? I have
Then say
posted about
something.
this. I have
Put it in the
highlighted
framework.
the deaths of those
Framework,
journalists,
brother.
right?
Put it in the framework.
Well, I'm going to. I was going to come to you about the framework.
No, you're not.
Oh
All
my
the
God,
vandalism
Jink.
about one hall, and you hardly can say a mumbling word about universities, libraries gone completely, schoolrooms gone completely. You see how truncated and narrow your framework is? You're just lying, man. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Okay. When you say lying, what you're trying to imply that I don't care about the other stuff you've just
Yes,
mentioned.
that's what I'm
But
saying.
that's not a lie.
That's definitely right.
Well,
Does not
okay.
have the same value as an Israeli life. That's
Okay.
what I'm saying.
Okay, let me
I'm
bring in
saying you're
Cenk.
racist.
Let me bring in
Saying
Cenk
you're
here.
racist.
Let me bring in
That's what I'm
Cenk.
saying.
Okay, let me bring in
Cenk.
Cenk. Just to be clear,
Cenk.
I haven't
Cenk.
lied about anything.
Cenk.
Right?
Cenk.
I haven't talked about what's
No, you
happened in
have.
Gaza yet because
Shut up.
part of the debate. But Cenk, I don't believe you've always seemed to me to be one of the more rational voices in this debate, prepared to accept what Hamas did was horrendous and so on. I don't believe that you think it's right that Jewish students should be intimidated and harassed on a
You
campus.
come right back to the thing again.
Can I just answer this for
We are
God's sake?
debating the
Come on,
protests,
brother.
okay?
Come on, brother.
Cenk,
Come on, man.
I don't
Okay,
think it's right.
all right.
They should be
So
subjected
I've
to
been-
intimidation.
Okay, Piers.
Nobody
can I
thinks
finally
it's right.
answer?
Nobody thinks that's right. It's not
Cornell,
right that
let
you have to
Cenk
have a
speak and I'll come
Well,
back
the
to you.
Democrats think it's
Has a
right.
hall named after her
Yeah.
because she and 15,000 other children have been killed by the IDF terrorists that you don't even call terrorists, but you can call the students terrorists. That's not any double standards, man. That's just outright mendacity, hiding criminality on your show, and you're supposed to be uncensored, concerned about the truth.
Well, you
man.
just said I called them terrorists. I haven't called. I haven't called them terrorists. That, ironically, is a lie. Cenk, I want to bring you in. You're getting very angry about this too. Just to be clear, I am expressing an opinion that what has happened at Columbia has crossed a line. And that if I'm a Jewish student there, I think it's completely outrageous. I'm being intimidated and harassed for the actions of Israel's government thousands of miles away. That doesn't mean I don't have very strong views about what's
Look at
happening
him.
in
He's
Gaza.
madder
Because
than
you know that I do.
shit.
So where is my lie in all this?
Yeah, Piers, I've just listened to you for 20 minutes frame the issue in a purely 100% Israeli propaganda way. So
This is
if you
hilarious.
say,
He
hey,
didn't.
listen, Jewish students shouldn't be harassed or attacked, of
Oh my
course
God.
I agree. I've got
you agree
Jewish
with me,
family
so why have I
who-
lied?
Yeah, no. Stop interrupting. But what you don't talk about is you say from the river to the sea is an unacceptable change. Did you mention
It
to the audience
is.
in these last 20 minutes that Benjamin Netanyahu actually said it recently? Not only that, he's actually doing it. He's in the middle of wiping out the Palestinians from the river to the sea. That is the grotesque violence. He has slaughtered 25,000 women and children. They were all innocent. So when Hamas kills 860 innocent Israeli civilians, I call them out and I say that is terrible. But when Israel slaughters 25,000 women and children, we're saying, oh, I don't like a pro-Palestinian chant.
Oh
Chant.
my
That's
God!
what we're concerned
Listen
about.
to
and
him.
now you turn to the violence.
He's
that is
going
happening
off on
college
Paris
campuses.
Morton. He's
There's
allowing
one
it.
case of overwhelming violence, and that happened last night at UCLA. And it was pro-Israeli protesters that violently attacked the peace protesters.
Not all of
that
them.
didn't do
Not all of them.
anything.
No,
They attacked an old lady and said, "Oh yeah, good luck trying to defend yourself, old lady." These are vicious,
Wow, listen to 'em.
vigilante thugs. And they have done more violence than all
No,
of
they
the peace
haven't.
protesters in the country combined.
No, they
Where
haven't.
are the arrests? Where's the outrage? Where's the indignation? You pretend that you care about protecting students, but you only care about protecting one side, whereas the other side is assaulted.
No, I don't actually. No, because if
debased and humiliated.
Okay, let me respond.
And all you want to do is
Let me
cancel their
respond.
speech. You're part of cancel culture, and admit it right now.
Can I
You're talking
respond?
about protesting people.
Can I respond?
Americans.
Can I respond?
Americans.
By the way,
okay, this is not the United States of Israel.
Fine.
America.
All right, you made
Americans
your point,
get to
Jake.
protest a foreign government.
Okay, let me respond. Just to be
You've
clear.
lost the right wing.
Just
you've
to be
lost
clear.
the left wing. You've lost America.
Just to be-
America's not going to stand here
Fine.
and
Oh
let
my-
Israel
You can keep
dictate
shouting or we can
who's
have a
allowed
debate.
to speak and who's going to be arrested.
All right, you can keep
I
shouting.
gave you 20 minutes to do propaganda,
Okay,
Piers. Go ahead now.
It's not propaganda. I have many views about all of this. We're talking specifically about the protests at Columbia, which I think you've crossed a line. By the way, you talk about cancel culture. I'm entitled to my view. Without you and Dr. West screaming liar, genocide supporter, and all this other bullshit.
Okay, you condemn the UCLA
so let me just
thugs.
let me make it clear.
You condemn them.
If
I'm
the-
doing the same thing you
Wait
are.
a minute.
Do you condemn them?
Wait a
Or
minute.
Are you pro-violence?
Can I answer the question? If this was Jewish students that were breaking into this building violently.
No, you don't have to go with a hypothetical.
No,
You
sorry,
just did it
I am
last
going to
night
go with
at
a
UCLA.
hypothetical because you're trying to make out
No,
that
they
somehow
didn't.
I'm only doing
No,
this
they
because I'm
didn't.
pro-Israel's government. I'm not pro-Israel's government. What I am pro is the safety of Jewish students being protected because they are not responsible for the actions of an Israel government thousands of miles away. They're entitled, having paid $400,000 for their education.
But you say no, you don't want to protect the peace
I
protesters.
don't think mob
I
rules
say
should be
protect the
allowed
Jewish
to go
students.
on. So when you talk about this is a private university campus, they are entitled to not have their buildings desecrated in this manner, and they are entitled eventually to have the police remove them.
Be honest. When they were doing it in a public space, everybody in media, in American media, said, "How dare they do it in a public space?" They do it in a private place. You go, "How dare they do it in a private place?"
You shouldn't be
Well,
breaking
you know
into
what?
buildings full stop.
You know what? When Martin Luther King in Selma, Alabama, crossed the Edmund Pettus Bridge, you know what they said? How dare they interrupt the bridge? How dare they go in?
Wow, he is pissed. He has no justification to be pissed, but he is pissed. I had to get my ears a little. I'm going to turn this down a tad bit. Yeah, he was flipping. He was flipping out on himself. He has a point, but the other guy has a point too. The doctor. I can't remember his name now. This guy right here hasn't even said one word. She spoke, but he's not really said anything. He did speak a little, I believe, but it's been mainly him and him going after him, the host.
In a public place. How dare those protesters? Civil rights leaders should know their role, should know their place, boy. That's what people like everyone in American media is saying right now to the people in favor of not slaughtering any more Palestinians.
Yeah, I think
you
you're-
guys sound exactly like
I think you have a
Volkan.
problem,
Okay, Kat, I know you have to go. I just want to bring you back in just briefly. Look, this is an incredibly, as you can tell, this is a very incendiary debate and passions run very high about this. Has anything you've just been listening to given you any more clarity about how we resolve this situation? Because presumably these protests are not going to go away. They may get bigger in number. They may affect more universities. This is a bad situation getting progressively quickly worse. What do we do about this?
Right. Again, going back to what I was saying before, I think that the law on these things is clear. I think that we want to be careful to not give up any of our rights as Americans in response to things that we see. There was also a bipartisan legislation proposed about having anti-Semitism monitors on campuses. I mean, what could go wrong there, right? And I've been open as a First Amendment absolutist, and I've had people send me videos of things like smash windows. Well, is this free speech, Kat? Obviously not, and I'm not saying that it is. I think that the robust debate surrounding this proves all the more reason why there are strong disagreements on what counts as what and what means this or what means that we should not have the government be in the position to decide ever what you can and cannot say, because any of these rules that some people are pushing for that would, some of the slogans that the Palestinian protesters are chanting to silence any of that could then, based on what else someone else thinks, could be used to, say, prevent an IDF soldier from coming to campus to speak. So I think that there are two separate things that we need to keep: how you feel about the speech personally, how you feel about the issue personally, and then how you feel about the government involvement in it. Those are two completely separate things, and it's not the same to be pro-First Amendment and anti-Semitic.
You make some great points. Kat, we've got to let you go. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you. I want to bring in Javier DeRusso. You've been waiting patiently. You posted on X yesterday, breaking inside the UCLA anti-Israel encampment. Journalist Cam Higby and I snuck into the ongoing encampment to see what was going on. Cam was caught after asking too many common sense questions and physically removed by the protesters. We have a bit of footage of that, I think.
About the same wristbands as the anti-Semites so that we could sneak into their camp and woo chow the ghetto. First of all, they had gender-neutral buckets to urinate and poop in. The whole place smelled like musty terrorists and shit. But the fact that they were forcing out conversation and journalists makes it clear that they don't have the answers to explain why they're there. And I was overhearing the most racist conversations about white people just in general. These people are literally BLM rebranded and more extreme.
Look, that's pretty inflammatory stuff, but you're here now.
God, that was...
Do you think what you did last night was the right thing to do?
Absolutely. And first of all, thank you for having me, Pierce. It was the right thing to do. I'm somebody, I hate propaganda from either side. I hate being told what I'm supposed to believe. So I like to go in and see for myself. So I snuck into the camp. It was very easy. I just put on a tacky outfit and went and bought the same wristbands from Staples. And I saw the conditions that were back there. I saw the sanitation hazards of them all using the same bucket to poop in. And I saw I overheard the conversations that they were having in there. It was full of hate speech. It was full of just calling for the bloodshed of Zionists. It was them being angry, and it ultimately started to get violent once my friend Cam Higby's cover was blown. Once they realized, as they were describing him as a white Republican, they immediately knew that they had to kick him out, and they locked arms. They were shoving him up the stairs and then back down the stairs to get him out of the encampment. And it just goes to show how aggressive these college students are getting. I'm all for free speech. I'm all for freedom of expression, but that is limited.
It's very limited. Very limited. It's
once you start prohibiting the.
It's just so messed up. It's just so messed up right now. I mean, this is a debate between Cornel West and Geek. Oh, Seek. It's just funny. These guys, a lot of the stuff that Sink is talking about is true in some sense, but they've taken a lot of stuff out of context towards what Trump has said in the past. I mean, not all of it, but some of it. And it's hilarious. It's hilarious. All this shit's going on. Yeah. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Welcome to the Chaos Engine. We're just kind of talking about Paris Morgan. We got a debate between Paris Morgan, Cornel West, and Zink. the founder of the Young Turks TV channel. He's a pretty knowledgeable guy, but he's way left. He's on the left like you wouldn't believe. So is the gentleman, the second gentleman, the doctor, and then you have this guy. I think he's right wing. I don't know. But here we go. Let's go back into it, guys. I mean, these guys have some points. All of them do. All of them have some good points. It's just you got to see through that and figure out which one is what you want to believe.
These students who pay a lot of money to go to these college campuses to go to class, as well as you start becoming violent towards journalists and people who are just there trying to get an inside story on what's actually happening on these universities that we are being asked to pay for.
Dr. West, coming back to you, Donald Trump got horrendous criticism for cracking down on the BLM protests in 2020. Is Biden not just doing the same here? And is there a double standard in the way that people are looking at these two different situations?
Well, number one, anytime you have massive military occupation of a community, that's what BLS was about. That's what Black Lives Matter was about, which that's a 400-year affair. I don't know whether the brother would want to do that in the 1960s to see who was using the urine with King and Malcolm and Fannie Lou Hamer and others. But there were other issues they were zeroing in on. It's called American terrorism. It's called American Jim or American police murdering other young people of different colors, disproportionately chocolate, right? But when you have massive military occupation, that is a massive breakdown of a community. If you can't have a leadership of a university that can have a dialogue about three claims. We want transparency about your investments. We don't want you to invest in genocide, occupation, and ethnic cleansing. And we want amnesty. You can have a dialogue. At Brown, they said they're going to have a dialogue. They're going to have a vote. But no, not Columbia and the others. They've become such a corporation. They're tied to their donors. They're tied to their money masters. They're tied to their benefactors. They don't give a damn about what the students think. The students are just cannon fodder for their reputation, who are highly talented, work very hard, but have hardly any voice. And when you don't have a voice and you move in a nonviolent way, and Brother Pierce, you should know the two first intifadas were nonviolent. They shot them down like dogs. That's why Hamas didn't appear until 1988, and you had the vicious occupation in 1948. If they had shot Martin Luther King Jr. down and Rosa Parks down and so forth, there's no doubt that black folk would have responded. That's why we, the black people, haven't created a black version of the Ku Klux Klan, because we had leaders like Martin and leaders like Fannie Lou. You shoot them down like a dog, it's going to be a very different situation.
Okay.
And that's what we're up
okay, but let me ask you. Let me ask you a question then.
Students are going to have faults and
okay, but let me ask you a question. My question for you.
But we're talking about the main issue of genocide. This ain't no game. This ain't no.
No, it's not a game. It's not a game.
People are dying, though, man.
I understand.
Journalists are dying. Universities are
Cornell,
completely left.
You must let me respond. You teach at Columbia, and you join these protests.
At Union Theological Seminary across the street. I've been in the camps. I didn't see anything that the other brothers saw. But, if he makes his judgment, he makes his judgment.
But given that there has been clear intimidation and harassment of Jewish students, it's been broadcast. We've seen the videos of it. You cannot be happy as a professor there that Jewish students are being harassed and intimidated because people are critical of what an Israel government's doing thousands of miles away. That is my point.
Of course. That goes without saying. I try to be a decent person in my life.
So you agree with me? After that diatribe, you agree with me?
All you want to talk about is protection of Jews.
It's not all I want to talk about, Cornell. But that is actually what this debate is about.
Organizations that are banded back in October. Did you say a word about that? When you got massive children at universities and hospitals completely leveled, and you have something on your Twitter rather than make that part of the framing of the issue, then in fact you become an extension of propaganda. And that's why I call you a racist, because it means then that a Palestinian...
How dare you? Honestly, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but how dare you? I'm sorry, Dr. West.
You would not frame it in that way.
I'm sorry, but how dare you call me a racist What you don't know is, before I did this debate, I did a long interview with one of the IDF spokesmen in which I went after him about their planned invasion of Rafah because I think it would be a catastrophic mistake. So don't call me a racist. And don't assume don't assume.
You think Biden believes that Palestinian life has the same value as Israeli life?
Yes, I do.
Absolutely not.
Yes,
I
do.
More fiber in his bone when it comes to Palestinian predicament.
I absolutely believe
think that's an answer to me?
I believe Palestinian lives matter just as much as any other lives, and I've always said that. Always.
It's not manifesting your framing, brother. It's not manifesting your framing. It's an aspect.
Don't throw around the word racist without any evidence to support the fact that I'm a racist.
You just called him a racist, man.
And I've been hearing the evidence, and I throw it around. It's not throwing around. It's a reality.
Me saying it is wrong that Jewish students are being harassed is not racism, because I'm not also talking about universities being flattened in Gaza. I think the flattening of universities in Gaza is awful.
Disingenuous.
All right, Cenk, I'll bring you in.
No,
please.
Okay.
You're an idiot.
Look, Piers, you keep going back to the most obvious question in the world. Should Jewish students be protected from harassment or assault?
Yes.
Obviously.
So you both agree with me?
No.
So why does that make me a racist?
Let me finish. Let me finish. So that's the most obvious point in the world. And I already told you that I have a Jewish family. I have a nephew who was a Star David on a college campus. I will go and help the people that are escorting them to their classes, etc. That is not an issue. But what you just did was you spent now 20 to 30 minutes framing it like that is the biggest issue and everyone is saying, oh no, we should attack the Jewish students, when no one is saying that. In reality, hold on, in reality, vigilante thugs last night attacked the peace protesters at UCLA who had done nothing wrong. It was a violent attack. They beat them with sticks, they pepper sprayed them, and yet I asked you a simple question. You've got now 20 to 30 minutes of propaganda saying, oh, the Palestinian protesters, the peace protesters, they hate the Jews, they're anti-Semites, all the Jews are in danger, etc. And I'm saying, of course, let's protect them. And then you make it seem like that's the 98% of the issue, when in reality, the only protesters that have been massively violent are the pro-Israel protesters. And to this second, not only did you mention it for about 2.5 seconds
I even
out of
have
20
a video
minutes,
on my
but
Twitter
you still haven't condemned them. So do you condemn them, Piers, the violent thugs?
I deliberately held off writing or commenting about what was going on at Columbia for quite a few days, and I will do the same about what happened at UCLA until I've actually established for my. Well, hang on. Sorry, it happened overnight, and I will wait and see the facts. And when I get the facts, I will pass judgment without fear or favour, and certainly without any racism. Now, Javier, you were there last night.
And Piers, hold on. On the racism charge? No. Because everyone who defends Palestinians in this country, no matter what they say, like I'm a perfect example. I condemn Hamas. I want to protect the Jewish students. I want a beautiful pro-Palestine and Israel. I want two states. And we're called anti-Semites, including by your guests, 24/7. The minute someone calls you a racist back because Muslim lives don't matter, all of a sudden everybody catches feelings.
Yeah, except I haven't called.
Which only goes one way. It only goes one way, right?
I tell you what.
I've never called in this country.
I have never called you an anti-Semite. I've never called Dr. West an anti-Semite.
That's right, but almost every guest
I've never called either of you racist, and yet both of you have gone along with calling me a racist, even though I'm not. So yeah, if you're going to dish it out,
are you going to ignore the framing, Piers? Piers, are you going to ignore the framing? You know you framed it this way. And Piers, you're not alone.
You were booked, all of you, just to be clear.
Hold on, Piers. Let me give you a little bit of credit.
Okay.
You are open to the Palestinian position 20% of the time.
Just to be clear.
That's why I come back on this show.
Just to be clear.
But the American media is filled with racist against Muslims. Right. American politicians are racist against Muslims, and they revel in it. Rivers of blood in Gaza. And the American politicians and the American media say, not enough, kill them more, Israel, kill them more.
Yeah, just to be clear.
Who objects to the wide slaughter of those people is called an anti-Semite.
Just to be clear.
The American media is sick.
Just to be clear, you were all booked to take part in a debate specifically about the protests at Columbia. So when you're asking, why am I focusing on the protests at Columbia, that is why you were all booked for this segment and debate. So don't try and be disingenuous with viewers and make out that you were booked for any wider purpose, because you weren't. I wanted to
How
debate
about
all the issues
pro-Israel
around
side
what's going on in
at
Colombia.
New
And
York
what is
and
interesting
Colombia?
to me...
Let's talk about Colombia.
Let me finish.
Let's talk about Colombia.
Let me finish.
Those peace
Let me
protesters are the
finish.
same ones that
I'm
came
sorry,
in
you don't just keep
1968
talking on
that
my
were
show. I'm
also
sorry.
banished and propagandized against like people like you.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm not
the
a
peace protesters are
propagandist,
bad
I'm not a
every
racist
time,
or any of
every
these
time.
things, right?
War is always great. Peace
Yeah.
is always the bad guys.
Yeah.
It's absurd.
It is
It's
absurd, yeah.
insanity.
I agree with you about it being absurd.
Piers, do you get that we are vomiting your propaganda? We can't stand it anymore.
Yeah.
It isn't just about you. It's all of media, all of the politicians with their nonstop propaganda that the people in favor of peace, the people who want to protect innocent lives, are somehow pro-terrorists,
Yeah.
are the bad guys, are the anti-Semites, are the racists, etc. We're sick of the overwhelming propaganda.
Yeah, I'm pretty
against
sick
these
of being
poor
called a
people.
racist by you guys, so we've all got our cross to bear. Let me bring...
I asked you whether the IDF were terrorists. Are the IDF a terrorist organization killing innocent children? Yes or no?
I do not believe
Answer
they're
the
a
question,
terrorist organization, no.
Oh, come on! Of course they're
No,
terrorists.
they're at war. There's a big difference between being at war and being a terrorist.
No, you may think they are, Cornell, and you may think they are, Cenk. You've
It's
asked me a
war.
question. I do not think they are. Okay?
Based on what?
Do I think the IDF?
don't matter.
Do I think the IDF has very serious questions to answer about the way they are executing this war? Absolutely. Do we have international
killing
criminal
innocent
courts?
people?
Do we have criminal courts and laws and rules to hold them to account?
You're gonna wait
Absolutely.
for the
And do I want them to be held to account? Damn right I do. Yeah. And do I think they should be invading Rafah? No, I do not.
Don't mean that much to you,
Let
man.
me-
Come on.
Oh, it does
They
mean
don't
as much
mean
to
that
me.
much.
Let me bring in Javier again.
No, they don't mean that much.
Javier,
You're just talking.
Javier,
You're just
this
talking.
this debate has got very unpleasant for reasons that are slightly lost on me, given what the debate was supposed to. Cornell, let Javier speak, okay? Javier, you were there.
Absolutely. Javier's been very patient.
Javier, you were there last night, and it's been pictured by Cenk as it was simply a bunch of very violent pro-Israel protesters attacking completely innocent pro-Palestinian protesters. What was your experience there? What did you see?
I mean, that's not what happened there, and it's not what's happened at any of these universities. I don't know why he's trying to portray it as if the pro-Palestinians are there peacefully. I also have a video on my Twitter of a pro-Palestinian chasing after a Jewish man trying to tase him because she didn't like what was on his sign. I also saw a man go and spit on a woman's dog simply because she was on the Zionist side. So no, it's not this situation where you have the pro-Palestinians who are just sitting there in their encampment and not doing anything. These people have continuously been violent. And I mean, even just looking over at what happened in Colombia, you're not busting into windows and breaking into buildings if you're there to be peaceful and to be protesting peacefully. That's not the case. So you are disingenuous, Cenk, if you're going to sit here and pretend that the pro-Palestinians are just being innocent. I don't understand how you could even see it in that way.
Brother,
Javier, are you going to sit here? There's videos online. Are you going to sit here and lie to everyone and say that the pro-Israel side didn't attack?
On them, please.
Well, you both spoke over each other, so we didn't hear what either person said.
Okay, all right. Let me just ask Javier, who's obviously lying about this. There's videos online of the pro-Israel side clearly attacking the pro-Palestinian side with sticks and fireworks and pepper spray. Are you going to sit here and lie on television and say to everyone that that didn't happen? Because go ahead. You lose all credibility. Go ahead, liar.
They were fighting back. They were fighting back, and don't call me a liar. I'm not here to sit here and name call and be childish like you at your big age. But
oh yeah, you just called them
the pro-Palestinian side. There was a woman who was put in the hospital because she was hit in the head.
Innocent all of a sudden. Yeah, you just
they were being dirty. You don't sit there and poop in a gender-neutral bucket and sit there and act like you're not dirty. I called the health department. It is filthy. The way that they're behaving is filthy. I don't hate Muslims, but I do hate Muslim extremism. I have a lot of fundamental issues with the Muslim extremism that's going on in the world. If the only way that you can get your point across is going and raping and beheading people, then you're probably a terrorist and you're probably an extremist. I do have an issue with that. I do have an issue with the fact that you show an ankle and you're killed in some of these nations. Oh, no, I'm racist. I'm not racist. I don't have any issue with Muslims in general. I didn't say, did I not just say extremist? I just said extremist, but you chose to hear what you wanted to hear.
He clearly
It is putting a piece of shit into a bucket. I wasn't even just talking about the Muslims. I was talking about in the encampment. The encampment is disgusting. They're all sitting there with unwashed behinds, protesting and screaming out for the bloodshed of Jews and Christians worldwide. So yeah, I have a problem with that. I have a fundamental issue with that. Is that such a big deal?
But Javier,
Nonsense. Propaganda.
Do you believe
what did I lie about? Where was the lie? Where was the lie?
Who's paying you, Javier? Who's paying you, Javier?
The pro-Palestinian side started the aggression. They started the violence when they went and they attacked that Jewish girl who went to the hospital that night, and then things began to escalate.
You don't know what you're talking about. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's like saying Nat Turner he was the cause of the whole issue of white supremacy because he's responding to white supremacy. That's ridiculous. And you know it's ridiculous.
Why are we still talking about white supremacy in 2024? Why are we still talking about that hundreds of years later? What do white people do that black people can't? How is white supremacy even still on the forefront of your mind? You're stuck in the past. You're stuck in these dated issues, and that's what the problem really starts for you.
Now you're really revealing your ignorance, brother. You don't think white supremacy has anything to do with what's going on in Gaza at all?
How am I ignorant?
Is that right?
I've been black for 27 years, and I have never been inferior to a white person. What is the white supremacy that is affecting your life? I would like to hear it.
Nobody in your family has
I would like to hear it. What can't I do that a white person can do?
Never been mistreated, right? You one of the few black people never been mistreated. Okay, all right. I see.
Saying that I've never been mistreated. Every demographic has been mistreated. White people get mistreated all the time.
I'm talking
every
about
demographic is getting mistreated. There is prejudice from every single demographic. So I don't understand what you think that is so unique to black people for.
All right,
brother.
You know what? I've got to bring this. I've got to bring this debate to an end. It was supposed to be specifically about the protests. I'm sorry that it got so heated and personally abusive. I would like to make it clear.
It wasn't your fault, Piers.
I would like to make it clear to Cornell and to Cenk, I'm not a racist, and I genuinely care about the safety of Jewish students at that university. That's it. And that doesn't mean I don't care about what's happening in Gaza or the journalists there or the universities there or any of those things, because actually I do. And I've expressed my concern about that many times.
Let's see it in your reporting. Let's see it in your reporting.
Well, if you bother to watch it, Cornell, you would know. If you bother to watch it, you would know.
Over and over and over again, brother. Yeah. That's why I come on your show.
Then you would not. Then you would not call me a racist. Yeah, well, I'm sorry. You don't have a right to call me a racist without evidence, and you didn't have any.
Oh, please, brother. When the evidence is overwhelming, you can't even say the IDF is involved in terrorists and Palestinians, but Hamas terrorizes all the time. Palestinian lives don't mean the same as Israeli lives for you. Admit it.
They do.
Wrestle with that in the midnight hour.
They do.
Wrestle with that.
How is it terrorism when you're at war?
Like I said to you,
I don't think you understand the definition of terrorism.
I value every life. I value every life as equally important, even yours, Cornell.
How would white supremacy benefit me? I want you to tell me that. I'm the blackest person in LA County.
I've got to leave it there. Look, I value all of your lives. I value coming on the program. I'm sorry things got so personal, but we move on and we'll continue debating it. I believe that out of all the debate, hopefully, we will get some solutions and we'll get to a better place. So thank you for joining me.
Why is monogamy as opposed to promiscuity or polyamory the best option?
Because all societies are built on the healthy bearing and rearing of children. And the most valuable form of the bearing and rearing of child is mother and father in the home with the biological child that they have sired.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, hey, Ben. My name's Nikita. Thank you for coming. Thank you to everyone who made this possible. I had a question real quick regarding abortion. When a woman knows that she's having an abortion and she knows that she's killing a human being, because we've seen videos of them bragging and saying, oh, I'm killing my baby, I don't care. What standard do we refer to? If we don't refer to the Bible as the standard of, right and wrong, what standard do we refer to in telling her that she's wrong when she admittedly knows she's murdering a child?
Well, I mean, if somebody knows that they are killing a child and they actually acknowledge that, this is not what I think most people do when they have abortions. I think they've been largely indoctrinated by our society and our media into believing that they're aborting something completely meaningless, a cluster of cells. They've been told that they're doing an act of good on their own behalf and that there is no countervailing value on the other side. So you're talking about the extraordinarily rare situation in which people are shouting their abortions because they know actively this is a human being and I'm killing it. I mean, honestly, it doesn't require the Bible to understand the sort of general note that you're not supposed to kill your own kids. And so if somebody fully acknowledges that they're killing their own kid, I don't think you have to cite to the Bible to say it is wrong to kill your own children. This exists across every culture, so far as I'm aware, that killing people generally is not a good thing. Now, I shouldn't say every culture, because there are ancient society, Sparta used to leave enfeebled children out to die in the winter and that sort of thing. But the kind of general concept, which is it's bad to kill innocent babies, I think holds true for the vast majority of societies. I don't think you actually need to cite to the Bible to go there.
All right. Hey, thanks.
Hey, Ben. My name is Sydney. It's good to meet you. Good to meet you. All right, here's what I believe. Democrats and Republicans use black people and minorities as pawns for their political gain. Joe Biden, for one, is a complete racist and has done nothing for my community. Kamala Harris is a complete traitor and added to the incarceration rates of my people and has the audacity to represent us. Do you believe in the notion that parties, Democrat and Republican, are using us for their own selfish gain to move their party forward?
So I think that pretty much all political parties are built to use people for their own particular selfish gains in order to get in office. I mean, this is what political parties do. I don't think that's unique to any one political party. I will say that if a party does not serve the interests of the population it purports to serve, then the use becomes more obvious and more venal, more corrupt and more terrible. I think that the general way that parties ought to be appealing to people is not on the basis of race. This is why I think that the Democratic Party's appeal to black Americans is far uglier than the Republican Party's appeal to black Americans. I don't think that you see the Republican Party appealing to, quote unquote, the black community as qua the black community, or saying, as Joe Biden once suggested, that if you don't vote Democrat, you're not black.
Exactly.
Right? That's the sort of statement you really only see in the Democratic Party. So it is sort of one-sided that way. But yes, I mean, I think that if you are going to deal with people in a rational fashion in politics, you have to deal with them on the one-to-one individual level rather than treating them as parts of groups per se.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Sweet. All right, sweet. Oh, sorry, my bad. Hello, my name is Stephen Benelli, and I have just a question about, in general, we have your preconceptions about gender and all that. So I'm wondering, I find it really unsatisfying when you talk about gender and being like male or female, as just reducing it down to chromosomes. Do you feel as if there's like a really important like social aspect to like being a man, you know, that just doesn't simply get like transcribed by your chromosomes? Do you think that there's like something more to like humans than just like their
I think
sexes?
there are masculine qualities that attach to biological manhood that have been generalized. They don't necessarily apply to everyone, because you can have effeminate men who don't necessarily fit those categories. If you were to ask me what makes a good man or a useful man, I would give you a description that would include social categories like protecting your family, going out and earning, making sure that you build institutions in your society. Right?
So nothing that has to do with chromosomes.
But
nothing like chromosomes.
But in the end, if you have to ask for a definition of male or female, what you're talking about is the most irreducible form of this is the biology, which is why you can uncover a body from 30,000 years ago, and a scientist can tell you whether it is a male or a female without ever knowing how that person lived.
All right, sweet. Thank you.
Ben, how you doing, man? I've been watching you on YouTube for years, so it's kind of surreal standing up here on the mic, but you're the man. Hey, so quick question. Do you feel like it's reaching like a tipping point as far as all these things we hear about? It gets more and more radical. Do you feel like it's reaching a tipping point where, as far as the media and stuff, their representation of this will change?
Yes. I mean, I don't think the media's representation of it will change. I think more Americans will just turn away from the media. So I think that you are seeing this with regard to, for example, the Florida Parental Rights and Education Bill, which is not, in fact, called the Don't Say Gay bill, nor does it say anything about being gay in the bill, if you read the text of the bill. Right? What that bill says is that you are not allowed to indoctrinate kids K through 3 on sexual orientation or gender identity, which I don't care how radical you are. I mean, I know gay parents who object to the idea that kids are meant to be innocent and they are meant to be protected. And when you stop protecting kids in favor of indoctrinating them so that you can have them mirror back to you your own political priorities and then make you feel good about yourself, this means that you're a selfish asshole. Okay, the reality is that if you're not protecting kids and you're instead using kids as tools for your own sick political agenda because you wish for approval in your private life from a 5-year-old, there's something wrong with you. And I think that people who are pushing this politically and in the media are not seeing the blowback that's coming. They've done... Honestly, I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen a political party and a media literally create an interest group out of parents. That's insane politics. It's insane. There's 63.1 million people in the United States who have a child in their home under the age of 18. To turn those people into a voter bloc is the greatest form of political insanity I've ever seen in my life, and yet the left seems confident in doing it. It's crazy.
Yep. Thanks.
Hey there, Ben. My name is Hugo Obregon. I just want to know, why do you think trans people are killing themselves because they're trans and not because, like, the way society treats them in the same way, like, the suicide rates of gay people go down as they're more accepted?
So the suicide rates of gay people actually have gone down some, but not entirely. Unfortunately, the suicidal ideation rate among gay people remains very high. It's highly associated with depression and suicidality, even in very accepting areas like, for example, San Francisco. The suicidal ideation rate is still significantly higher than the non-LGBT community. Transgender suicidality rates, there's not been any meaningful study that I can see that suggests that socioeconomic status, for example, impacts this, or that mere acceptance changes the extraordinarily high suicidal ideation rates. In fact, there was a study from the Trevor Project that recently came out, and it looked at social acceptance in families, and what it found is that 40% of trans kids, or minors who identify as transgender, are still experiencing suicidal ideation, which suggests to me that this is not merely a question of people are being mean to people who are trans. Our society, as an overall affect, is much more accepting of people who consider themselves trans than it was, say, 10 years ago. The suicidal ideation rates remain precisely the same. They have not changed overall.
Hello, sir. My name is Corbin, and I wanted to ask, so you were comparing the LGBTQ community to animals that are not humans. And I wanted to ask specifically...
No, I was comparing the argument of transgender people to be a thing they are not to people who also claim to be a thing they are not. That was the argument.
So I wanted to ask, if we're a developed society and our mind thinks differently than other animals, shouldn't we have the ability to go to a higher level where we are able to overcome the societal constructs that have been created and create something in which each individual is happy instead of thinking that we have to go over the social construct?
So I don't think biology is a social construct, and I think the greatest way of finding unhappiness in your life is to go to direct war with biological reality. This is a very stupid thing. If you walk off the 99th floor of a building saying we've developed in our society to the point where really we should be able to transcend the laws of physics, about halfway down, you're going to realize this is a very bad idea. And if you do the same thing with biology, saying that biology no longer matters because we, in our Cartesian minds, are able to have ourselves soar above the realities of biology, this is a very bad way of living your life that's going to end with an enormous amount of misery. Biology is a reality. Denying reality is not going to make people's lives better. It's going to make it markedly worse.
But it's not biology, it's gender. Gender is not biology.
Biology and gender are interconnected, and to pretend that they are not is to ignore all available data. I mean, this notion that gender is some sort of free-floating idea out there and that there's no actual differences between men and women except for the fact that men are slightly larger and can carry heavier burdens. And even, by the way, there are members of the more radical LGBT community who even deny that. They suggest that even, which is why they're suggesting that, for example, biological males should be able to play sports with biological females if the men say they are women. To deny that male and female are categories that also have inborn behavioral differences attendant upon them is to ignore the impact of biology. And again, that exists not just in humans. This exists in virtually every mammalian species.
Well, you know, these animals don't have...
Okay.
These animals do not have the ability to think like that, but we do. I don't understand...
No human being, no animal... No biological being has the ability to so completely transcend its own biology that you can magically change your biology by suggesting that you are a member of a complete opposite sex. Maybe one day we'll discover an alien creature that can do this or a non-mammal that can do this or something. But the basic idea that through thought alone you can transcend all biological limits, again, this is just a recipe for disaster, and especially when you're indoctrinating small kids who are innately vulnerable and frankly stupid. I have 3 of them. When you're indoctrinating small kids in these dumb ideas and confusing them, you're really damaging them.
Then with children, shouldn't we guide them?
Hello, my name is Palumi. Just noticing there are a lot of red herrings I feel like that are being thrown or whatever, and I mean whatever, I understand you're up there, you're
you have to say whatever you have to say to all these people.
Well, I don't have to say anything. It's a free country. But
No,
why don't you
no,
name
of
one
course.
go to the argument.
No,
Go
of
for it.
course, and I support the free country, and that's actually exactly what I'm gonna be talking about. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
All right, that's exactly what I'm gonna be talking about. If you support like free rights, I don't understand how you can't like what YF did. They're in their free right to do that. However, trans people are in their free right to live however they want to live and feel comfortable in however way they want to live. So I just don't understand how you have this free right idea when how do you not realize that your
hold on.
ideas are imploding on themselves?
Okay, so-
that you're gonna eat your ideas are gonna eat themselves.
No, they're not, because the
Radical conservatism is going to eat itself. How do you not see that?
Okay, so let me. I'm wondering where you're getting the right to be comfortable in all your ideas. Are you defining the right
'Cause it's a
to
free country.
express your ideas as the right to be comfortable in all your ideas, or the right to have all your ideas affirmed? You're here denying my ideas. That's fine. That's good.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Of course.
Okay, well, if somebody makes an objective claim about reality that is untrue, you have no right for me to affirm your untrue claim about objective reality. That right does not exist. It has never existed, nor should it ever exist.
Fair enough.
Hey, Ben, I'm Will. I have a religious question for you. So I figure you've probably heard this before, but C.S. Lewis makes the argument that because of Jesus' exclusive claims, that he is either a liar that intentionally led people astray, a lunatic that believed that he was the Son of God and he wasn't, or he's Lord. Would you put him in one of those categories, or would you put him in another separate category?
So, I mean, because I'm a Jew, I'm just going to, I mean, look, I'm a Jew, so obviously for those who are not particularly versed in Judaism, the reason we're not Christians is because we don't believe that Jesus was the Messiah or a physical iteration of God. Right? So the answer that is typically given here is there is a fourth option, which is the belief in Judaism that the Gospels are unverifiable and that they don't relate Jesus' own self-perception. So I've said this before, that it's not that Jesus was a liar or that he was a lunatic. It's that, you know, in Judaism, we don't actually believe that a lot of the claims that Jesus makes in the Gospels jibe well with what Jews even at the time would have claimed, right? Which is actually the claim that Christianity makes. Christianity also makes makes the claim that Jesus is making transformative claims that would have existed outside of Judaism. So obviously, if you're a Jew and you see those claims made, you're like, well, no Jew would make that sort of claim. That's a weird claim to make. Christians are like, right, no Jew would have made that sort of claim because he's God. Right, so the option from within Judaism is to suggest that Jesus was actually a historical figure who was saying a lot of things that Jews would agree with, because if you read a lot of the New Testament, it, as you would expect, mimics a lot of the things in the Old Testament, and that he was actually a political figure, and that the Romans crucified him because he was a political figure who was attempting to lead a rebellion against their tyranny. That's the Jewish historical claim about Jesus. Now, again, I'm not saying that Christians agree with that claim. They don't. This is why I'm Jewish. This is why you're Christian. Nor am I saying that if you're a Christian, you shouldn't go to church. You absolutely 100% should. I'm trying to encourage more Christians to go back to church. I think that the future of the country is deeply reliant on the reinstitution of trust in the church as an institution.
Thanks, Ben.
Hello, my name is Quentin Merritt. I'm a mathematician and a physicist here, a double major, and I also just won the most prestigious award in the country to pursue research at any institution I want, the National Science Foundation Graduate Research Fellowship. So I think I'm pretty, qualified to say that most of what you're saying is based on like old data. But my question to you, and so I want you all to like realize that.
Last month, but sure.
For example, gender identity disorder, that's the DSM-4, bro. We use the DSM-5 now for psychologists to be able to talk about...
I literally cited the DSM-5 in the speech, and it's called gender dysphoria, which is a term that I use throughout the speech, not gender identity disorder.
You sound like a bozo, bro. And you get no pussy, and you can't even make your wife wet, bro, so what's good?
So, let me just say, the nice thing about having several small children is I don't feel the necessity to have my masculinity
we're using
challenged
a
by
Western
someone like you.
colonial idea of gender, then why should it apply? If we're using, because the gender binary is a Western colonialist framework of gender.
You're right. Men and women don't exist in any other culture.
No. Think about Native American.
Nailed it.
Third gender people. I'm not saying that. Third gender people exist in Native American societies, Western African societies, like Southern Native American societies, like Mexico. So in other places that are not white dominated,
And they
like
are
the United States or
incorrect.
Europe, and so you're
I'm
saying
saying
white,
they're biologically
so non-white
incorrect.
people. I'm a mathematician and a physicist. You cannot tell me.
So I have a question.
And also, you're not a biologist.
So I have a question.
I'm 20.
As a mathematician and a physicist, what in the hell do you know about human biology?
And you got
that
your
allows
law
you to
degree from
deny it?
Harvard.
What do you know about biology? You got your law degree from
And
Harvard.
frankly, I would ask another question. If your logic is so flawed as a mathematician and a physicist, I would suggest that whichever institution gave you an award, revoke it immediately.
Hi, Ben. My name is Emily. One of the biggest issues I see in America is the increasing division or polarization between both conservatives and liberals. What's destroying America, in my opinion, is not simply just the so-called woke left or the so-called fascist and conspiracy-filled radical right. I see an issue arising from both sides, where one party does something and the other party complains and reacts in hostility. I believe most of it comes from how the media on both sides portrays the other party. I also believe the increase in the consumption of social media plays a role as well. Nowadays, you just go on Twitter and it's Trump did this or Biden said that. Bottom line is, all I see is anger and hatred towards each other who disagree with each other. How can we get anything done if this anger continues? I mean, we see it up here, clearly. How will the government on a federal level get anything done? This makes me concerned for the future of America. And I know there's no legislation we can pass that just says, you know, hey, we can all get along and be friends. But, you know, there's got to be some type of strategy we can use to mitigate this division.
So a few things. One, you know, I think that clarity in politics is useful. So clarity, as my friend Dennis Prager has suggested, clarity before agreement, I think is sometimes useful. Where we disagree, it's important to see why we disagree and what those disagreements are, because sometimes it turns out the disagreements are actually smaller than you thought they were when you first sat down with the person, which is why conversations are really necessary and good. It's why I sit down with people on the other side of the aisle, I would say probably more than nearly any other major political figure, certainly on the right. I don't see a lot of it happening on the left either. You know, as far as social media, it obviously exacerbates divisions. You can get echo chambers for sure. It's also true that without social media, you don't have an echo chamber. You just have one sort of media hegemony from one particular side of the aisle. So I'm very grateful that social media exists so that you can rebut some of those points. Listen, I'd be a hypocrite to say I don't appreciate social media. It's made me wealthy and famous. But I also think that what you're really talking about is the death of institutions. And institutions are not built nationally, they're built locally. So the great discovery of the founders and really of Montesquieu before them is that if you wish to build social institutions, that has to start at the very local level. It starts with your family, and then it starts with your local community, your church, your religious community. And then as you abstract up the scale, you need to have less in common with people. So, you know, when I lived in California, I had to have more in common with my neighbors than I did with somebody who lived in New York. Now that I live in Florida, which is a much redder state, I have to have more in common with my Florida neighbors than Florida has to have with California. But that requires an agreement that at the top level of government, people are essentially going to leave each other alone. What it means is that you can do more in the local context because you agree more with your neighbors, right? Inside your local community. Inside, for example, I'll just give an example, say tax policy. So inside my religious community, we all give a lot of charity. Okay, we have a lot of charity. I know a lot of churches tithe, a lot of synagogues tithe as well. And that's very comfortable and fine because you know all of your neighbors and the people to whom you are tithing. As you abstract up the scale, the attempt to make somebody give money to a person they've never met far across the country who doesn't share their priorities is going to run into a few obstacles. And so what you need is a recognition that local governance is best governance. They're going to have more agreement in social fabric at the local level. And one of the big problems with social media is it's nationalized every single issue. Every single issue becomes a national issue. Something happened in your local community, we're supposed to care if a school board in Indiana takes a book off its reading list, right? This is something we're supposed to care deeply about. When you nationalize every issue, it makes everybody feel like they're in each other's business, even when you've never met this person and this exists several thousand miles away. So this is why I've said before, on a governmental level, I'm very conservative at a local level, and as you abstract up the scale, I'm more and more libertarian because you need a more libertarian federal government because you can't have it cramming down standards that a huge number of people disagree with and hope to maintain a social fabric.
Thank you.
Hey, Ben. My name is Dasan, and I just have a brief question for you. How much are you being paid to speak here today?
I will have to check with my assistant. My normal speaker fee is really, really high. I think I gave a discount on this one.
What's that?
What,
Give me a
really,
ballpark.
really high?
Ballpark.
Well, I blush to say. I feel like it's not humble.
I'm curious. I'm very curious.
Well, you're very curious what my normal speaker's fee is?
Yes.
I'm not charging my normal speaker's fee to Young America's Foundation for this particular speech, but if you contact my assistant, Kelly,
But I want to hear it from you.
What was that?
I want to hear it from you. First of all, it's an honor to be seeing you in person.
If you want me to come to your house and speak to your friends and family, I'm going to charge you $100,000.
All right, sounds
That's
good.
how much I'm going to. Thank you. I'm not charging $100,000 here today. But, by the way, if I were and I could get it, I 100% take it.
My name is Nathan, and I would like to ask you, sir, why are trans rights your main argument for freedom of speech when there are so many pressing issues that matter more?
Because the main argument against freedom of speech that is being made in today's America is that you ought to be deplatformed, banned from social media, maybe ostracized socially, and maybe targeted governmentally if you refuse to go along with the basic biological lie that a male is a female or a female can be a male. It is a large-scale attack on freedom of speech. This is a large-scale defense of freedom of speech on the same point.
Thank you.
Hey, Ben, huge fan. My name's Trey. Oh, sorry. No, you're good, you're good. So my question was, generally speaking, people 35 and younger don't care much anymore to hold on to history and its lessons that we learn from it. How do you think we can make the lessons of history enticing again and to not lose its lessons?
So I think that to make history lessons enticing, you really have to immerse people in what people thought at the time. And this is something we're very hesitant to do. I think one of the reasons that we've sort of bled out of history a little bit is because people are very hesitant to try and identify with people inside history, because after all, we're all better people than the people in history. We're all smarter and better. And this is what we've mostly learned from Nicole Hannah-Jones and company. Congratulations to UNC, by the way, on not having Nicole Hannah-Jones as a tenured member of their faculty in general. But one of the major factors, when you learn history and you really study it, you have to try and put yourself in the shoes of the people who are living the history. And what that means is sometimes dealing with and grappling with really ugly arguments of the past, really bad moral standards of the past, and trying to think, why would somebody have thought this at the time, and try to steel man a bunch of bad arguments. You can understand why those arguments are wrong. People have a tough time doing that because they immediately feel as though if I even spend 1 minute in the head of a person whose ideals I don't like, this makes me that person, and therefore I'm very, very bad. And the problem with this, of course, is that to study history and to prevent it, you have to understand human beings are inherently sinful, and 100 years, forget 100, 10 years from now, people are going to look back at a bunch of the thoughts that we have, and they're going to be judging us for how terrible we are at the time. And so if you wish to foreclose the worst in human nature, if you wish to stop yourself from being the worst version of you, you have to spend some time thinking about some of the worst thoughts humans have ever had and say, why did people agree with this? Why were people willing to go along with this? That's the best way to learn and not fall into the same traps.
Right, that makes sense. Thank you.
How you doing, Ben? My name is Eric Zappone. I actually drove in with a couple of my friends from Elon University. Thank you for coming. So my question is simple. With multiple Wall Street investment banks recently warning of a recession, what's your opinion on America's monetary policy and Biden's chance of re-election heading into 2023?
So, I mean, America's monetary policy has been far too loose for far too long. It was rooted in the basic notion that inflation had basically been a dead letter since the early 80s, since Paul Volcker ramped up the interest rates in the early 80s. And for a while, that was true. I mean, one of the things conservatives always argued was in 2007, 2008, there was going to be a massive inflationary wave, and it didn't happen. And this time, you had some conservatives saying there will be a massive inflationary wave, and you had people on the left saying, no, don't worry, you can just keep borrowing and spending no matter how much money, just create the fake money on a computer somewhere, and it'll be totally fine. And, of course, that is not what has happened. I think that the inflationary policies that have been pursued by the Fed, it's going to be very difficult to get away from those inflationary policies, which are the product of quantitative easing really over the course of the last decade and a half. It's going to be hard to do that without rapidly ramping up interest rates to the point where we tip over into a recession, which is, I think, what most economists are saying right now. I think that combined with the superheated spending policy of the Biden administration, which spent $7 trillion last year. I mean, in a time when you didn't need to make that spending. There was an argument that you needed to do some of that spending when the pandemic was sort of at its height. Joe Biden entered office, there was a working vaccine, and by April, a huge number of people who were the most vulnerable, the majority of the people who were most vulnerable, people like my parents, about 65, virtually all of those people had the opportunity to get vaccinated, at which point we should have gotten back to work. Instead, we blew trillions of dollars more into the economy. So it seems to me that the inflationary pressures are going to continue for the next, at least until the end of the year, is what most economists are now saying. I think that's going to have some long-term impacts. But as I've been saying since the beginning of the inflationary spiral, I worry a lot less about the inflation than I do about the economic stagnation that follows heavy regulation and even higher taxes, which is what Joe Biden is pushing. So I'm not so worried about inflation being a persistent 5, 10-year problem. I'm very, very worried about economic stagnation being a 10, 20, 30-year problem from here on out. By the way, you know who else was worried about this was Joe Biden. Even when Joe Biden came into office, Biden was not expecting inflation rates to be like this, but he was suggesting that after Build Back Better, this giant spending boondoggle that he didn't get away with, that the growth rates 3-4 years from now would be 1.5%, 1.6%, 1.7%. Those are bad growth rates, and he was expecting that. So the prospect of economic stagnation scares me. I think Joe Biden, I mean, if he runs in 2024, if they somehow strap him to a gurney and prop him upright and roll him from train stop to train stop, having him mumble in non-English, I think that he has a poor chance of re-election. I don't see anybody else on the Democrats' bench. Kamala Harris is the worst politician I have ever personally seen. She makes... Kamala Harris makes Hillary Clinton look like the apex of human charm. And they have nobody else on the bench. I mean, Pete Buttigieg's record is abysmal. He's done a terrible... I mean, when you can go missing from your job for 2 full months and no one notices, this is a good indicator. They're not fantastic at your job. So they have a really, really thin bench. The biggest mistake, in my opinion, that Republicans can make, frankly, is to renominate President Trump in 2024. I think that's a mistake. The reason I say that's a mistake, he could beat Biden. I'm not saying he can't beat Biden. He could. The problem is that he is an established figure, and whoever the election is a referendum on loses. In 2016, the referendum was on Hillary Clinton. She lost. In 2020, the election was a referendum on Donald Trump. He lost. If he runs again in 2024 and he's the nominee, then it's a question. Is the election a referendum on Biden, or is it a referendum on Trump? If you get some new blood in there, I'd say my favorite governor, Ron DeSantis.
DeSantis, yeah, DeSantis.
Governor DeSantis knows how to fight, he knows where to fight, and he doesn't have anything remotely like the baggage that Trump had, mainly because, I mean, Trump had to drag like a 727 filled with baggage everywhere he went. You don't have that with DeSantis. So I think the Republicans I think they're going to clean up in November. I think they have a really good shot at 2024 as long as they don't make the mistake, I think. Again, he could win. If he's the nominee, I'll support him. I don't think he's the best possible nominee for the Republicans at this point.
Thank you for that.
Hey, Ben. My name's Jack St. Pierre from Elon, North Carolina. I'm here with the Sig Pie Boys. So my question for you is, what's up with the Batman movie, man? I saw your review.
Yeah. Okay, so quick poll of the room. Who saw The Batman? Yeah, a lot of people. Okay. Okay, and quick show of hands, who liked The Batman? Okay, who didn't like The Batman? Okay, yeah, me and all 7 of you. Okay, so if you want to see my full 20-minute review of why I didn't like The Batman, it's available on YouTube. I had to cut it down to 20 minutes. Originally, it was 4 hours long. I think that the Batman fundamentally misunderstands the character of Batman and is a referendum on why Batman is bad to fight criminality and really why he needs to become Superman and lead suffering people onto roofs of buildings and medevac them. That's really not Batman's job. So that's sort of my key criticism of the film. Also, Batman, it turns out, is a really bad detective because the Riddler just gives him the entire plot of the movie all the way through the movie and then randomly decides to... Okay, I'm not going to stop there. I don't want to spoil it for those of you who haven't seen it. Okay, fine.
Thank you, Ben.
Hi, Ben. My name is Phoenix Winters, and I had a question about parenting styles. I was wondering what you thought would be a more difficult time, because I know that you care a lot about our children and our people, our young people.
Mostly I care about my kids, yes.
But, okay, but largely you care about the next generation also growing up with conservative values. So I'm wondering what you think conservative parents should do. What would be more difficult, in your opinion, to raise, a gay son or a thought daughter?
Say one more time. A gay son or
a thought daughter.
Or a...
T-H-O-T?
I'm too old for this.
Okay, all right. Yeah. A promiscuous daughter.
I mean, what... I'm just going to go no.
Well, I appreciate it.
And move on with my life.
Hey, man.
Sometimes, you tell people to ask new questions. Sometimes they do. It's weird.
Sorry.
Okay.
What's up, man?
Howdy.
My name is Mason, and I wanted to ask, you mentioned earlier it would cost you $100K to get you to the house. What about your sister?
Well, you'll have to ask for her speaker's fee. She's a very talented woman who's in demand. Also, she has a brand new baby, so it's going to be hard to get her.
Congratulations on the baby.
Hi, Ben. My name's Ember. In 2021, you said that the potential rise of global temperatures by 4 degrees Celsius due to climate change is, quote, not an emergency, and even made fun of top scientists for calling climate change a climate emergency. A new study by the Journal of Natural Science says that if by the end of the century, climate change will total up to 83 million deaths because of climate-related causes.
Yeah, they're wrong. Sorry, go ahead, but continue, but I'll explain why. Go ahead.
I'm wondering, Ben, why you believe that climate change is not an emergency.
Okay, because they're wrong. So now here's the, sorry, I didn't let you get to the question mark. The reason that they are wrong is because all of these studies are done in the absence of mitigating measures. So as I've said before, when I talk about climate change, when you're talking about climate change, there are a couple of things human beings can do. And by the way, I accept IPCC estimates. They range from sort of the mild, like 1.5 degrees Celsius, all the way up to the not very mild, like 4 degrees Celsius, again, over the course of the century. And because there is this range, the more extreme versions of this, the 4 degrees Celsius, whenever you read the IPCC reports, which I have, when you read those reports, they say in them that they have very low confidence that some of the more catastrophic sort of predictions are going to occur. They will say low to moderate confidence. The less catastrophic predictions, they'll say more like high confidence or fair high confidence, that kind of stuff. Okay, here is the thing. When people suggest that there is not going to be any sort of mitigation measures, this is wrong, or adaptation. So there's two ways you can deal with it. One is mitigation, which is we all stop driving cars, we stop using electricity, we don't have kids anymore, right? We really cut down on our carbon usage in ways that are catastrophic to the world economy. And what it really mostly does is it says to people in the developing world, hey, you're screwed. Because those are the people who really need carbon-based emissions. It's very easy for those of us who live in extraordinarily prosperous societies to say, you know what, I'm cutting down my carbon emissions a little bit because we live in very prosperous societies. Carbon-based energy is by far the most efficient form of energy on the planet, and it's worthwhile to notice that people who are living in developing or undeveloped countries, those people are still, in large part, burning things like dung for fuel, which is not only carbon intensive, but also a horrifying way to live. And telling those people you can't use carbon-based energy is a mistake. In order for us to take the mitigation measures that would be necessary in order to dramatically lower the trajectory of global climate change, you'd have to get China to sign on, which they will not. You'd have to get India to sign on, which they will not. Those are the two largest carbon-based emitters on planet Earth, and we live in a geopolitical world in which a carbon emission from China counts the same as a carbon emission from the United States, which says, again, this doesn't mean there's nothing we can do. It means what we ought to be doing is the thing that will prevent the 83 million deaths, which is why I'm very confident it will prevent the 83 million deaths, adaptation. This means, for example, that we build seawalls. The simple fact of the matter is that New Orleans exists below sea level. When the seawalls, when levees were breached because the levees were poorly built, it killed 10,000 people. When the levees, last time around, this last year, there was a major hurricane. It swept directly through the exact same area, and pretty much no one was killed. The reason being, the levees were much better built. When you're looking at coastal low-lying areas, seawalls have been built in places in Miami, in places in Seattle. Geoengineering, which is a methodology that's being explored largely in some of the northern European countries for actually changing the climate itself by, for example, shooting particular types of material into the air. You know, these sorts of solutions are things we should be pursuing. They're a lot easier to do because technology is a lot easier to do than anything remotely approaching a global carbon tax, which will, number one, be unsuccessful, and two, will not mitigate the effects on the climate nearly as much as you're talking about. Human beings are great at adaptation, and we suck at mitigation. And as I've said before and been mocked for it, the simple fact of the matter is over the course of the next 100 years, when you see all these maps and it's like this area will be flooded and all those people will be dead. No, because they won't be living there. Because as it turns out, when the tide rises, people move inland. This is what has been happening throughout human history. Not a huge number of people were killed, presumably, when the land bridge between Russia and Alaska from which Sarah Palin could see, right? When that land bridge ended up being covered up in water, there weren't tens of thousands of people who died in that because it took thousands of years for that to be covered up by water. Slow-moving crises are not crises. They're problems, not emergencies.
All right, we have time for one last question.
Hello, Ben. My name is John. I'm a big fan. My question is, do you think that it's appropriate that the right generally promotes Christianity in the state when America was founded on separation of church and state?
So I don't think that the right does generally promote Christianity in the state, considering that the Supreme Court has forbidden everything up to and including prayer in schools, which is a ridiculous anti-constitutional decision. Also worthwhile noting that it depends on what you're talking about as the state. You're talking about the federal government, you're talking about local governments. Okay, because the fact is that the First Amendment to the Constitution applies specifically to Congress, and up until the beginning of the 19th century, there were a bunch of states in the United States, believe it or not, that actually did have official religions. Okay, there were official religions in states in the United States. So the idea that it's anti-American to do that is wrong. Now, do I want there to be an official religion of the state of Florida or an official religion of the United States? No. But do I want a robust and healthy institution of Christianity in the United States? that the state does not infringe upon and does not destroy? Absolutely. It's my view that religion can only truly be built ground up. It's built by local communities, by church-going people, by synagogue-going people, people who make social ties with one another, but religion can be crushed top-down. And so my goal is to prevent the state from crushing religion top-down so religion can flourish bottom-up. That's the first step. And I think right now the biggest problem we have is not the state promoting religion, it's the state actively discouraging and quashing religion from the top levels up to and including the idea that you are now in certain public schools forced to indoctrinate your kids, in particular not only anti-religious ideologies, but anti-science ideologies, as we've discussed here today.
Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thanks for coming out. And thanks for all your hard work.
Well, good evening from London and welcome to a special edition of Piers Morgan Uncensored. Dr. Jordan Peterson, one-on-one. He's a clinical psychologist turned culture warrior and one of the world's most famous and infamous intellectuals. His books are instant bestsellers. Tens of millions watch him online. Legions of fans swear by his straight-talking guidance.
What I've recommended to people is clean up your room.
But his outspoken views on issues like feminism.
The taming of the wild man, essentially, by the desirable and virginal woman. And if you think women don't want that, then you better bloody well come up with an explanation for 50 Shades of Grey.
And gender.
You won't use my pronouns, so I'm pretty sure you're my enemy, yes.
Yeah, well, I know you think that, but I don't believe that using your pronouns is going to do you any good in the long run.
Have made him a lightning rod for controversy. Almost 40 million people have now seen this notorious interview with a British news show.
You're exercising your freedom of speech to certainly risk offending me, and that's fine. I think more power to you as far as I'm concerned.
So you haven't sat there and I'm just trying to work that out. I mean,
Ha! Gotcha. Celebrity friends face criticism just for meeting him. He's loved, he's loathed, but he's never ignored. And tonight, Jordan Peterson is uncensored. Well, Jordan Peterson joins me now. Jordan Peterson, welcome.
Thank you.
To Piers Morgan Uncensored. I suppose my first question, and there will be people genuinely wanting a simple answer,
yeah,
but there's a bigger answer too. Who is Jordan Peterson?
Well, I'm a clinical psychologist and a professor, and I'm doing that on a broader scale now, I suppose. But it's an extension of what I've done since 1987, really. I mean, I taught the same things I'm teaching, although I've expanded them all throughout my academic career, and my classes were very popular, and not popular exactly. The students found them extremely useful. And
Should any lectures at any university ever be popular, or should they always be challenging? Is one of the problems we have in modern society that students aren't challenged enough?
Well, they were challenging. They were plenty challenging. I mean, the students had two comments usually. They said, it's very difficult for me to talk to anyone else about what I'm learning in this class because it's so different, and also that it changed the way I looked at everything. So there's no shortage of challenge. Yeah, I mean, everyone wants an optimal challenge. You know, that's in the nature of play, to have an optimal challenge.
Why have you become so notorious? Because I look at it as, I've actually watched a lot of your lectures. Mm-hmm. I've listened to hours of you and Joe Rogan talking about stuff. I don't see the devil that some people try and portray you as at all. And it seems to me the one thing we may share in common is certainly not intellectual prowess, where unfortunately I'm many yards behind you. But what we do share, I think, is that a lot of people seem to have drawn an opinion about us based on either what they've seen in a tiny clip, taken out of context a lot of the time, or what they've been told to think about you by other people.
Yeah, well, that's some of it. I mean, I got tangled up in a political controversy in Canada. I mean, tangled up. I put my foot in it to some degree, because I wasn't very happy with what I regarded as government overreach in relationship to who is in possession of my tongue. And I decided a long time ago, and really a long time ago, that I was going to say what I thought, and sort of independent of the outcome. You know, often people craft their speech. You know, I could have come here on your show, for example. I spent half an hour thinking, well, what do I want out of this show? But I don't think like that. I wanted to come here and have a conversation with you.
You don't actually make notes, I'm told, before your big
I make
lectures
notes,
and
but I
speeches.
generally don't use them. So I have to prepare, you know.
And are they different when you go on tour? Is every night different?
Yes. I never do the same.
How do you
lecture
decide
twice.
what to talk about?
Well, at the moment, sometimes I'm taking questions from the audience, and so I just do a Q&A, but I don't look at the questions before I go on stage. And I ask my wife, who asked me the questions, not to show them to me. And then if I prepare a lecture, I usually have a question in mind, often that relates to one of the topics in my books, but sometimes something I'm thinking about. And then I use the lecture as an opportunity to explore that question and answer it while I'm watching the audience to see if my words are landing. And so it's an opportunity to think on my feet. And I think part of the reason the lectures are well attended is because it's a high wire act in some sense. Because I never know when I go on stage whether I'm going to bring the lecture to something like a punchline, to something like a conclusion. So, and I have no idea, because I'll have a variety of ideas up in the air.
That's extraordinary. You have no idea where it may lead to.
No. No. It's an
Is
exploration.
that not scary? I mean,
yes. But, you know, there's an idea that the truth will set you free, right? And that's a very strange idea, because you could imagine that I could come here and I could decide there are things I want to do to promote my books, let's say, and I could tilt our conversation towards that, or I could just say, well, I'm going to pay attention to what's going on here, and I'm going to see what happens, and I'm going to say what I think, and then I'm going to assume that whatever the outcome is the right outcome, because it was based on something approximating the truth.
Ultimately, what is your goal? What is the point of Dr. Jordan Peterson? What do you hope to achieve through what is now huge global fame?
I hope to encourage people. Other than that, I want to see what happens. You know, I want to say what I believe to be true as clearly and carefully as I possibly can, and I want to see what happens as a consequence. And what people don't understand about that, in some sense, is your happiness. The purpose of your life is not going to be happiness. Sometimes it is. Sometimes that will come, but there will be difficult periods in your life, and happiness won't suffice then. But what you can have in your life is an adventure. You can have an adventure. And the truth is the best adventure. There's no doubt about that. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One is you don't know what's going to happen if you say what you think. Now, I don't mean incautiously, and I don't mean provocatively or any more than necessary. You don't know what's going to happen. So that's very adventurous. But also, if it's you and your voice, then it's your adventure. And if it isn't, like if you're crafting your speech or manipulating in any way, or parroting or abiding by the dictates of the crowd, then I don't know whose adventure you're having, but it's not yours.
See, I'm on the show Piers Morgan Uncensored because, ironically, I got censored. I was doing a morning show at another network, and after the Meghan Markle Prince Harry interview on Oprah Winfrey, I said I didn't believe a word that she was saying, Meghan Markle. And I was told I had to apologize for this. And I said, well, why would I apologize for an honestly held opinion?
There's a question.
I didn't believe it. But I was told either you apologize or you lose your job.
Yeah.
So I took the losing the job option rather than compromise my free speech idea.
Was that a good idea?
Yes, I think so. Well, because ultimately I think you've got to be true to yourself.
Well, or you're true to something else.
Well, I think we're in a weird world, actually driven by people like Meghan Markle, where she talks about my truth.
Yeah.
I don't understand what my truth means.
It means do what I want.
Right, but my truth doesn't actually exist. There is the truth, which is fact-based and unarguable, and then there is opinion around fact and truth.
Yeah.
You can't have your own version of the truth, it seems to me.
Well, it's complicated because when people say that, they are referring to the degree that they're referring to anything, that there are some experiences that are in some ways purely subjective, and they're also valid in their subjectivity. So, for example, if you're sitting there and you say, I'm in pain, and it's assuming I believe you're not manipulating me, I don't have access to that pain, but it's reasonable for me to assume that that's a genuine experience on your part and act accordingly. And so there is a realm where experience is valid that's subjective, but that doesn't mean that everything that happens to you subjectively is now to be regarded by fiat as the truth I have to abide by.
And shouldn't we, in a democracy, should it not be my right to listen to you with great respect and then say, I don't believe a word of what you've just said?
Well, it's also your responsibility. It's not just your right. And it's also one of the things people don't understand is that ability of the other person to oppose or rein in or satirize or dance with or joke or play with, all of those things, they're also what keeps you together and sane, because we all have a tendency to drift in our weakest place, let's say. And so some people become alcoholic and some people will become narcissistic and so on. We all have our temptations. And one of the ways we buttress ourselves against that is by having other people say, no, you're not funny. There, you're boring. There, you need to be reined in. And if you deprive yourself of that, that's what happens to hyper celebrities and dictators. They deprive themselves of that social regulation because they forbid it, and then they're in hell. And sometimes they drag everyone along with them too. So, yeah, really.
On free speech, it seems to me, in my 57 years of being on this planet, that free speech has never been under more ferocious attack. Not in places you would expect, like authoritarian regimes, but actually in democracies. I never thought I'd come to a day in my lifetime where people were literally being fired or in some cases imprisoned for expressing honestly held opinions, even if I find those opinions grotesquely wrong or offensive.
Yeah, it's worse than that. People underestimate the significance of this because we're not having a fight about who has the right to speak freely. That's nothing. That's a peripheral problem, even though that can be serious in and of itself. We're having a fight about whether or not your claim that free speech exists is nothing but a masquerade for your willingness to dominate and use power. And so if I was taking that tack, I'd say, it's all well and good for you to speak about free speech, but look, you're white and you're middle class and you're British and you're privileged, and you have this theory about free speech that your ancestors derived, but the only reason they ever derived that to begin with is so they could exercise their power. There's no such thing as free speech. That's just a lie to mask a power claim. And that's a way worse cynical criticism of the notion of free speech than you can't speak because I don't agree with
I mean, it's a form of fascism, isn't it? I mean, these people...
It's worse than that.
The kind of, the ultra woke brigade out there, they categorize themselves as liberals, but there's nothing liberal about that mentality. When you have a cancel culture, which is driven by, if you don't agree with what I say, you're going to get shamed, vilified, cancelled, fired, maybe even imprisoned. That is actually what fascist regimes do to people, to their populace.
Yeah, but the fascists are more straightforward about it because they basically come out and say something like, shut up or we'll beat you.
Right.
Whereas the compassionate types who are narcissistic compassionate types, they come out and say, well, we're really trying to save the world, you know, and we're acting in everyone's best interest, and we think it would be better if you should just, you know, regulate what you say. Because if you don't, you're not a good person. And so it's much more, I'd take the fascist bully over the compassionate narcissist anytime. They're way more straightforward.
I mean, we live again in an era where the hashtag be kind almost invariably is used by people who are the least kind people I think I've ever encountered. In other words, people that love to be utterly vicious.
Yeah, well, kindness...
And yet they hide behind this fake persona of hashtag be kind.
Yeah. Well, kindness is tricky, you know, because one of the things you deal with very commonly if you're a clinical psychologist, apart from depression and anxiety, is, well, behavior therapists offer assertiveness training. And now, the people who need assertiveness training are often people who are too agreeable, compassionate, polite by temperament. Now, the problem with that is that they let people walk all over them because they don't stand up enough for themselves. And the consequence of that is they get resentful, and then they get bitter, and then they get conniving, and then they'll mob. And so, because they'll do anything for everyone else, but they push themselves beyond their limits, and then they won't even recognize the limits because they feel, well, if I'm not doing everything for you, then I'm not a good person. It's like, no, a good person does a little for you. Like if I'm acting properly with you, say in this conversation, there's something in it for you, and there's something in it for me, right? And we want that to be reciprocal. And so the cost of me bending too far in your direction is that I'll become bitter and resentful and conniving. And resentment is an unbelievably toxic state of being.
take a short break. I want to come back and talk to you about a random collection of people. Cristiano Ronaldo, the most famous footballer on the planet, the greatest in my opinion. Also a head teacher, Catherine Berbelsing, where you went to her school and all hell broke loose. And also Olivia Wilde, who's made a movie in which she said it's about you because you're the
Just
guy,
the bad guy
that drives some of the worst human beings on planet Earth.
Yeah.
We'll talk about all those things after the break. Welcome back to this special edition of Piers Morgan Uncensored, one-on-one with Dr. Jordan Peterson. So a weird thing happened about 2 weeks ago. I was on Instagram and suddenly up popped this picture. And it was you with a friend of mine, Cristiano Ronaldo, the football genius, greatest player to ever play the game as far as I'm concerned. And you'd been to see him just privately. And he was saying how great it was that he'd met you and you'd gone there. And all hell broke loose. He was bombarded with people saying this is outrageous, legend over, legacy finished, none of which would have bothered him because he'd heard all this kind of thing before. But the venom of it was from certain quarters was so pathetic, it seemed to me. So first of all, what were you doing with Cristiano? Why were you there?
Well, he invited me to come and see him, and he had had some trouble in his life a few months ago, and a friend of his sent him some of my videos, and he said he had watched those, and then he read my book, one of my books, and found them very helpful, and he wanted to talk. So I went out to his house and we talked for about 2 hours. And he showed me all his equipment for keeping himself in tip-top condition, and we talked a bit about his companies, but mostly we talked about what he wanted in the future and some of the obstacles that he's facing while pursuing that. And so we had a strategic conversation, I would say, for about, on those topics for about 90 minutes.
Were you, in a way, the Ted Lasso figure in his life?
Well, that's what it felt like.
He didn't realize he was missing?
Yeah. Well, I think maybe he did realize that he was missing it because he seemed to have found it to some degree in those lectures. And so, and I always like to hear not only what people are up to, but what they want. And one of the things I loved about my clinical practice, which was very much predicated on this, like, well, you're miserable, let's say, and not to say that he was, because he has a good life in many ways, but if you could envision a path forward out of your misery, let's say, to somewhere better, what would that look like? And it's not a question people ask themselves with enough depth. And then, having developed that vision, what are the strategies that might be put in place to make that more likely? And again, not in a manipulative way, but if you had to conduct yourself in the proper manner to bring about this desirable end, or at least to move towards it, how would you organize your behavior?
When someone like Cristiano, who, we know what the personal problem was, he'd lost a baby and his partner was incredibly sad for him. And professionally, after that, a lot of turmoil as to whether he was going to stay at his club and so on and so on. It seemed to me, talking to him in the last couple of days after he saw you, he's in a much better place, actually.
That's what happens when you hang out with a reprobate like me.
Yes, but really interesting to me that so you and he both got criticised for just seeing each other, but actually it was clearly very helpful to.
Well, I hope so. That would be lovely if it was true.
It's a weird position, isn't it? There's you, Dr. Jordan Peterson, this guy that comes out of Canada, lecturing students, and then you're at the home of the greatest football player of all time, and you're genuinely helping him. I mean, Ronaldo is known as one of the most mentally strong athletes has ever been.
Yeah, right.
Not just physically, but mentally strong. And yet he needed someone like you to help him. I find that really fascinating.
Well, I don't know if he needed me because he's a pretty competent guy, but you can always, and this is something that very competent people do, you can always improve on the edge, And so his life is very well put together, and he had some trouble, but people do, but we talked a lot about what he wanted, how he wanted his career to end in the most graceful possible manner, and how that might be optimized. And so
I hope you told him
to
sign for Arsenal in the January transfer window. Did you, Jordan?
No, I didn't give him. I try not to give people advice.
But I mean, I'm curious on that because he's obviously reaching not the end of his career by any means. He's still a world-class player, and he's incredibly fit, so he could play for another 3-4 years perhaps. But what is an end game for someone who's achieved everything in the game?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. It's hard for people who have had a stellar career, especially one that's to some degree predicated on youth, to figure out what to do with the rest of their life. Now, he's well set up because he's a very canny businessman, and he has a young family, and he has lots of friends. And as far as I can tell on that front, he's situated himself extremely intelligently So I think it looks to me like the transition for him is going to be quite smooth. So, but that's a testament to his wisdom, because he made sure that his life was founded on more than one dimension of attainment, and that was very wise. And,
Does it
and
make
everyone
you
should do
feel?
that.
Does it make you feel good that even people like him can find great solace from watching your lectures?
Well, all that makes me feel good. I mean, I do think that this is part of the reason I keep going on these lecture tours, is that it seems to be doing people good. So,
despite that, and despite a lot of people testifying that you do good for them, you went to a school, really interesting school, the Michaela Community School in North London, run by this fascinating head teacher, Catherine Birbal-Singh, who runs a pretty tough school, but has amazing results at this school. And as a result of you going, she got bombarded with hate from people. And she took it on head on, actually, and went, I'm sorry, we're going to keep inviting people with all different views, all different types of people. And that's going to include people like Jordan Peterson. She owned it, and she was proud that you went to her school. Tell me about that visit.
Well,
what you think of her as well?
Well, people think of her school as tough and that she's this dragon lady, and that isn't what I saw. What I saw was that she was playing a very sophisticated game with her students, and games have rules. And if you don't enforce the rules, then the game doesn't play properly. And every game has a referee because someone has to enforce the rules. And she's a very, very sophisticated referee, and she's playing an unbelievably sophisticated game. And the students are so alert and on target. Their attention is so well regulated by themselves. Like, for example, when we walked into her classrooms, we walked into about 7, we were led around by 3 relatively small kids who were very articulate and together and attentive and polite and focused. When we walked into her classes, the students didn't turn their eyes away from their teacher to look at us. There was no buzz of conversation. They were just focused on their teacher, and their teacher was focused too. It's like we could walk in and the whole thing just continued around us, and that was really something to see. And fast-paced, man. The teachers were spitting out information as fast as I've ever heard anyone spit out information, and the students were reacting like just like it was choreographed.
And the truth is, it works. I mean, recently this school...
Yeah, well, that's annoying.
Yeah, right. Well, it's annoying for those who immediately howl, this is disgusting, these poor kids, and so on.
Oh, yeah, those poor kids.
80% of his students achieve 4+ C or more in their GCSEs, so very good results, despite being non-selective.
Right, that's a big deal.
A huge deal. And yet she gets castigated for it, which says to me that my sort of gut feeling that we've just gone a bit soft in our society.
Well, it's annoying
generally.
when you help out the victims, because then there's no one to be like narcissistically compassionate about. So, and that's certainly the situation she's in. Yeah, it's quite amazing that she's managed this with kids who are a non-selected sample. And I asked her, well, how many kids do you have to expel, let's say, for serious...
Sorry, it's like an hour long. I'm not watching that. Coca-Cola said, quote, I hate white people. Oh, well, no, I don't know if she hates white people. I'm sorry. There we go. Here's a
Every day, nature surprises us with its outstanding beauty and terrifying fury. Devastating floods, mind-blowing tornadoes, and other natural phenomena are here to amaze you. Lightning struck mere meters away from the cameraman. I hope he went and bought a lottery ticket that day. An earthquake caught this woman and her fluffy friend off guard while they were chilling in their apartment. Luckily, they both escaped, just a little rattled. Natural phenomena can create perfect moments, such as lightning striking when the famous Metallica plays Master of Puppets. Hell yeah, Odin loves rock too. Imagine how strong wind has to be to snap giant trees like matches. The power of this destructive force is truly terrifying.
Whoa!
Striking a house can cause a lot of damage to home appliances. Luckily, modern lightning rods help prevent such occurrences.
Wow.
Believe it or not, Kawa-Ijen has blue fire. But if you're not a professional guide like this man, it's best you stay away from this phenomenon. Although science can easily explain this unusual blue flame, I prefer the idea that Godzilla lives in this volcano. Indeed, lightning is likely to hit the tallest objects, but remember, that's not always the case.
Well, there goes that light.
It looks like Mother Nature wanted to see what's inside this house.
Yes, she did.
Thankfully, it was abandoned, so nobody was harmed. No, this isn't a well-planned flash mob with dancing cars. The drivers are experiencing an earthquake.
Yep.
Luckily, it wasn't strong, so no one was injured. Is this a storm or just a huge monster hiding somewhere off screen?
What the help?
This is why you should never shelter under trees when it's stormy outside. Even a modern defense system for this solar panel plant in India couldn't protect it from a violent storm that caused million-dollar damage. They said there was lightning near their house, but why didn't I hear the iconic ka-chow? Ka-chow.
She's trying.
Sometimes nature has a special kind of humor. If not for friends, the poor girl probably never would have closed those doors. This man should have run to buy a lottery ticket right after lightning struck a tree near his car. Talk about good luck.
Damn.
Unfortunately, this street wasn't prepared for a flood of this scale, so now residents have to pay for repairs to their cars and homes. At least there were no casualties.
That's good. That's good.
Imagine seeing this 10,000 years ago.
Oh, that's a
and
volcano.
Suddenly, the legends about Titans were born. Looks like ghost bullies have entered this building and are messing with the doors.
No, it's the wind.
This is how we have fun in magic school. The way traces of lightning strikes resemble our body's nervous systems is incredible.
That is flippin' cool. Oh, but sorry, tree and boats and...
Man, I don't envy the guy who just bought a boat to enjoy on this lake. No one was hurt. Mother Nature decided to greatly reduce the price of Tesla shares. What do you say to that, Elon Musk? Why shouldn't you mess with Zeus? Well, here's one reason. It's a miracle that this storm didn't cause any damage to nearby structures while destroying every tree in the yard. Apparently, only people with seriously good karma live in this neighborhood. Nature is obviously hinting that the driver should take a different way home. The Justice League probably needs to buy more umbrellas. Car versus lightning. Once again, Mother Nature wins. Fortunately, the car's owner wasn't inside. What would happen if you didn't wash your pants for a month? They'd probably fly away.
Oh, that's funny. Wow, look at... Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
This storm caused a blackout, but at least the locals got to enjoy a short but thrilling fireworks show from the comfort of their homes. If you know someone who doesn't believe that aliens make tornadoes, just show them this video.
What in the heck?
Mother Nature definitely doesn't appreciate the work of glassmakers. Thankfully, the people inside the house survived the storm unharmed. Well, now this woman gets to celebrate 2 birthdays. Good thing she hadn't jumped into the water before the lightning struck. Trying to extend the pleasure by slowly breaking this tree. That's a weird kind of ASMR. Even bears can experience the power of a storm. Hopefully, this one found a safe place to hide from the wind.
It's in the pool.
How enormous this lightning is. Thankfully, it struck far away from the soccer field, so nobody was injured. The storm was so heavy that it felt like the motorcyclists were going 100 miles per hour, but nobody was even moving. This avalanche unexpectedly appeared right behind a snowboarder. Fortunately, he outran it thanks to his skill and some luck. This lightning strike hit the Top Thrill Dragster at Cedar Point. Fortunately, the roller coaster wasn't in operation due to the nasty weather, so no one was there when it happened.
That's crazy. That is...
Rule number 1. If a tornado doesn't seem to be moving, it's coming at you, and you should start running. Despite the fact that enormous hail completely destroyed the window, the homeowner didn't get upset, unlike his insurance company. Mother Nature decided that it was time to take a shower. Thankfully, no one got hurt. I knew that living in sandy cheeks from SpongeBob's house wasn't my best decision. Okay, maybe an ordinary tornado doesn't impress you much, but how about a fire-nado?
Oh, that's freaky.
The green aurora borealis is undoubtedly a beautiful natural phenomenon. It looks like a dance of heavenly spirits. So this is how my Sims feel when I escape daytime in the game. This is a jaw-dropping coal field with never-ending fire. What a nice spot for a barbecue, am I right?
Yeah.
It only took a day for nature to turn this cozy town into a real mess. The good news is none of the residents were hurt by this flood. Witnessing half of a forest disappear in seconds due to nature's wrath is almost unbelievable. This is how I picture the arrival of the Dark Lord. That moment when invisible ninjas are trying to kidnap you, but you're putting up a good fight.
Come on!
Either someone has just broken a huge barrel of wine, or the universe has decided to create a true Red Sea. This water is glowing thanks to a special plankton that generates lighting.
Okay, yeah.
It actually looks like a scene from a new Disney movie. Here's why you should always take flash flood warnings seriously. No, this isn't some weird firework. These comets flew millions of miles through space to dazzle us with an astonishing natural phenomenon. What are the odds of seeing hail in a desert? 0? Think again. So this is how George Lucas came up with the double sunset idea for Star Wars. Now, I have a good reason not to visit Scotland in the summer. You can build a road using the best materials, but if Mother Nature decides it doesn't fit the landscape, it'll be gone before you know it. Did you know that volcanic eruptions could be so beautiful? Nature is truly the most skilled artist on our planet.
Yes, she is.
I always wait to let cows or geese cross the road, but what is this? Tumbleweeds? This guy looks like it's been taken directly from
What
the
in the?
Ghostbusters
It's Dune. It's Dune.
So where is Marshmallow Man?
We found
These
him.
hikers weren't expecting their trail to turn into a real-life Donkey Kong video game with huge chunks of ice. But good luck kept them safe. After years of a boring life, this roof has finally decided to go for a ride. Water wears away stone, but in this case, it's an entire highway. Asphalt and metal can do nothing against the power of nature. Just look at how easily a flood can take down the creations of human civilization. What do you get when you combine swift wind and fire? One of the most mind-blowing natural phenomena, of course.
Fire-nado.
But look, this is how a tiny fire tornado is born. Would have been cute if it hadn't been so scary. The good news is that this man doesn't have to worry about running out of snow, but he's probably starting to hate winter. Can you imagine part of a mountain disappearing in 1 second? Well, Mother Nature's here to show you what's possible. POV, you decided to arrange the snow battle with Mother Nature, but things got out of hand. If you can't understand why these people are so stunned, imagine how penguins would react to discovering their home in Antarctica has been turned into a sunny beach.
Just smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
Who says volcanic eruptions can't be beautiful? What an eye-catching moment. Now I know what inspired MasterCard's logo. Seeing an eclipse is already a great experience, but what are the chances of seeing the illusion of this phenomenon? The cameraman is one lucky guy.
It's hella freaking crazy.
Although hailstorms are common in Mexico during warm months, this one definitely surprised everyone. Look at the chunks of ice. They're as big as oranges. These terrifying cyclones are sometimes known as fire devils. Yeah, fire-nados look like they come straight from hell. Finally, we have video evidence that Mr. Freeze is real.
Winter has come at last.
Due to Lake Turgoyek's depth, it can be covered in ice even when the temperature reaches 86 degrees Fahrenheit. I wonder where Optimus Prime and his Autobots are off to this time.
Oh, that's so beautiful.
Everest Camp 2 is located at an altitude of 20,997 feet. Although the tents don't look reliable, they can easily withstand natural disasters like avalanches. I bet the owner of this house never expected to have an aquarium outside their window. At least now taking a bath will be more entertaining. Sometimes the scale of a volcanic eruption is impressively enormous. For instance, this one could even be seen by astronauts on the International Space Station. The way these mosquitoes form columns that move like the tentacles of a terrifying monster makes me nervous.
Oh, that is so creepy.
And here we have yet another waterfall masterfully created by nature. Once again, it proves you should never underestimate the power of a flood.
Yeah.
These hailstones are massive. You could easily use them to play baseball. This red sky effect was created by a fire near Wanboing Lake. What a beautiful and frightening phenomenon. That moment when you mask your spaceship, but forget it's surrounded by clouds. There are approximately 70,000 wildfires per year, and the majority of them are caused by humans. Still wonder why nature gets mad at us sometimes? This meteor's color is so unusual and eye-catching. I wonder why it's so blue. Have you ever seen anything as beautiful as this stormy cloud formation? Did you know that a tornado forming looks just like someone summoning the genie from Aladdin? Who needs 5D movie theaters when we have such realistic tsunami illusions? Solar eclipses can cause various illusions like this one, which resembles a UFO. Landslides are one of the most dangerous phenomena you can encounter in the mountains. Luckily, when this natural disaster destroyed a large part of the forest, there was no one to get injured. The Aurora Borealis is one of the most beautiful things you can see in nature, and it's caused by magnetic storms. Dozens of cars couldn't get from one side of the road to another due to this devastating flood. This is when Google Maps is truly useless. Luckily, there were no casualties.
That's luck right there.
Everything seems like magic when you don't know physics. This phenomenon is called HAARP clouds, and they're caused by unique atmospheric conditions. Due to this shop's panoramic windows, watching a flood feels like visiting a huge aquarium. But where are the fish? This cloud looks like someone shaping it on an invisible pottery wheel until it turns into a tornado. Oh no, Doctor Strange is playing with his portals again. It looks like millions of gallons of water have been stored inside this mountain, and they're finally being released to make a new river. The power is so breathtaking. People in Dubai witnessed this celestial body flying in the sky. It's still unknown whether it was a meteor or space debris, but it definitely surprised everyone with an unexpected fireworks show. Even though this large part of West Bay's cliff collapsed unexpectedly, it's a common thing for this kind of coastline. As a rule, these natural features often suffer from erosion. Fortunately, this accident didn't cause any significant damage. I always knew someone was making those fluffy clouds. Finally, we have proof.
Oh no.
Isn't it so exciting to live in a world where you can randomly see such a magnificent natural phenomenon? This girl definitely needs to hire hell divers to deal with this moth invasion. Oops, somebody dropped the clouds. Hey, we need to get those back up there. If there were a compilation of the biggest and scariest tornadoes, this one would take first place. This is what it's like to drive a car during the biggest downpour in 75 years. Thankfully, everyone was using their hazard lights and slowing down for safety. Did you know that wildfires like this not only destroy local ecosystems, but are also a major source of air pollution? We should do our best to stop these accidents. Whirlpools are like a free hypnosis session created by nature. It's amazing how fast the Malangwa River created a large channel to the Indian Ocean. These fish are like, so this is where we're gonna live now. Not bad. Given the history of the Titanic, this guy should be careful while swimming near that huge chunk of ice. Don't worry, that's not a wildfire. An earthquake hit this mountain, causing tons of dust to fly into the air.
Jeez.
Now, we know that if you combine sand and seawater, it looks like beer. Don't worry, this is just a spaceship parked in invisible mode. This shocking landslide happened near Daxian Village in 2023. It's simply unbelievable to see a giant part of the mountain turn into nothing in a few moments. Fortunately, there were no people injured. You never know what lurks in the darkness. It could be a cat, a monster, or a frickin' tornado. This isn't footage from Pandora. You can visit Crystal Cove State Park if you want to see these glowing waves caused by bioluminescent bacteria. Mother Nature decided to play with snowballs, but it went too far. One avalanche is scary enough, but 4 avalanches at the same time? Horrifying. That moment when you're recording a video for your blog and the apocalypse begins. This cart has watched way too much WWE. Stop it. As a rule, these rope tornadoes are the smallest and safest, known for their curved shape in the final minutes. It's hard to imagine a worse place to experience a 7.2 magnitude earthquake than a suspension road bridge. Fortunately, it held strong. This is how car owners prepare for the most intense hail in the history of the UAE. Unfortunately, there's not much that can save a car from hailstones the size of golf balls. This parking lot turns into a mass car wash during a storm. Don't forget that handbrake to keep your vehicle from being washed away. Nothing to see here, just a raging river highlighting the need for a better built bridge. No, this isn't an apocalyptic movie, but the result of mining operations that have actually terraformed this pass. About once a year, the residents of Bologna feel like they're in Venice. And no, not because of the number of tourists. Imagine how strong the wind has to be to do this to your house. If you're too lazy to even fix your fence, then don't set foot in Indonesia, because thanks to these little beauties, you'll be rebuilding your home every few years. The residents of this mountain cabin certainly weren't expected to wake up to a house blocked by a snowfall. Thank God they had a snow shovel. I bet you've never seen a river overflow so intensely that it turns a whole forest into a water slide. It seems this guy managed to get onto the set of the new Harry Potter series from HBO Max. But seriously, what do you think this is?
It's a broomstick. It's an Olympus 2000.
Still think your second floor apartment is safe from flooding? Maybe try the third floor next time for a more peaceful sleep. Now, you might be thinking, but I've already seen a tornado today. To which I say, trust me, you haven't seen one this big. It's literally the most tornado-looking tornado you've ever seen. Well, at least this residential complex is able to save on water in the grounds, and the playground equipment stays clean. Yeah, my mom taught me to always look on the bright side. It's crazy how nature can make a second-degree flood even more challenging by simply adding lots of ice. Here's more proof that nature is truly alive. Just look at how this forest is breathing. This flooded city needs a hero, but for now, a single drain is doing its best. Oh, so that's why gym trainers recommend not skipping leg day. But seriously, I hope no one was late for work. When you live in a country with cold winters, life is always full of surprises. How would you even defrost your car to get to work? Tell us in the
That's
comments.
the truth, yes. How would you
This is the
Jeez.
heaviest rain Seoul has seen in the last 115 years, allowing local residents to watch their streets turn into rivers and lakes in just a couple of hours. Watching a tornado effortlessly lift 8-ton truck trailers into the air is truly unsettling. Let me explain the essence of nature's power with this wind turbine example. Whatever humanity creates to tame it, nature finds a way to break it down. The only thing scarier than how easily this tornado tears through power lines is that it can go anywhere at speeds of up to 55 miles per hour. Literally unstoppable. Mongolia hasn't seen a snowstorm like this in a long time. Just imagine 80% of the country covered with 3.28 feet of snow, and the temperature dropped to minus 50.8 degrees Fahrenheit. The developer got all possible permits for building this house, but the most important approval from nature wasn't granted. When tsunami waves start tossing around docked ships like toys, all you can do is cross your fingers and hope that no one's on board. If you think the weather outside your window is bad, take a look at what real bad weather looks like. Looks like someone needs to learn how to control their firebending skills. Either that or this is a rare natural phenomenon that raises too many questions for me. No, this isn't a ship sailing through an icy sea, but a desperate snowplow battling against 50 centimeters of snowfall that fell overnight. It's hard to imagine something more terrifying than a landslide that can literally relocate an entire lake. Due to the 2024 California snowstorm, someone had to wait a couple of weeks longer for their Christmas gift. Be careful what you wish for, because an ocean view hotel room like this may end up being more unforgettable than you imagine. Well, at least you don't have to clean the windows. What do you think happens when the pressure inside a glacial river becomes too high? Well, it comes bursting out of the ice, shooting water 6 meters into the air, which then flows down about 60 meters to the base. I guess a volcanic eruption isn't all that surprising anymore, so check out this glacier erupting right onto a promenade. A flood of this magnitude always triggers massive landslides, and Himachal Pradesh in India was no exception. That road looked almost brand new. When you hear that Japan is located in an active seismic zone, it's hard to understand just how active it really is. Here's a case where you could have just flooded your downstairs neighbor's ceiling, but the cold winter decided to make it more of a challenge. How dare this oil vein disrupt some farmer's agricultural season? Well, maybe he doesn't have to worry about profits. When the Arctic decides to reclaim some coastline, not even an icebreaker can do anything about it. I bet you never thought about what happens underwater during a 7.2 magnitude earthquake, but you've gotta see it. Nobody was hurt, but everyone was shocked. Remember the movie The Day After Tomorrow? Well, it turns out it wasn't too far-fetched after all.
That is so crazy. So beautiful,
These drivers were unlucky enough to be at the epicenter of a 7-magnitude earthquake in Kyrgyzstan. Fortunately, no one was injured. After a storm, residents of this area thought the worst was behind them. But then, this happened. Get off the chess set, because you won't be watching Netflix anytime soon. Imagine seeing this in front of you while on a single-person boat. What would you do in this situation? Share your thoughts in the comments. Imagine waking up and seeing a wave as tall as your house right outside your window.
Run.
You know, I was under the impression that water was supposed to go through a pipe, but I'm learning something new thanks to this flood. No, this plane didn't make an emergency landing on water. Dubai International Airport just turned into a massive lake thanks to some heavy rainfall in the UAE. Ever heard that you shouldn't swim in bodies of water during a thunderstorm? Do you know why? Imagine the force of ocean waves that allow water to easily pass through 30 meters of underground cracks. For these tourists, a tour of a dormant volcano turned into the most epic experience of their lives. Good thing they hadn't reached the summit yet. Even though it can be scary, sometimes the weather takes care of you by creating natural drinking fountains, like this one in Yosemite Park. What you're seeing right now aren't just seagulls, it's literally a sea of gulls. Now this is what I call snowfall. Look at how huge those flakes are. It's like sky dandruff. This Australian couple didn't ask for a swimming pool in their backyard, but they got one anyway. Let's just hope this cameraman didn't forget to wear his anti-bug suit so this cloud of vampire mosquitoes doesn't drink him dry. And that's all for now. Which of today's natural phenomena amazed you the most? Don't hesitate to share your thoughts in the comments. Also, make sure you like the video, hit the bell button, and subscribe to the channel to stay up to date with the most mind-blowing natural disasters and phenomena. See you later.
There was some funny friggin' shit right there.
On December 13th of 2022, a man called Paul was doing his job as a day guard at his local factory when one of the weirdest events possible occurred. It was around 8 p.m. when the following video was taken, and it took place just after Paul had finished working, except little did anyone know.
What's up, y'all? Welcome back, man. We about to check out some more Jesse Lee Peterson, because our last stream we checked out, that was my very first video ever being introduced to this gentleman. Where he almost had a guy walk off the stage while he's threatened to walk off the stage like 3 or 4 times. Listen, when I said I was going to speak with you, I didn't know that you're going to be questioning my character, brother. So if you're going to question my character one more time, I would just walk away. And then he just sit there for like 15 more daggone questions. I'm like, bro, you know you wrong. You just trying to figure out how to get him back. And he never figured out how to get him back. Well, he's talking about Black Lives Matter right now. And I'm hearing that this thing right here is going to be fire. Please let me know what y'all think, man.
I absolutely appreciate it. I did a YouTube video, a commentary on Beyonce during the halftime of the Super Bowl. It was one of the most evil things I've seen happen in a public way. And I received a phone call from the Black Student Union at Trade Tech College here in Los Angeles, wanting to talk with me about my YouTube video. I have with me tonight Andre Shirley. Also, Michelle Watson is here, and we want to have an open and honest discussion about Beyonce and the whole race issue. Andre goes to school at Trade Tech, and Michelle is a community activist. Do you work with Black Lives Matter or the Black Student Union, or both?
Both.
Both?
Both, and also the Los Angeles Black Workers Center.
Oh, okay. What do you guys disagree with me about?
Let's go down the list.
My man said, let's go down the list. Uh-oh, it's about to get nasty.
Well, let's start off with how you described Beyonce and her performance. When you said that white people should have gotten up and walked away.
Why? Why is that a problem?
Race relations is something that needs to be talked about. It needs to be addressed. It has held this country back and held my people back for far too long. And until we can, as a society, sit down and understand what's plaguing us, we will never be able to move forward, ever.
But she wasn't talking about it at the football game.
No, she was bringing attention to the fact that there is lack of value on Black lives here in America.
Most people, when they go to the Super Bowl, they're taking their families, their kids are with them.
Yes.
They want to go there and just have fun. They don't want to hear Black people complaining about so-called racism at a football game.
So-called
If Beyonce wanted to talk about it, she should have called together a meeting and say, hey, I'd like to bring everybody together and let's have a discussion about so-called racism in America.
Racism is not private. We asked for this conversation. How many times have we asked for a conversation about race relations? I have a dream that one day my children will be judged by the content
but Black people have been talking about racism for 50 years or so.
Did Harriet Tubman have to constantly go back before a conversation? We are at a point in society where us as young people, we're tired of seeing it. We're tired of hearing. I'm tired of walking down the street in my hoodie and being afraid because I just saw a police officer.
Bruh, okay, I wasn't going to say something at first, but come on, man. Come on, you walking down the street in your hoodie afraid of a police officer. See, I get the fact that you're afraid. Walking down the street in your hoodie and afraid. I get that. If you're afraid, you're afraid. Listen, I get it. Things happen that make us afraid, right? But you're afraid of police? Or are you afraid of the people that are actually out here causing harm to the majority of people who look like us. Until y'all are able to keep it a buck, man, ain't nothing gonna change. Y'all keep wanting to blame somebody else when we need to have this conversation with the people who we need to have this conversation with. Facts. Facts. If y'all want to talk about some real stuff, then talk about some real stuff to all parties that are involved, man.
Not being afraid because there's some people down on the corner that I don't know. Not being afraid because my next door neighbor is always in his garage. I don't know what he's doing. But being afraid because the people who are charged to protect and serve my life, people who are taking my tax dollars to have a job to protect and serve my life.
So tell me about Beyonce. Let me ask you about Beyonce. Beyonce is 34 years old.
Yes.
She's married.
Yes.
She has a daughter.
Yes.
And first of all, she out doing this booty dance, half naked, dressed in black, looking like a thug. Is that a good example for, and I'll ask you this, Michelle, is that a good example for other young girls? And should a married mother act that way in public?
Beyonce is a woman, and women have sexuality and femininity, right? And so that's where the style comes from. If it's okay with her husband, then it's no one should ever have anything to say.
If it's okay with her husband, then she's absolutely right. If it's okay with her husband, then she should be able to dress how she wants to dress. But then responsibility lands on her for all the young ladies that she inspired, that she encouraged, that all the young people who watch her and want to be just like her. And they don't understand that that's something that you have to wait until full maturity to be able to do. They don't understand those things. Why? Because she's not communicating that. We're steady talking about communication. Well, we really need to have communication because young people don't understand that they have to wait in order to act that way. They see somebody on TV doing it, they want to do it now, period. And one thing we need to realize too, and the young brother, I understand what you're saying too, we hired the police through our tax dollars. We don't want to have to worry about them. We want to look at them as the help. I got you on that. And any police, what's that? Oh, it's thundering out there. Any police who goes against his oath to protect and serve, and he want to be one of them racists, or he want to be just a drunk off of his power that he has, then he deserves to be arrested. He deserves to be have his ass whooped and all that. He deserves to be fired. Whatever you want to say, absolutely. You said the content of their character, judge them by the content of their character. Because guess what? In the black neighborhoods, the people that are beating the hell out the black youngins are black police, bro. Just saying. Occasionally white police too. Just saying. So when we have this conversation, man, we need to have this conversation. We can't always be so one-sided because then people stop listening, bro.
Is she a good example for other young girls to see an older woman acting that way?
Yes.
That is a good example?
Yes, because that's not their status. They know you are from a baby, a child, a little girl, a teenager. They're not a woman, right? And they know that. But just because they see a woman in its full manifestation doesn't mean that it'll negatively affect them.
Would you want your mother out doing the hoochie mama dance, half naked, dressed in black, where the world is looking at her?
Everyone is entitled to a good time.
No, but would you want your mother to do that?
I would.
Hold on a minute. Would you want your mother to do that?
Ask daughter. Ask daughters. You're speaking to people who haven't lived yet. You're speaking to people who haven't raised any children yet. And they're probably raising really small kids. But if they were asked if their daughters would be allowed to dress that way or perform in front of a group of people dressed that type of way, then they will differentiate. They're saying, no, that's an adult. You can't dress that way. You can look at it, but since there's no penetration, it's not porn, feel free. Because you know what I mean? They just let the kids do what they do.
Have fun in a black dress on national television.
Half naked doing the hoochie mama dance.
Beyonce was not half naked.
Yes, you are. But you didn't answer the question. Would you want your mother doing that?
Depends on how old she is. Yeah, it does. So, in my opinion, so hey.
So would you want your 34-year-old mother doing that?
Why not? Like I said, everyone is entitled to their expression of themselves.
Is that a
She's
yes
not
or no?
just yes. It's a yes.
That's a yes?
It's a yes.
You would want your mother doing that?
It's a yes. My 34-year-old mother, yes. It's in the self-expression.
What is it that she's trying to express?
She's trying to express, for one, the powerfulness of the black woman and the black movement.
But that's
and
not
how she's
power
in
to go out
solidarity.
and hoochie mama dance half naked. That's no power in that. That's a weakness.
What is a hoochie
Women are
mama
doing
dance?
that in bars and clubs every day and night. Don't you think?
Showing one's physical beauty
Dance
is a weakness.
is a part of art.
But not half naked in the public. Let me ask this. Beyonce promoted Black Lives Matter. We all know that Black Lives Matter is an agitative, evil group of people who could care less about black people.
We do not
She
all
also,
know that.
let me finish,
I'm
and then
not
I'll let you
saying that
respond.
can we
She
not
also
establish that as a
promoted,
fact, though?
hold on. I'll let you respond. She also promoted the Black Panther Party, and we know that Black Panthers promoted killing cops, and they killed at least 2 police officers that I'm aware of. And in Chicago, black people were afraid of the Black Panthers during those days because they were so radical. She also promoted Malcolm X at a Super Bowl game.
Yes.
And you guys are okay with that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let me ask this
Promote my people.
Next year, I'm asking the KKK to go and perform a cross burning, dressed in hoods, white sheets and hoods at the Super Bowl halftime. Are you okay with that too?
We live in America where you have freedom of speech. If that's the idiocracy you want to promote, then
So you would be
feel
okay with
free
that,
to
right?
do that. I would personally be a part of the crowd that's protesting it. As you said, white
But
people should have gotten up and walked out on Beyonce and Kendrick Lamar's performances. I would be that black person that would bring that protest to your front door
Why?
and ask you
Why?
how
If
as
Beyonce
a
can
black
promote-
person could you promote an organization that judged your ancestors on the color of their skin and not the content of their character, never even asked them a simple question, but because they were solely black, put them in chains and make them work on a field. And
The
these are the
KKK
people
didn't do
you-
that.
The KKK is a terrorist group, and it's the longest standing
And so is
terrorist
Black
group
Lives Matter.
in Los Angeles. Black Lives Matter is not a terrorist group.
So let me ask-
Black Lives Matter is simply an affirmation to black people that we matter, because we don't see it enough in our community. Nobody tells us, not even our parents sometimes, that we matter. So when we say Black Lives Matter, it's not saying that you don't matter. It's not saying that we matter more than somebody else. It's saying that we matter, and I can tell myself that I matter, just like I can tell myself that I'm beautiful, right? To affirm it to myself.
So is that a no about the KKK performing? You wouldn't support that?
Okay, first of all, let me get this straight. So you said the Black Panthers had people scared in Chicago, right? They had
You guys are not
people
answering my
scared to
question.
sell drugs in the
I
neighborhood.
refuse
They
to-
had people scared to
No, I would
prostitute
not be on
women
board with
in the
that.
hood. The Black Panthers gave out. They started the free meal program. They started WIC
WIC,
program,
yes.
which the government has
Black
started to take over
Party.
because they fed
Yeah.
communities, right? And so when you have the KKK who started things like Halloween, where they dress up in masks and go firebomb houses, black houses where they hang people from
Black
trees,
Wall Street.
have parties with black people hanging from trees like strange fruit, if you've ever touched up on your black history. But you have these KKK terrorist organization groups that have tormented black people for years, African people for years, but they are not labeled as a terrorist group. So then you have a
So-
black group emerging from
so
the
is that a
community called
no?
Black Lives Matter,
Is that a
and
no?
now we have to be a terrorist group, and we're here to rebuild the community, to hit the capitalist white supremacist society right in its face and stop it and say, hey, this is not right.
Okay, so let me go back to the question. Is that a no for the KKK performing next year?
Only if you're on the cross.
I'm sorry?
Only if you're on the cross.
I'm on the cross?
Yeah.
And then you'll be okay with it?
Yeah.
Why are you so mean?
I'm not mean.
Why would you want to put me on the cross?
All right, so hopefully y'all understood what she just now did, right? I'm gonna try to explain it. Hopefully what she was basically saying was, yeah, they've done some wild stuff. Black Panther Party, they've done some wild stuff, but we forgive them because they was trying to help the black community. Everybody that they shot or tried to get up out of here was not in the black community, or they wasn't welcome. And we enjoyed that. We would like to have that back. KKK, they did nothing but to the black community but chastise and terrorize, brutally do things just out of hate. So both of those people, yeah, they've done some things, but we're not giving them a pass because we were the victims of that. Black Panthers, we give them a pass. Now, Black Lives Matter, the way that she believe it, minus killing cops, they're doing everything else that the Black Panther Party was doing, in her opinion. That's where we are right now. She firmly believes, now listen, she's young, and y'all need to understand that people understand what they've learned up to that point, and that's what they speak on, so that's where we are, but I heard that this is about to get real good.
Because we disagree. Where's the love in that?
Where's the love in you?
Where's the love in that? Let me ask you this
conversation. Where's your love for Trayvon Martin, who didn't even do anything?
Where's your love for Ezel Ford?
Let me ask you this.
Omar Obrego.
Hold on. You said that Black Lives Matter make black people feel worthy and beautiful?
No, I didn't say we make people feel. I said it is a positive affirmation to ourselves.
They affirm you?
Yes.
And what do they affirm about you?
It affirms my being and the positivity in my being and the purpose in my being.
And you didn't feel that way prior to Black Lives Matter? You did not feel that way?
No.
Why not?
Because the way that society is set up, it makes me feel that as a woman, there are things that I shouldn't have. There's a specific way that I should act. And that because I'm black, my chances of everything is significantly lowered.
So your parents did not make you feel worthy while raising you?
They told me I was beautiful.
And they
told me I was smart. They told me I was important. But yes, I believe them. But
so why do you need Black Lives Matter?
Because the way that you are treated and what you are told are two different things. My mom told me I was beautiful now and I was smart. But when I go into society, they don't see that beauty. They don't see that intellect. Society. Just because I'm black.
Who are you referring to in society?
I'm referring to the structure.
Are you talking about
the whole
white people, or black people, and white people and others? Who are you talking about? Are you talking about white people?
I'm not talking about a person.
Specifying any particular
I'm not talking about a person.
But somebody has to be the system that you're referring to.
It's a thinking. See, we have to
who
understand
are you referring
that it's not a people.
But who are you
thinking?
And who is thinking?
I'm referring to the government.
Who is thinking this way?
The people who wrote our laws.
Who is that? Are you talking about white people, black people, Mexican, or them all?
White people.
You talking about white people?
Mr. Peterson, if I
Hold on a minute. Hold on, I'll come to you. You're talking about white people?
I gave you what you're looking for, huh?
No, are you talking about white people?
Yeah, I'm talking about anyone who wants or feeds into white supremacy in this structure.
So you're talking
anybody,
about
whether they be white, black, Asian, Latino, whoever. If you agree with this white capitalist, white supremacist structure, then okay, that's for you. But if you don't agree, because there's a variety of all the races who don't agree, do agree.
Oh, okay. So Andre, you want to say something? Go ahead.
So the way that the country is set up, she don't agree with that. She's extremely well spoken, but she's speaking on her side and her side alone. So we need to understand that that's where she's coming from, all right? But something that I said before, the more she lives and the more she understands, the more she experiences, the more she sees for herself, and the more that she acknowledges within, she's going to understand that she's depending on this group a little too much. And she's going to also understand that a lot of what make her who she is right now has to do with the system that's been set up. Nobody wants to give credit to anything that they don't agree with. I don't care if you just now help me up. Once I get up, I'm smacking your hand away because I was taught that you was part of the reason that I was down. And I'm still doing research, and once I find out, I'm a march. That's what we're going to do. We're going to march.
Yes. I wanted to say that I don't think it's a people. It seems to be a majority of people that have this racist thinking that I must keep this race oppressed so that I can stay superior. Although, I mean, our history do show.
Who are you referring to now?
I'm telling you that it's a thinking. that's
and
in
who's
society.
doing this thinking in society?
It's been the Caucasian race for
So the white
ages.
race is holding you back.
No one's holding me back
The
because I
white
create
race
my
are
own
discriminating against you.
because of my
Yes.
race. Yes, it's
So-
sad.
And they have
How-
set up
where's
a
your proof
system
of
to where
that?
they don't have to discriminate, but they have a system that does it.
Where's my proof?
Yeah.
The fact that as a young black man growing up in a society, my parents had to tell me that I had to do things 4 times better than the Caucasian person just to survive in this country.
So your
But me
parents told you
being-
that?
Hold on. But me being a person that's objective and I can see both sides of the coin, I go into society, I do the same thing as my fellow classmates. Yet I realize that I do have to do more to get into society. The fact that before I go on the job interview, I have to figure out what I'm gonna do with my hair because my texture of hair is not what America deems job appropriate. So I have to go and cut my hair, although I believe that this is where my strength is because I am the only person on this earth that has this kind of hair, that can have any hairstyle without doing anything.
You believe your hair is your strength?
All of this is my strength. I have strength in here that I can't even contain.
Black
and I
lives-
think that is a reason why we have this issue with everything black people do. It's called a protest, an outrage. It's because we are passionate people.
No, you're very angry people.
Oh,
Would you
are
include yourself in that?
No, I'm not angry.
I actually wanted to ask you, what is your
Hold
nationality?
on, I was angry like you people at one point.
I'm not angry.
But I
You're
was
not saying
able
that
to
I'm angry.
overcome it, and I realized that I had been lied to. You guys, most black people are so angry.
I'm glad he said that because his way of thinking comes with living. That's the only way it comes, man. It's the only way it comes. His way of thinking comes from not being around people who just want to complain all daggone day, but rather being around people who want to put their minds together to find solutions all day. That's where his way of thinking comes from. I'm speaking from experience. I was once angry as hell. I was once a part of groups, PKV, Positive Comedic Visions. I had ways of thinking that will blow your mind right now, man. But with thinking and learning and living, I learned something different.
At a point now that no race like you.
Okay, but
Not just the white race. Isn't that right? It's not just the
I
white
mean,
race.
200
The Hispanic,
years of racism.
the Hispanics don't like you. The
60
blacks
years
don't
of
like
Jim Crow.
you
I
know.
mean, constantly being told that we're less than,
No,
yet
but-
you go and get Botox and tanning
Andre.
salons and
Okay.
all this to look like
Andre.
us. You
And
perm
to
your hair,
address
you
the-
crochet your hair to get
Andre,
locks,
Andre,
but we're
Andre.
ugly.
Andre,
I'm just
calm
saying,
down.
we would have a reason to be
So let me ask, how do you feel knowing that most races do not like black people now because they're fed up with your bullying, they're fed up with your complaining and blaming and doing all that. You're turning off most people. How do you feel about that, Andre?
I would have to disagree with you on that statement, seeing that the
No, I hear from them all the
Okay,
time.
Okay, hold on. Let me get my point across. You hear from them, but I see them, and I think actions are a lot better than words. When I see black and brown doing a march on Washington, that's race relations
Well,
right
those
there.
just
That's
those
great.
radical, angry-
That's
angry,
great.
uh,
When I see Asian people standing outside the White House marching with Black Lives Matter, yes, yes. When I see people of other cultures going, you know what? See, this is what we have to do as a people. We have to wake up.
What do you
We gotta
want?
stop
What
listening
is
to
it
this
that you
rhetoric
want?
that's in the media.
Michelle, what do you people want?
What do I want?
Michelle.
When you say you people, what do you mean?
The complaining black people blaming others for the failure of their parents and their lives, blaming others for whatever it is you complain about. What is it exactly do you want from white people?
He about to start. He about to start.
And
I'm trying to find out
I
what you
want-
want.
what's your nationality?
Answer the question,
Are
baby
you
girl.
white?
I'm black American. What do you want? Oh, you do? And why do you think that? Why do you think that?
Because you seem to separate yourself from from us, should I say,
In
put
what
us on
way?
the other side
In what
of the
way?
fence. In the ways that you specified thus far.
Meaning what? Tell me, give me an example and tell me what you mean.
How you mean? How do? What do you
black
people
people
want from
here
white
as
people?
you
Meaning
people,
that
not
I'm not with
including
you.
yourself.
Oh, okay.
He's talking about the black people sitting on the couch who represent certain organizations that want to blame white people for the way that they're being treated. That's what he's talking about. He's saying that you have demands. That's why you're there on the couch. You have demands. So exactly what are you going to do? What do you want? What do you want to satisfy?
Just y'all by yourself, right?
Let me explain why I do that. What you don't know is that there are two realities in life. One is that of good and one is that of evil. And now that I've been able to overcome evil, I don't identify with angry, evil black people. I identify with other blacks and others who are on the side of good. And so that's why I say you people, because I have to divide myself or separate myself from evil and go along with good. So that's why I do that.
What is it that makes us evil?
I'm sorry, your anger, you're blaming others for your problems, your lack of love and respect for yourself and others.
Okay, well, that's another reason why I wanted to come on the show, because that has been a misrepresentation, right? We're not angry, we're not pointing the finger.
But you're blaming white people for your downfall.
No, we're not blaming white people for our downfall. Basically, we're just saying when the so-called Emancipation Proclamation was passed, a certain system was also set in place to make sure black people didn't make it that far.
What do you want at this point?
I want race to be taken off applications. Why? What does that have to do with anything? I want to stop seeing my fellow.
What does that have to do with anything? You know, you just now set yourself up, brother. You've been there separating race the entire time, bro.
Young people being gunned down in the streets for carrying a can of tea and a bottle of Skittles, walking home. I want police to stop using illegal chokeholds to take people down and then completely getting off of it. I want our politicians and our elected officials to see the people that march in these streets across this nation that's saying, wait, no, this is wrong. I want people to do their jobs. I want to walk down the street and know that I'm safe.
You've been brainwashed.
Check this out. It's not that we want something from white people, right?
What do you want?
We want to see, first of all, this fact is, yes, in LA, right? Yes, in Chicago, that if you're black, you basically will be persecuted.
Who are you referring to?
I'm referring to anyone, everyone who looks down upon black people, right? Who feels that if you have darker skin, that you have a lower status.
Have you been discriminated against?
Yes.
By whom?
By white people.
What did they do to you? Tell me what happened to you.
They told me that I needed to wear my hair a certain way in order to be groomed.
Who told you that?
All right, a supervisor.
At your job?
Yeah, at a previous job.
At a what?
A previous job. I don't work there anymore.
So you were working at this company, and you went in, you applied for the job, and you, at the time that you were applying for the job, you told them, if you pay me X amount of dollars, I would come every day, and I will follow your rules, and you took the job, right? Is that right?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
They can't hear you.
Yes.
They can't hear you, Michelle. Come on. So when you agreed to do that job and follow their standards, their rules, you didn't mean it?
Yes, I did, but culture is, everybody has different culture.
So you meant to follow their rules. Did you know about the hair deal before taking the job?
No, they said, right,
They said what?
groomed means you got up and you did your hair, you did your face, you're aware of your whole appearance, right?
Right. And so you went in there with what, an afro or something?
Something similar.
What you did? What you go in there with?
With a ponytail with the afro and a little bang in the front.
And they say, no, you can't wear that hairstyle.
They said it's just not it doesn't look professional,
Right.
and they just made a recommendation, but they didn't say, oh, our rules prohibit you, but they said, oh, look, I just want to make a nice recommendation.
Right.
Okay, I have something to say. That's not discrimination. They had a preference that you looked a certain type of way. Why is that an issue? I don't know. because all of you guys look up to artists, y'all look up to models, y'all look up to a lot of people who follow stringent rules in order to fit into a certain demographic. You can't name one person who does not. In order to be a police, you got to follow certain rules and be dressed a certain type of way. And those are people that we pay without taxes, right? Well, they can't be there dressed a certain type of way. They have to be dressed in the way that I don't know exactly how they need to be dressed, but their hair need to be a certain length. Their facial hair need to be a certain length. In the military, the same exact way. So we are so quick to say, oh man, that's discrimination, that's racism, you're being a racist, you don't like me. Well, that person might not have liked you. That person might not have liked you. But guess what? You could have handled that. And we all have been through that at some point. But guess what? That's a job. That's a potential career. If that job does not work for you, you go get another job. That's a part of the hustle. You got to work for what you want. And since it's not yours, you got to follow other people's rules until you create your own, where you can hire people to do whatever they want. You hire somebody and they come to work every day, dressing the way that their culture says that they should be able to dress. How's that going to make you feel as the employer? Like you have absolutely no control. You're going to have your own ways that you want people to do business if you ever get your own business. You probably have your own business right now, and you're creating your own rules right now. But one thing that you're going to realize is that the bigger you become, the more structure you're going to have. With structure comes rules, and some people are not going to get their way. And then when some people do not get their way, they're either going to accept it or they're going to, moan about it, complain about it, or be angry or fire back about it, say something about it. It is what it is. This is the real world we're in. It's the real world. You can't just go to somebody's place of work, place of business and say, well, listen to me. This hair right here, this is my culture right here. You most certainly can. I used to do that all the time. I used to be the first. I was working up until I was 42 years old when I retired from the federal government. And I used to be ridiculous, man. Ridiculous. You talking about somebody that was angry? Please. My wife used to always say, are you trying to get fired? Like, really? Are you trying to get fired? Nah, I was just upset. And I wanted to challenge everyone on everything.
Let's get into it.
Hey guys, I'm back. I'm back.
I'm going to name this video I've Had Enough, because I have had enough, and hopefully you've had enough as well, okay? I've had enough of making excuses, not doing what I want to do. It's like, did you ever get the times where you think to yourself, oh, tomorrow I'm gonna start my diet, or
He becomes his own daughter. That's nice. You're not going to catch her with that thing. Don't judge what... Don't judge.
Equally as dangerous of a country as Mexico now in our inner
assets. You're doing very well.
That's wonderful. Oh, I like these guys. I like these guys. Yeah, I got a good show.
Yeah, got any show for y'all. Got a damn good show. What's going on here? It's a police chase and it's a black woman involved, which means disaster. No, I like these. Watch this. I like this one is cops chasing Negroes. This cop is moving. He's chasing a woman right now. Got the lights on, she won't pull over. She's speeding up. We need to get this black person off the streets. She's a danger to society.
No, she's not. Oh, he's gonna pit her. Here comes the pit.
No, man. No, man. We gotta stop this. Do the pit maneuver. Do it now. That's a tractor trailer right. They can pass that tractor trailer. She's gonna. This is dangerous, man. She's doing over 89. We gotta do the pit maneuver. All right, she's pulling over. Relax. All right, good. She pulled over. Oh, okay. At least she did
don't get out of the.
Show me your hands! I don't care! Show me your hands! Is there anybody else in the car? Step back to the sound of my voice! Step back to my voice!
Man, you scared me. Hey, you better get back in that car and run.
My voice and do it now!
You better run, that man's gonna shoot you.
Listen to me! Listen to me! Listen to me! Listen to me!
He's trying to get to the gas station.
Turn around and face the other way.
Trying to get to the gas station, Mama.
To the sound of my voice.
Trying to get to the gas station, Mama.
To the sound of my voice. Then you better do what I tell you to do. Walk backwards.
That sounds like a threat.
Walk backwards. Walk backwards to the sound of my voice.
I'm sorry, I gotta
Walk backwards to the sound of my voice.
Know what got? Do what you got, honey.
Oh my God! She took. I gotta get gas. I gotta get gas.
You better not pull over now. He's really gonna do that. You playing games. If I was you, I would not pull over. You know what she can do? What? If she's filled in her life is at risk, pull her to a police station. I don't think that's an option. She ain't gonna make it. I feel a pit maneuver coming on. I told you, man. She is hauling right now. Yeah. Look how fast they going. Yeah, you gotta do that pit maneuver. Speeds of 130. Yeah, I would do that pit maneuver around 100 miles. If she slow down to about 100, I'd do that pit maneuver. Send her rolling. Uh-oh, pit maneuver. Do it. Man, this is crazy.
What are you?
What's that, the sirens? They look crazy. Like King Kong kicked that car.
Step out of the car!
I ain't getting out the car.
Driver! Step out of the car! Step out of the car!
I don't think she can step out of the car, can she?
Step out of the car! Stop what you're doing!
You told her to get out of the car.
Stop moving! Get down! Get down!
Run!
Get down! Get down! All the way, face down, face down. Roll over! Roll over! Roll over! You got her? I was running out of gas! I was just running out of gas! Cover the car. I hadn't made sure it's clear yet.
It's
Well, you really gonna run out of gas now. That car can't drive nowhere. There's smoke coming out of it? Oh, that's total.
Hush! Hush! I work at Amazon and we're going home. That was real stupid.
You used to work for Amazon. With that driving record, they gonna fire your butt there.
For real, I just got this car. Well, you know what? It might have been a little bit smarter.
You were trying to shoot me.
Listen to me.
You were talking about shooting me.
Now, ain't what nobody said they was gonna shoot you.
Shoot me.
That was stupid. How much you had to drink?
Not a lot. You had a gun pointed at me.
Well, no joke.
You may search me, sir.
Yes, please.
I don't have nothing on me. I promise. Go ahead, search me. No, I'm saying go ahead and search me. I have nothing on me.
This is too funny.
Because it was in the car. I didn't drink it in the car. I was in downtown on Main Street.
They looking at the car.
We'll see everything's 10-4. You go ahead and start me at 10-11, please.
This is too funny. I'm sorry, but this.
What did you do? No, I just got checking up in the car. I'm not drunk up in my head 40 times.
Yeah, you know what could avoid that? Number one, not running 122 miles an hour before I ever stopped you.
I am black and you were pointing a gun at me. What was I supposed to do? Sit there and get shot?
I would point a gun at a white person doing that.
No, you didn't.
Just hush. Chill.
Just don't say
It don't have nothing to do with you drinking. It don't have nothing to do with you running 122, right?
No.
Yeah, okay. Yes, ma'am, I did.
That is so. That's too funny, dude.
I put myself in their shoes. You black, you're a woman, you're not that smart.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. They don't know how to use a computer either. That's what Joe Biden said.
But in all seriousness, well, I guess this is training. You have to scream at them. You have to come out with a gun when they're traveling that fast. I guess that's the training. Sometimes when the cops trying to gain dominion over the situation.
Yeah, dominion
on the situation.
Dominion over the situation.
Take control of the situation as a man. You scream and you pull your gun out.
Yeah.
For the majority of people, that's going to work. But
yeah, some people.
I could see how a woman could get hysterical because they've been fed a narrative what they should think about cops. So that's what made her do what she did.
Yeah. And she's at low capacity too.
Yeah.
That ain't gonna help.
Yeah,
but you can't be You can't be very smart behaving like that. And things that came out of my mouth, I mean, I know when
I ran out of gas.
Yeah, yeah.
I gotta get the gas station. I'm gonna run out of gas. I thought it was somebody having a baby in the car. It's an emergency. I was like, oh, somebody's in the car going to the hospital. No, she's run out of gas. That's the emergency. But you think the cop was right to get out and just have his gun out?
Well, it's a felony stop. Yeah, they have to do that because more often than not, whenever a stop
like that,
criminals, violent criminals, they do crazy stuff like drive.
Yeah,
more often than not, when you pull over someone that's very dangerous, they behave like that. So they're going to treat that person as if they're dangerous,
right,
like other people. So
yeah.
That's why they're doing the felony stop. That's why you come up. Hey, get your hands up! Get on the ground! Stop moving! Walk back to the sound of my voice. Do a 360. Stand on one leg. Get on both knees. Now give me 5 jumping jacks.
I mean, okay, he could. Okay, I would have my gun unholstered.
Yeah,
but I don't think I would have pointed.
You think they're gonna? Well, look at it this way. He did nothing wrong. She did all the wrong. Right?
Yeah.
But. I don't know what I'm trying to say.
I'm saying he escalated an already crazy situation when he.
Yeah, well, she escalated it too. But
I
a
know
lot of people think when you start screaming at people, it makes people behave. Nah, it actually does the direct opposite.
Yeah. When you scream at people, yes, that's very true.
Used to be in security and in private investigations, and when I used to work security for stores undercover doing arrests of shoplifters, my first day on the job, I was screaming, get on the ground, grab, you under arrest for shoplifting. Don't you do that. Get your hands out of your pockets. It makes people nervous and they run. When you go out and somebody, what I found, no matter how big they are, right? Or, man, come on, man. I will go up to them and say, hey, sir, let me talk to you about that merchandise you failed to pay for. So, real nice, majority of the time, they walk right into the office with you. I found that out the hard way.
Yeah, when you escalate the situation, when it doesn't need to be escalated any further.
Yeah.
If he would have escalated the situation,
right?
She pulled over.
Yeah.
I think, well, let me look at it from this point. If he goes up and just handles it like any other stop,
yeah.
I don't know. He might just get ran over. No. Well, he ain't gonna get ran over. He's 75.
Like, if he would have said, hey, if he would have said it in a stern voice, he didn't necessarily have to pull a gun. If he could see both her hands, he got that big ass deer light on the face. He can see everything.
Yeah,
you know, she can't see anything.
Yeah.
So just look at it from the Negro lady's point of view, right?
What?
You get out of the car, right? This is a light. You can't see nothing.
And he's pointing.
And you're a deer in headlights. You can't see anything. You got that big light.
She saw that gun pointing at her.
She saw that gun pointing at her. All she sees is a light and gun. That's why she freaked like that. If they just say, hey, walk to the side of my boss, or better yet, what cops can do to when they are confronted with this type of situation, try to de-escalate, even though they escalated it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Try to de-escalate first. Then when they're not listening, you can get louder and more sterner. But
hey, Captain, hey, we've never been cops.
Yeah, never been cops.
Never been cops.
I'm just
we look at it from from a layman's point of view.
I'm looking at it from both people's point of view. The police officer and the
yeah, you out there trying to be super cop. That's how you get killed as a cop too.
Yeah, I know. No.
So in final conclusion, you did everything right, officer. But you could have killed that girl. But he had no choice.
Yeah.
She was crazy.
Well, I was telling the white man to do the pit maneuver before he did it.
No, he was trying to do the right thing. White man, he's trying to do the right thing.
Yeah.
She gave him no other choice.
Yeah. And you know what? We can't forget the cops are human.
Yeah.
Imagine him chasing this lady in the car. He's doing 100, 130 miles an hour. His adrenaline is pumping, right?
Yeah.
And he lost his cool.
Yeah.
And rightfully so.
Yeah.
You know? Because he's human.
I think it maybe it could have been, it would have turned out a different way if he didn't scream and point a gun at her.
Yeah.
But so there's something wrong with black people. I know that. There's something wrong with y'all.
Yeah.
White people ain't perfect, but they ain't doing stuff like this.
Yeah. I'd rather live around white folks any day.
You people crazy.
Live around people like you talking about you running out of gas. I'd rather be surrounded by a bunch of racists.
actress blames bigotry for cancellation. Tyrus, I love this story. Amanda I think her name's Amandla. It's really Amanda.
Call her unemployed.
Yes. Anyway, she's the lead actress from the Star Wars TV series, The Acolyte. She says her show was canceled after one season because it was the prejudices or bigotry against the show's diverse cast. And she said it was harassment from alt-right hyper-conservatives. She making excuses?
Of course, it's always is.
Here's how bad you are, that you get the name Star Wars on you and you failed.
Yeah.
The show, take it from Minority. Star Wars was already one of the most diverse shows in the movies in the 70s. They had everybody on there. So they would, and they continued, and in the new ones, they made women powerful, and they had Jedi. They've gone out of their way, and then they lowered it up, and they threw it up in the lobby for you, and you ruined it. Here's the problem. Your woke writing sucks, and if the fans don't watch it, maybe there is alt-right conservatives, but they don't know because nobody watched it.
You know what's funny?
That's the problem. I would love to say it sucked, and I have no idea because I looked at it and went, I don't want to watch this.
That is like, you're right. When you said it's like, how can you make something that's so popular bad? It's like you open a toy store that children don't want to go in, or you make donuts that fat people won't eat. I mean, they made a Star Wars that people didn't want. Everybody loved Star Wars.
But that's the problem. Snow White wasn't the same thing. Another thing, these young actors and actresses today, they don't take ownership, so they're not going to grow as actors. They blame everything on everybody else. But it's everyone else that buys, so I bet there won't be a long line for the next flick.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, keep blaming everybody else. That's going to go good for you.
And you're right, woke writing, any type of writing where messaging is more important than like being entertaining, it stinks.
Yeah.
And it annoys people. And I think Star Wars, we're done with it. Like, can we just stop with Star Wars? Like, the first 3 were great.
No.
The Mandalorian is supposed to be very good. Everything else, I've had
good.
enough.
Yeah.
I'm sick of the universe. I'm tired of the Star. Just shut up. It's boring, and I'm sick and tired of it. Yeah. But my friend's a big fan, and he wanted to like this show so badly, and he just hated it. And he said it was not a good show.
No,
it's not always because of the politics. A lot of times you just made a bad show. It happens.
Yes, and it's like an excuse to blame the viewer, but you can't blame the viewer if you're leading with a message. You know what I mean? If you're going to lead with a message, it's on you if they don't like it. You know, don't have a message.
Entertainment's one of the most pure things out there, right? It's kind of like greed. Like it just is. Like you either are entertaining to people or you're not. I don't sit down and write a dissertation about what entertains me before I click on the 51st Star Wars show that's been created. Maybe 50 was the limit. Maybe Disney Plus doing 50 Star Wars shows, the 51st one, not so much. But here's an idea, and just hear me out. I mean, just hear me out. Maybe people don't really give a about you.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they just want to be entertained and just do something entertaining.
Could this cat be?
I mean, it's the truth.
Like an underrated quality of online trolls. Maybe they are America's precious commodity.
What's up, Lord? How you doing, bud?
America get rid of a mediocre product.
Hey, how you doing, Hunger? Hey, all right, you too. Watch. All right, I'll do it. I'll do it. Let's see what's fun.
All right, everyone. Welcome back.
Oh, I heard
to
about
Live
this,
Now
yes.
On Fox. We'll take a look at this really disturbing video. It has been making the rounds, going viral. This is out in Aurora, Colorado, and it's one that is making headlines, of course, all over the country, where the mayor of Aurora says Venezuelan gangs are overrunning
it's
apartment
happening.
buildings there as part of an organized criminal effort. Local police have called the incidents isolated, but surveillance video from at least one of the complexes is very startling, as you can see from this video right here. Now, we want to go on for more on this story about what's happening in Aurora. We're joined by Fox News senior national correspondent William Lajeunesse. William.
Many say the problem
we go.
began when the Biden-Harris team opened the border with migrant apprehensions from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, jumping.
Now, Venezuela is actually emptying their prisons and sending them to America, or they're going to America from the prisons. So, because a lot of their prisons have been evacuated.
From 17,000 in 2020 to 600,000 in 2022.
That's
So the
crazy.
administration created the
That is crazy, dude. And it's more today. There's more people coming over the border.
HNV program, which provided migrants from those 4 countries with humanitarian parole and invited them in.
Yeah,
but
there
auditors
is.
found widespread fraud in the program, migrants lying on their applications, sponsors using fraudulent identities, including dead people, and traffickers demanding payment from those they sponsored.
They're literally just funneling people into the United States under this program with no expectation they're ever going to leave.
And that's what sources say we are seeing now, a mix of innocent migrants along with graduates of the Venezuelan prison gang Tren de Agua, extorting tenants for payment.
There are several buildings actually under the same ownership, out-of-state ownership, that
That's
have
crazy,
fallen
dude.
to,
I'm sorry.
These Venezuelan gangs. We did everything we could to, quite frankly, keep them out of the city because it's not our problem. This is a federal problem.
So DHS briefly suspended that CHNV program, but restarted it this week, saying they've worked out the kinks. Well, it invites
No, they
about
haven't.
30,000 illegal migrants a month to enter the U.S. from those 4 countries. Now, critics say there are 2 problems. One, we still have no way to vet these migrants because we can't get at their criminal histories because those countries will not cooperate, and we can't send them back.
Yeah, Venezuela does not like America. All those countries don't like America, so we're not liked.
Because their countries won't take them back, which is why you see some of the behavior these gang members appearing to act without any regard to police. It's illegal for them to carry a firearm, and you see from the video they've got plenty of long guns and handguns as well, because if they're going to be arrested, they're simply going to be released, and they're not going to be deported because we can't keep them, right? Can't afford to keep them. And all those people you see, we have the biometric information on them.
Yeah, I know.
But police are not making any arrests.
No, they're not.
Send it back to you.
So, Will, I mean, what's the plan here with this? I mean, are they just going to be able to stay for as long as they want? I mean, what's the plan to actually apprehend these people?
So the local police department is allegedly working with the feds, but I will tell you, while Denver is saying...
Yeah, it is definitely crazy. It is so crazy that it's insane. I mean, if Harris gets into the office, we're in trouble. We are definitely in trouble if she gets into office, man. It'd be crazy if Trump gets into office too, guys. Cause I don't know. I don't think he's going to go after people, but I think he's going to go after people. But I'm hoping that he has the willpower not to go after them. I mean, the ones that should be prosecuted when you're totally out of office is Hunter Biden. I know he's in court going through the court case of the gun charges that are against him. I guess you can't have a gun if you're high on crack, like he was. I know that his laptop wasn't fake, even though they said it was fake. But again, that was the left. That was the left that did it. I mean, it just makes me laugh. I just... I left my book outside. Shoot. Left my phone outside too, darn it. Give me a follow, please, please. If you find any kind of stuff like this fun, enjoyable, I will have more stuff going on in my on my channel. Hopefully, I will be able to get one of my laptops to work so I can stream outside and kind of just have a music stream. like I used to back when I used to stream outside. I miss that. I did get a one of those fans that sits underneath the laptop for the laptop you sent me. So and I have that, and it keeps it cool, so I can use that. But this CPU can't handle streaming. It's like at max at like God in its 50s. The GPA, the GPP or whatever it is. Was like 80 something last time I played it. Like turned it on and see if I can get the stream to set up and to work. And oh my God, dude, it was like glitching every 2 seconds. The screen would freeze and then unfreeze and freeze and unfreeze and freeze. Like it was having a seizure. I was like, oh, okay, I'm done. But I'm hoping. Okay, this is a little less of this before I start going on to completely something different.
Sanctuary city. Colorado is not officially a sanctuary state, but when you will look at the rules, there are a lot of prohibitions, I am told, by the local police to actually cooperating with ICE or DEA or HSI, Homeland Security investigations. So I think that's going to draw things out a little bit. I think eventually they're going to get in there and have identified the troublemakers or the gang members, if you will. But again, we have nowhere to send them. I mean, we can put them in ICE custody for a period of time, but Venezuela's not taking people back.
No, they're
not. We don't
not.
have any diplomatic relations with Maduro at all. So it's a conundrum, right? And that's why they're acting with such impunity. Back to you.
And lastly, William, I mean, we're showing this video over us speaking one more time just because, I mean, it's just so brazen the way that they just come in with the guns and really just set up shop here. Unfortunately, I mean, for a situation like this, does it almost at times, because there isn't too much happening with law enforcement, does it have to happen where somebody is injured or killed because of something of the lawlessness that happens that eventually will then lead to getting these people out?
You'd like to believe that, right? But let's just take a look at some of the crimes we've seen in New York City, right? The assault of cops, and people are being let out within 24 hours, and then they find them somewhere else, and then they finally take them into custody, and there may be crimes committed in between there. You know, this problem with these four countries where we don't have diplomatic relations, where we can't just easily send people back. What I am told is happening, the big picture is,
I'd still send them
we
back.
reinstated this program even though the kinks are not worked out, right? We don't have the ability to find out who those sponsors really are. I mean, in the situation, you had 3,000 people sponsoring more than 100,000 individuals. That's not the way it's supposed to go. When you said, you know, when you were a kid and your family said, let's adopt, if you will, a family from another country and provide some money and kind of look after them or whatever, and see that they, you know, settle in the United States in a positive way. Well, that's not what's happening with these programs. Once they're here, no one's watching over their shoulders. And again, this particular prison gang has clearly infiltrated this migrant program, and people being people, they're going to take advantage of the situation. So the cops have their work cut out for them, for sure.
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh my, yeah, I saw it on the news yesterday. Was just like, oh, this is wonderful. Just lovely. Just lovely, my friend. Just lovely. It's just a beautiful, lovely thing. I'm going to go and get my guns. Let's go. When cop shoots his partner and he dies. Stop talking. Stop touching me now. What? Some of these titles are just clickbait. Some of these titles. If you got a dick, you ain't no chick. Oh. War Heroes Nightmare. Oh, I guess you're like, okay, I have no idea. Zuckerberg getting told, you still suck, Zuckerberg. It's just, there's so many distractions right now. I mean, Hunger Man, there's so many distractions out. People, people, people. I mean, the only thing that should matter is the economy, the kids, and your job. Oh, I got ants on the fucking... Jeez. I got ants on my table. Wonderful. They're probably on my soda by now. Here's what they want. I had an ice cream shake. A chocolate shake. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. He snuck in. Oh, I guess this guy went to a focus group and freaking pretty much. Oh, it's the hive mind, the liberal mind. This guy's awesome.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing.
Go follow this guy. This guy is actually really freaking good.
The abundant hypocrisy of the left. So here we go, we got yet again another controversy. The left is real mad. Mad at what exactly, you ask? Well, you know, the usual. The left is mad that a biracial man has a different opinion from them. As we know, the leftoids believe this to be illegal. The inclusive, anti-racist left has a real hard time with ideological diversity within certain groups of people.
Yes, they
A really
do.
interesting scenario we got here. After Kamala Harris's CNN interview, MSNBC decided to do a focus group, and one of the individuals on the panel happened to be a black conservative, and apparently, according to leftoids, that's unacceptable. And supposedly the man infiltrated the focus group, because apparently you're not allowed to be a pro-Trump individual in a focus group giving your opinion. Yeah, real interesting take, but if that's the stance that leftoids want to take, then sure, let's run with it. Absolute base Chad. Oh, he infiltrated the MSNBC focus group, I guess to spread red pills to the masses. Let's have a conversation about it. The left is offended by it. I think it's a good thing. In fact, I think it provides a little bit of ideological balance where it doesn't exist at MSNBC. Let me show you guys exactly what happened. We got some stuff to get into.
Here we
so
go.
Let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so the leftoid accounts are real pissed about this. A member of MSNBC focus group of mixed-race voters attacked Vice President Kamala Harris over her race, but it turns out that Abdul Ali is a GOP congressional candidate and pro-Trump podcaster. Ooh.
Raise your hand if you are a Republican, Democrat, an independent. Does the way that you identify racially impact your politics, or specifically how you plan to vote this election?
Absolutely.
How so?
I'm not going to lend my support behind someone who does not support people who look like me.
I don't think he sees me as who I am.
Former President Donald Trump.
Yes.
And what about the rest of you?
I just don't think that Kamala Harris has anything vested in the air finger quote black or Hispanic experience in so much as it would be identified by anybody that lives in those communities.
You're saying you don't think that she can help black or brown people?
No, I mean, going to Howard don't make you black.
A conversation that quickly turned to this moment in a July interview at the National Association of Black Journalists.
I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. So I don't know, is she Indian or is she black?
What did you think when you heard those comments?
Highly offensive. I mean, I
don't think they were offensive.
Probably every multiracial, mixed race, biracial person has had the experience of someone else telling them that they are not something enough. I think it's kind of triggering, right?
I think it is impossible.
But she's not African American. She's Jamaican American. She's not African American. But they keep saying she's African American, but she's not African American. She is completely and utterly Jamaican. I mean, her father's Jamaican. I mean, but they keep insisting that she's African American. I mean, she's black. Yeah, she's black. I agree with that. I just think it's kind of funny they keep saying African, but she's from Jamaica. So that's what I'm talking about. That's
to be biracial in America. And I think that it requires that you're covering all bases at all times. And it requires constant recognition of both identities. And I think when Donald Trump says stuff like that about Kamala Harris and implies that she's like picking a race for political advantage, it's tapping into an incredibly familiar sentiment that I think everyone on this panel can understand.
Marie and Adul, as Trump supporters, when you heard that comment, as mixed people, how did it register with you?
Well, my first thought was, that wasn't very well thought out. At the same time, though, when I heard it, I didn't hear it as an attack on blacks or Indians. I heard it more so of him commenting towards identity politics and the appeal that some take to play up one side of their race over the other.
Adul, I see you nodding your head.
I agree with him. I didn't know she identified as black because everything I saw was first South Asian, first Indian. There's none of that identified as black.
Regardless of her parents, I mean, she was born in this country, and she identifies as a black person in this country in an American way, in a uniquely American context.
I've never heard her identify herself as a black woman.
She said multiple times she's a black woman.
I've never heard it.
But I'm black.
No, she didn't.
And I'm proud of being black.
Politics. I should note that one of the gentlemen we spoke to there, Adul Ali, is currently a Republican candidate for North Carolina's 12th congressional district. His opponent is Representative Alma Adams, who was elected back in 2014. But what's
Okay, I'm failing to see the issue here. I'm a little bit confused, to be honest. So what is it exactly that the left is so offended by? The fact that you have a black man here who was present on a panel and had a different opinion than you're emotionally comfortable with handling? What exactly is the suggestion? That conservative black people not be included in the public conversation? That it's somehow wrong to include them in focus groups? Give me a frickin' break. The reality is black conservatives exist, and this is a reality that leftoids ought to get used to and used to quick, because guess what? Newsflash, there's more and more of them by the day as your insane policies continue to push black men away from the Democrat Party. You know, I don't know if leftoids realize, but this focus group wasn't a focus group of undecided voters, people pretending to be nonpartisan or on the fence, independents who don't know who they're going to vote for. It was simply a group of mixed-race voters giving their opinions. And yeah, the reality is there's people who have different opinions that you might not agree with, and those people ought to be represented. But of course, the Democrat view is that he's a Republican GOP shill that was sent to attack Kamala Harris. What an absurd statement. He was sent to push the party talking points. No, he wasn't. He's a man who ran his own congressional bid for office, who happens to do a political podcast where he gives a right-wing opinion. There's nothing wrong with that at all. You know, like I said earlier, I think this was a breath of fresh air. Finally, an opposing view was represented on MSNBC. And his view in particular is a relevant view. It's not just a Republican attack line that one of Trump's minions is pushing as he's infiltrated this focus group. No, it's actually a very popular, pervasive view that a lot of people share.
What do you guys think about Kamala?
It'll be cool.
She's terrible. If she comes into office, it will be done.
It'll be cool to see a female black, you know, she's half black, not fully black, but it'll be cool to see a black president,
Western Indian,
female black president. But I'm definitely voting for Trump.
Let me tell you something. She tries to get the black vote because if you look at her past things and maybe 10, 15 years ago when she's in interviews, she identifies as West Indian.
She does.
The only way that she's identified as African American is right now, because she wants the voters, but she doesn't give a fuck. Because where was she at in these past 4 years if she's vice president? What has she done for us?
She have not.
Can you say one thing that
I didn't even know she was the vice president.
Can we say what she has done?
Let's go, Trump.
And I am going to stand on Trump, and I'm so sorry if that may ruffle people's feathers, but I have done my own research, and Trump has
apologizes.
done a lot for us more than what the media tries to portray. They're getting all our favorite rappers. They're having Megan Thee Stallion twerk and all of that to gain because they think that that's going to make us vote for them, and that's not.
And that never got my vote.
And that will never get my vote. And I'm going to stand on that. Twerking
did
and
not
having
get my vote.
Meg Thee Stallion, first off, the song that she was even saying
Listen
is
to him.
Go around asking people on the streets. I've seen so many of these interviews so far. You'll see the same thing over and over again. You'll see the same repeated pattern. Are all of those people Republican shills, Trump podcasters who are infiltrating these online interviews? No, they're regular people who have different opinions. And you're just throwing a hissy fit, frankly, because a black man disagrees with you, and you leftoids view that as unacceptable. And you're the side of anti-racism. Give me a frickin' break. You're the side of big media propaganda, the side that just wants the establishment cult to win at any and all costs. And if that means stifling dissent, well then that's what's gotta happen, huh? This left-wing perspective ought to be condemned totally, where you see these leftist collectivists throwing a hissy fit every single week when a news organization does its job ethically. Oh, they gave Donald Trump a platform, how unacceptable, we should boycott this news network. The only thing that's acceptable to these people is hardcore left-wing partisan hackery. Anything else is straight up fascism. They want the media to keep doing their frickin' dirty work. They want kid gloves for Kamala, just like we saw in that pathetic CNN interview. I mean, total political kabuki theater. They even had an 18-minute, highly edited interview that they aired to the public with a live tag on. Totally unbelievable. I mean, look, there's a live tag in this edited, chopped up piece of video that was played to the public where Dana Bash didn't even challenge Kamala Harris even
She never did.
once.
I watched the whole thing. She never challenged anything she said.
Meanwhile, this is how Dana Bash treated J.D. Vance just a couple weeks prior.
Oh, that
you guys seem to be struggling a little bit. Kamala Harris has been calling the shots. As who? There's no evidence that Kamala Harris threw him overboard, called you and Donald Trump, and that is weird.
Sure.
You're saying Tim Walz doesn't have affection for his wife? I don't even understand that. They have done both. They have both policies, and they are trying to define it. You have been on the campaign trail questioning Tim Walz's military record. Governor Walz served 24 years. Sure. He even stayed after he could have retired because of 9/11, more than the country asked of him. Do you honor his service? I will say that the Harris-Walz campaign did say that the governor misspoke. That was a month before the National Guard even announced that it was possible that they would deploy to Iraq, and it ended up being 2 months. He retired 2 months before they actually got the paperwork.
You know, that right there is what the left wants. They want an aggressively biased approach. They want corruption. They want propaganda. They want to stifle dissent. And I'm just going to say it, they don't want minorities to think for themselves or to have a voice in the political arena. No, this man didn't infiltrate the MSNBC focus group. He's just a regular dude with his own opinions. And it pretty much ends there. Anyways, that's what I got for you guys on this one. Hopefully you enjoyed the video. If you did, make sure to leave a like and possibly subscribe. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
All right, so these are the leftovers where I read the jokes that we didn't use this week, and as always, it's my first time reading them. So if they suck, we'll skin Joe Mackey, roll him around in maple syrup, and feed him to the fire ants. Boy, look how white I am compared to my makeup.
Been white a long time, boss.
I know. So this week, the TSA had to remind us that peanut butter is a liquid. And also that Joe Biden can't fly commercial because he always has more than 3 ounces of liquid in his pants. You're disgusting. He's still our president. This fall, Chris Christie will teach a class at Yale on how to run a political campaign. He'll be grading on a huge curve because he corrects his papers in bed. See? In a Missouri National Park, it turns out that an injured bald eagle was actually just too fat to fly. That's the same reason they gave The View when they wanted to do a show in Hawaii. You people. A 66-year-old man fired for peeing in a Times Square hotel lobby is suing for over $1 million, claiming he suffers from a chronic medical condition that causes him to urinate frequently. Yeah, it's called being 66. A man with the world's largest penis revealed the way it's made his life difficult. We'd show it to you right now, but I'm busy.
I love when he says that.
All right, you got that joke.
Oh, that's so funny.
President Biden is on his second straight week of vacation.
Hey, look at it. It's the president.
He would get more rest if not for the local kids who keep poking him with a stick to see if he's alive. Stephen King mocked Elon Musk on X after one of Musk's rocket launches was delayed. But King should stick to what he does best, scaring people with his face. Some people dispute the claim that Kamala Harris worked at McDonald's in the past. Meanwhile, McDonald's claims their records show just one clown working there.
Shot down in flames.
Philadelphia police suspect a couple was getting busy and accidentally hit the gear shift of their car, sending it into a river. I know, sounds unbelievable. Having sex with a person from Philadelphia. The Burning Man Festival drew a massive crowd with an orgy dome. Many people don't know why they went, but something definitely came over them. No apologies. Anthony Fauci was hospitalized this month with the West Nile virus. The doctor recommended he lie in bed as opposed to his usual lying standing up. Good end there, kids. Finally, police in a suburban New York County have made their first arrest under a new law banning face masks. After the arrest, police begged the person to put it back on. All right.
No, freaking.
Let's talk about the stuff. So last night's interview was a controlled burn. The goal, limit the damage to a small area in order to prevent a larger inferno that would engulf the entire candidacy. For it to work, the conditions had to be right. You had to pick the right host, the setting, the length of time, the chaperone, and the questions. And the obvious one to avoid was her role in covering Joe's mental unfitness.
She did a
Remember,
shitty job.
She insisted President Biden was extraordinarily strong.
You insisted that President Biden is extraordinarily strong. Given where we are now, do you have any regrets about what you told the American people?
No.
No, not at all. Not at all. I have served with President Biden for almost 4 years now, and I'll tell you, it's one of the greatest honors of my career, truly. He cares so deeply about the American people. He is so smart.
So smart. So smart he had to drop out of the race. But what if she's telling the truth that to her, Joe seems smart? That would mean she's a drooling idiot.
Yep, that would mean
Aunt
it.
Bash just shrugs. But if she did anything else, she'd make Kamala look bad, and we know that that helps Trump. And what do you do when asked about the obvious coup against Biden? You do what any seasoned hack does. Turn it into a family moment. Did it happen on a Sunday?
It was a Sunday, so here, I'll give you a little too much information.
Go for it. There's no such thing, Madam Vice President.
My family was staying with us, and including my baby nieces, and we had just had pancakes and, you know, Auntie, can I have more bacon? Yes, I'll make you more bacon. And then we were sitting down to do a puzzle. And the phone rang, and it was Joe Biden. And
he ruined the
he
night.
told me what he had decided to do. And I asked him, "Are you sure?" And he said, "Yes."
Okay.
At least the kid got more bacon.
Yeah, I know. The kid got bacon.
I was on the edge of my seat
Yes.
about that bacon. Whew. Since when does Kamala give us two information? She gives us no information. And when Bash hit Kamala on her ever-changing positions, Kamala insisted she hasn't. Spoiler alert, she has.
In 2019, you said, quote, "There is no question I'm in favor of banning fracking." Fracking,
She
as you
said
know,
it. She
is
said
a
it.
pretty big issue, particularly in your must-win state of Pennsylvania.
Sure.
Do you still want to ban fracking?
No, and I made that clear on the debate stage in 2020, that I would not ban fracking. As vice president, I did not ban fracking. As president, I will not ban fracking. We are in 2024, and I've not changed that position, nor will I going forward. I kept my word, and I will keep my word.
What made you change that position at the time?
Well, let's be clear.
What?
My values have not changed.
Yes, they have.
Well, that was clear. So 2019, she says there's no question she'd ban fracking. Now she says she won't ban fracking, but then she says her position hasn't changed. So what did? Did the definition of fracking change?
I mean,
to
did
not
it?
fracking? Because then everything she said makes sense. It's classic Kamala, a pile of platitudes sewn together like John Wayne Bobbitt's penis.
Ew. Ew.
Yeah. R.I.P., I think.
Yeah,
Google it.
He's dead. He's dead.
Listen to this sentence.
I have always believed, and I have worked on it, that the climate crisis is real, that it is an urgent matter to which we should apply metrics that include holding ourselves to deadlines around time.
Oh my God. Here we go with the time stuff. Oh, my head's starting to hurt.
Deadlines?
Why do we need deadlines?
Around time. You know, as opposed to deadlines that aren't based on time.
But
what is the significance of the passage of time?
The significance of the passage of time, right? The significance of the passage of time. So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time. There is such great significance to the passage of time.
I mean, true. I mean, what is the significance of the passage of time when you can make an 18-minute interview seem like an eternity?
I know.
Now, the media calls this race a race to the middle. Say whatever you need to say to come off as a moderate because people appreciate the norm, which raises the obvious question. Why do you push left-wing ideology when come election time people tell you that it's not what they want?
No, it's
and
not.
Why is it you can only push your left-wing aims when no one's looking? What's that say? Your positions suck. And you're not being true to voters when finally they're looking right at you, which is a bad time to forget the name of the Supreme Court.
He even called for termination of the United States Supreme, the supreme land of our nation, the United States Constitution.
What?
Well, it's nice to see she'll continue where Joe left off. Jim, you have been following politics for decades.
Very closely, yes.
Very closely. Have you seen a race quite like this? And I don't mean Kamala's race. I mean just the political race.
Well, I mean, I find her kind of entertaining. Like, we've all forgotten the Supreme Court. I called him Supco. It's just a little bit easier to remember. I knew that would bomb, but I did it anyway because I'm stupid. I wrote it down, and I'm like, nope, don't say it. And I said it.
Story of my life.
But we can't, like, I don't mind when someone changes positions, and as long as they're going to stick to it, because we always complain that they dig in on something and they don't change. But her answer should have just been when they said, why have you changed your opinion on fracking? Because I realized more people thought my position was wrong. And so I adjust, like, I don't need you to have integrity, just do what people want you to do.
Exactly. I have changed my position on a lot of things, and you just say, oh, I think I was wrong.
Yeah.
That's all you got to say, and then people go, wow. Why are politicians told not to say they think they're wrong on something?
Probably because we punish them for it.
Yeah.
Like, if you admit that you're wrong about something, people don't just go, wow, that was honest. We just try to kill you for it. You know, she's very irritating, and it's fun to watch her talk about righting the ship when she's vice president for the guy who sank it.
Yeah. Joey, I'm inclined to ask you about Waltz because, both of you are military heroes. Though, I hesitate using your name and his in the same sentence because he did so much more, Joey. But
well, to hear him tell it.
Yes, exactly.
No doubt.
But he didn't do anything there. He reminded me of when you see on 60 Minutes when they have like the head of a corporation and his lawyer. And the lawyer's off on the side, and the lawyer's just looking like this at his client while like being interviewed. He was just there in case, she got sick or something.
All he did was, I think he was there to make her look better.
Yeah.
She doesn't. She has a likability problem and kind of always has. And so they bring him in there, and he's running this line about being coach and Midwesterner. But think about what he said. He said that I don't use good grammar. That was his.
Yes.
Because people in the Midwest are known for. As someone from Georgia, let me tell you. You know, I sat there and I went, ain't no way he just said he was in combat, did he? That's bad grammar. And I know that. What he is he's a damn liar. And you can't admit that on TV.
He didn't really directly answer the whole DWI thing either. He kind of just skirted past that. He's talked about his kid and his dog.
Well, and Bash offered it up on a silver plate. She coupled a couple of things together so he could pivot and go somewhere else. If you watch the whole thing, she led them to their answers when she asked the hard question.
And Kat, she didn't do exactly what you predicted they wouldn't do. No follow-up question. Not even a, what did you mean by that?
I know. She did do one where she asked her, what would you do on day one? And she asked her that again.
Right.
That was, I mean, again,
yeah, she
not
did.
exactly the level of combativeness she had when she was talking to J.D. Vance, but something. But I'm also disturbed that Kamala doesn't seem to know what TMI is.
Yeah.
Like, in my experience, because in my experience, TMI, if someone says sorry TMI, they're either talking about sexual behavior or poop.
Yes.
Or like other bodily fluids. So I was like, where's the TMI if the kids all themselves from the bacon?
That's TMI.
We know
That's TMI. But like I was with some kids that wanted pancakes and bacon is not TMI. Nobody threw up.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. I mean, what would be TMI? I mean, my goodness. I mean.
Oh, TMI, I had breakfast today.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry for the TMI.
Well, I mean, Kat wrote a whole book on TMI.
Exactly.
I mean, she's an expert.
I'm the queen of TMI. It doesn't
Chapter
exist for
5.
me. I'll tell you.
Yes.
I got more TMI coming in the next one, too, believe me.
I would love to see a conversation between Kamala and you. And she goes, TMI, I had pancakes. And you go, TMI, I had a colostomy.
Yeah. Ileostomy, but yeah.
Ileostomy, excuse me.
Yes.
I get confused between colostomy and ileostomy.
I could explain to you, but that would be TMI.
Tyrus? That's what we got after waiting 30 days.
No, that's. I think I said it best. I think we've seen and heard enough.
Yeah.
You can't even tell
yourself.
Yeah.
I think I've said it best.
Yeah, I did. No one else is going to touch that. When you lie about breakfast, okay? Okay, there were pancakes. I was making pancakes, and then they asked for bacon, and then we played a puzzle.
Yeah.
What kitchen table do you have? Okay? Nobody. Of all the foods in the world, when it's pancakes and syrup, you don't have pen and paper and puzzles next to it.
Right. That is so true. Right. And bacon grease.
It's not TMI, it's LMI, lying much information. That's what that is. It's so bad that when you have to say when someone, and it was multiple choice questions.
Right.
There was it was like they were playing Goosebumps where she was telling him, pick door A, don't go behind B, you could die. So it was just one of the worst interviews I've ever, shame on her, but this is CNN, and it's sad that you can go in a place that you know is gonna comfort you and edit it 25 times and they should have said to her, you have one job, you can't this up. And when she came back through, they'll be like, you this up.
I think we can move on. All right, well, let's do something else.
I like that show. Gutfield is a good show, and he's a funny dude. Okay, let's get off that. I'm going to play some music and I'll be back in a few minutes, okay? I'm going to take a little break. I'll be right back, guys. Love ya. right, guys. I'm back in the saddle again. I'm back in the saddle again. That was Brutal Orchestra Symphonic Death Metal Mix. Epic, intense metal music. Roar. Okay. Oh, here's this one. This is with that one lady, that one
former
lefty
President Trump's
lady.
bombshell
Stop.
guilty verdict has triggered a predictable outpouring of smugness and glee
Oh my
from
God.
celebrities and liberals. Barbara Streisand said that Americans must not allow this felon anywhere near the White House again. Star Trek's George Takei quipped that he should now be called 34 instead of 45. And Joy Behar from The View said she was so excited that she, quote, leaked a bit in Costco. Charming. But could these celebrations be short-sighted and short-lived? The Trump campaign has raised a staggering $200 million since the guilty verdicts rolled in. And he received a hero's ovation alongside Dana White.
Yeah, he shows up at the UFC. The crowd goes flipping wild. It was amazing.
At the UFC event in Newark on Saturday night. And now even some of Trump's political enemies are rallying to his cause. Senator Mitt Romney, very much a moderate of the Republicans, said that Alvin Bragg may have won the battle for now, but he may have lost the political war. Democrats think they can put out the Trump fire with oxygen. It's political malpractice. So is Trump the felon now even more likely to return to the White House?
I don't know.
This
We'll
is
have
the
to
Shark
see
Tank investor,
on November
Kevin
5th,
O'Leary,
guys.
Criminal defense attorney Mark Garrett.
We'll have to see. If you're going to vote for Trump, vote for Trump. If you're going to vote for Harris, vote for Harris. It's whatever you feel who can better this country is who you should be voting for.
Ross, host of the Daily Wire's Michael Knowles show, conservative commentator Michael Knowles, and the very unconservative commentator Francesca Fiorentini. Well, welcome to
Jessica.
all of you. Mark Garagos, let me start with you just for the legal perspective here. I think two things can be true at the same time. One is that the jury did their job with the evidence placed in front of them, and that the verdict was a correct one from a legal perspective. And the second view, which can run concurrently with this should never have got to court in the first place, and dragging an American president through a criminal court process over something so relatively trivial, driven by apparent political partisanship on the part of the people driving it, was a catastrophic error of judgment and a disaster for the country. Discuss.
Well, look, I don't disagree with you. You can have these two thoughts in your head. If you're going to bring a criminal case against one of the most reviled people in Manhattan and pick a jury in Manhattan and expect them to do anything but convict him, then I know nothing about the criminal law that I've been trying cases about. That was a slam dunk for the prosecution from the get-go. At the same time, I can tell you that it was, to my mind, it was reprehensible that you take a case that is basically misdemeanors and with an expired statute of limitations, and you do the mental gymnastics to contort this into a target crime that's not defined until closing argument, and make those into felonies, basically reviving an expired statute of limitations.
Which is against the law.
I could go on and on about the legal nonsense that this is, but
it's the complete
I'm not
it's bullshit.
criticizing the jury. I criticize.
It's complete and utter bullshit what they did to Trump. They were misdemeanors and they made them into felonies. Yeah.
Number one, the prosecutor for bringing this case. Part of what makes the system work is prosecutors have to make hard decisions when to bring a case. Now, the jury did what they were given. That's on the judge. The judge, there's no such thing as directed verdicts in criminal cases. This was basically a directed verdict based on the jury instructions. As to the political, I'll just end it with this. I said 30 years ago when I was defending Susan McDougal, who was Bill Clinton's business partner in the Whitewater case, and when she was being prosecuted by then independent counsel Ken Starr, be careful what you wish for, Republicans, because the chickens are going to come home to roost. Sure enough, that's where we are right now.
And those chickens are going to keep coming home to roost. So, Francesca, my question for you is, I understand how joyous you must be feeling that Donald Trump has been convicted. because he slept with a porn star 20 years ago and may have shuffled some business papers about it. But why is it good for America that one of your 46 presidents has been treated in such a humiliating manner over something so trivial? And why do you guys not see that this might help him rather than hinder him in the election?
I happen to believe, Piers, that it's good for America when you hold the person who has the highest office in the land to the standards of the American law. And in this case, New York state law, where he committed these crimes. I happen to believe that it is a telltale sign of coming totalitarianism, fascism, skirting of the law when you allow a president to simply do whatever he wants and actually never hold him accountable. But look, the reality is this.
Biden's done some bad things that he should be investigated for. So, but yet they're not investigating him. Why? Oh, because he has dementia. I forgot about that. The dementia, Alzheimer's. He doesn't even know where he is half the time.
Is that these aren't crimes that were on the books in every single state. These are crimes that are on the books in New York State, as we talked about, all right? And so he knew exactly what he was doing. In fact, this is the most important part, is that David Pecker of the National Enquirer refused to keep on paying his hush money payments because the dude was tired of getting paid back in expired Trump stakes. And he was like, no, I'm not going to do it this time, especially not with a porn star. And so Michael Cohen had to do the payments on behalf of Donald Trump. Michael Cohen already spent 3 years mostly on house arrest, but he was already sentenced to 3 years over this. This is squarely Trump's making. This has nothing to do with his base. It has nothing to do with protecting American democracy like happened on January 6th, according to them. This has to do with Trump making his bronzer-stained bed with a porn star, trying to cover it up, and then getting caught doing it.
And out of interest, before I go to Michael, out of interest, why is Bill Clinton able to have sex with a...
Yeah, why isn't Bill Clinton in prison for the shit he did in the White House? Why is there only one standard for one side and nothing for the other side? I don't get that. I don't get that. This makes you really kind of think about it and be like, that really sucks. That really sucks that they're doing that kind of shit. But, you know, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. You guys got to understand, it's that everything you're seeing in the media, in the news, is a distraction. You have this lady right here, who is, I guess, in the middle or on the left, spewing her word salad. I mean, I have no problem with her. A lot of that's what she's talking about is just blah. I've heard it 1,000 times, and I'll probably hear it 1,000 times more. And they keep repeating themselves over and over and over, and it's actually really funny that they do this.
An intern in the Oval Office when he's president and lie to the American people about it on national television? And why is he able to pay off Paula Jones $850,000, 4 times as much, 5 times as much as the Trump payment to Stormy Daniels, to get rid of a sexual harassment claim, again, while he's president? And he has no criminal court recourse for that. Why is that deemed to be better than what happened with Trump and Stormy?
I don't think anyone is making that case, Piers. I'm
I'm asking you. What's the difference? What's the difference?
Or any predator. The difference is that he didn't cook the books financially using his own, using back channels in order to pay.
So paying somebody off who says you sexually harassed her, paying nearly $1 million while you're the president of the United States, and then having sex with an intern in the Oval Office and lying about it, that's fine because he's a Democrat.
Piers, only the
Francesca?
leftists in your mind are making that argument.
Sorry?
I said only the Democrats and the leftist mob in your mind are making that argument that you're opposing to it. I will say this about Stormy Daniels. I think it's incredible that she accepted $130,000 from Michael Cohen, because honestly, if I had the misfortune of sleeping with Donald Trump, no matter what the circumstances, let's say I had mad cow and then I did DMT on an empty stomach. If I had the misfortune of sleeping with Donald Trump, there is no amount of money you could pay me to keep quiet about it, because I would never tell a single soul. I would fake my own death and move to the Galapagos and pretend to be a bird.
I mean, I would say it's very unlikely you would ever get the offer, but you do look
Where
quite
is she
like
not leaving?
Karen McDougal, funny enough.
Oh, so I'm not cute enough to.
No, I just said you are. I said you're very much in his.
That actually is a compliment. Yes.
Yeah, it was a compliment. Go to Michael. Michael, look, I do think there's a ridiculous double standard here that will come back and bite the Democrats for the reasons that Mark Garagos said about historically. You know, you've seen this coming a mile off, where both parties starting to ratchet up this concept of kind of going after each other's leaders in criminal courts. I mean, you see this normally in banana republics, not in the United States of America. And it really does worry me, as someone who loves America and loves Americans, what this is leading to. Because if all that happens in each term of office is one party trying to incarcerate the other's leader, I don't know where that leaves America in a few years' time.
Well, this will only come back to bite Democrats if they lose their grip on power, and obviously they don't think that they will. This is why President Biden the other day, when he was walking out of a press briefing, was asked, Mr. President, Donald Trump says that you are imprisoning him because he's your political rival. What do you say to that charge?
Well, I'll stop you there. We have the clip. Let's play the clip.
Mr. President, can you tell us, sir, Donald Trump refers to himself as a political prisoner and blames you directly. What's your response to that, sir? Do you think the conviction will have an impact on the campaign?
I mean, you look like Jack Nicholson in The Shining at the end of that. But yeah, I mean, Michael, to pick up your point there, that's the clip you're referring to.
Yes, and it's pretty clear this is not a man who thinks that he has to be accountable to the American people. When you look at the federal charge against Trump, there was a poll that came out when that charge was brought that showed 62% of Americans think that it's primarily politically motivated. They just don't seem to care. And so this has been a ratcheting up, as we've all noted on the panel, of trends that have been built up for some years now. Some would say going back to Richard Nixon. But certainly in the early Trump campaign, the Democrats tried to stop him from being president by spying on him and cooking up fake intelligence, ironically enough, with Russia. And that didn't work. Then they tried to throw him out by impeaching him twice. That didn't work. Then they tried to kick him out by rigging the election and changing all the voter rules, in some cases in contravention of state constitutions leading up to that election. That did get him out of office, and he did leave office, but then he didn't go away. He kept running again. So then they indicted him 4 times. Now they've convicted him. They're going to threaten to throw him in prison. Pretty soon they're going to threaten to send him to St. Helena. But this has absolutely nothing to do with the law. As was noted earlier, at most you're talking about a misdemeanor that would have already expired under the statute of limitations. I'm not even convinced that there was really a misdemeanor that Trump committed. So my fellow panelist here is celebrating that the rule of law has been vindicated and overturned 234 years of American legal tradition. I would challenge her to see if she could possibly articulate how and what crime Trump committed, because so far Alvin Bragg, the DA, has failed to do so. The judge in the case, Judge Merchan, has failed to do so. And they can't do it because Trump didn't commit any of the crimes for which he's been convicted.
Well, let's just ask quickly before I go to Kevin. Francesca, just on that point, what crime did Trump commit?
It was financial crimes. It was white collar crimes. That is exactly what they charged him. He was convicted on.
What was the crime?
It's New York State law.
I understand. What was the crime?
It is New.
Francesca,
I don't even like it. It is literally
hang on, Mark,
he just got convicted on 34 counts.
Francesca, what was the crime?
Of like cooking the actual books.
What was the crime?
You are not allowed. So you are not allowed to use your own financial, like your own money, to pay off somebody, and then he logged it as something different. He logged it as just a regular payment, but he was actually paying off this porn star to keep quiet, which, if he hadn't been running for president, would not have mattered, but he was, and so it impacted campaign finance laws in New York State. Okay, that is what Juan Merchan just oversaw this. Alvin Bragg brought these charges because Michael Cohen, his sister, was already sentenced to 3 years to do it.
Let's just go before Kevin. I'll be very, very, very patient. We'll come to you.
Look, I'm no expert. Let me just say, hang on,
No,
Michael.
Francesca.
You are no expert. That's right. The campaign finance law is a federal law.
Hang on,
Anyway.
Francesca. I want to go to Mark. You're the lawyer. Is anything Francesca just said, is that actually the crime?
Look, let me just say, I like Francesca a lot, and we probably agree on 80% of our worldviews. However, Francesca, the way you just described it, call me afterwards and I'll educate you, because that's not what happened. There was no theory that was given to the jurors. The jurors were told it could have been campaign finance, it could have been tax, it could have been false books. They were told they didn't have to specify, and specifically told they did not have to agree unanimously. That's what irks me. Lifelong Democrat, no fan of Trump, never voted for Trump, never will. But I will tell you, as somebody who has spent his entire career with kind of taking on unpopular causes and holding the government accountable, I have to tell you, I do that for a reason. And the reason is this kind of shenanigans, and that's the best light I can spin it on, in the criminal courts, has no place in a federal election.
No, I agree.
The campaign finance laws were federal, not state, and the state laws had nothing to do with it.
Hang on. I want to go to Kevin. Been waiting very patiently. Kevin, you are a very successful businessman, as Trump has obviously been in his career too. Do you think, in all honesty, if you were caught up in something like this, and I'm not for a moment suggesting you would want to have a one-night stand with Stormy Daniels, but if you went down this road and ran for office, or not run for office, if you just ran for, say, to be CEO of a company, do you think it would ever have led to a criminal case? Because the argument is that a regular business guy who's not actually running for the presidency would be treated very differently, and therefore the law has not been seen to be fairly applied here.
I think half the country in the U.S. believes this is politically motivated, which is not a good thing. It's having more impact on the state of New York, which is seen as unstable. Whether the case has flaws in it or not will be solved for in the appellate system. So most people assume, because of the importance of the situation, that it will go through the appellate system as quickly as possible, if necessary, to the Supreme Court. In the end of the day, these things balance themselves. The damage done to New York started back in the other litigation around real estate. Quietly, large projects, those are over $1 billion, are not being started in New York currently. People are waiting until things stabilize. And I've moved projects out of New York to places like Oklahoma, North Dakota, West Virginia, Montana, Pennsylvania, much more stable environments. It's too difficult to work in that unstable environment. And the real problem is you can't raise institutional capital right now. The capital from around the world thinks New York's a little off kilter. There's something else to consider about Alvin Bragg, which I think history will prove to be correct. You've got to remember, Donald Trump only 24 months ago, in the middle of the first term of Biden, did not have control of his party. About a third of them were rebelling, if you want to use that word, because they were concerned about the controversy around Trump and they were looking for new leadership. And he was challenged, but something happened that changed everything. And this is the law of unintended consequences. Alvin Bragg started charging Trump. And immediately, the entire Republican Party coalesced behind him almost in 48 hours.
That's garbage, what they did.
The country bifurcated into this being a political witch hunt using lawfare, as a tool, and we're still debating that. But here's what's really interesting. If Trump becomes president, I think he has a big debt to Alvin Bragg. Right. Alvin Bragg is the kingmaker.
Yeah.
He made Trump president by polarizing the country so much and motivating the base so much that in the last 42 hours, Trump has passed $60 million in fundraising. That's an all-time record for him. So what's happening here is this unusual time, and I understand that you may not like that as an unintended consequence if you're Alvin Bragg, but I think history will show he made Donald Trump president one more time. And that's just the way it is.
You know what? I completely agree. I think
Yes,
it's one of the
because-
most willful. I'll come to Francesca for a response. It seems to be one of the most willfully stupid acts of self-harm I've seen any political party commit. You had Trump right on his knees, done. And you've revived the rotting political corpse of this guy, and you've now got him roaring back to the White House. And the only thing, as Mitt Romney, of all people who hates Trump, and represents absolutely the most moderate part of the Republican Party, when even he says Democrats think they can put out the Trump fire with oxygen, it's political malpractice. He's right. Because the only thing that could further guarantee a Trump victory is if they try and put him in jail on July the 11th, which, by the way, I wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah, it's remarkable times. We haven't seen polls out since the verdict, and so everybody's waiting to see what happens with the unintended consequence of this in terms of just independent voters. And so here's the thing to realize. If you polled 1,000 independent voters, and they will decide the election, most people agree with that in states like Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, et cetera. I bet you, and we've had the same on this panel, we're debating it, 99% of them have no idea what this case was about at all, and have no idea what exactly he did, and I'm not sure they care. The fact that more than half of them think he's politically motivated is unsettling.
Yeah.
And as I said earlier, will get finished off in the appellate system. But this is a remarkable time in American history, and not that great for the American brand, as you started talking about at the beginning. This is more like a Venezuela kind of Cuba, Banana Republic story. You got the porn star. All this stuff is really not what G7 countries do to their leaders.
I completely agree. This is Francesca. I just don't get. We see you're laughing, but Mitt Romney, for Mitt Romney to come down so squarely on the side of Trump.
I do want to just say, look, so the crimes were falsifying business records. Now, the reason I didn't know that before is because I'm not a lawyer and I'm not the journalist who is anchoring this entire show, who should have told you that it was falsifying business records. Now, on the other
because
point,
those aren't felonies.
I hear you that most Americans don't care about falsifying business records. I agree with Kevin and I agree with Piers. However, I will say this. Most Americans also are very much go on gut. And they don't like that a candidate is now a convicted felon. But moreover, this candidate is someone who, and it is not the crime, however we know, cheated on his pregnant wife with a porn star in a hotel in Lake Tahoe and then bragged about it and then tried to pay her to shut up and also paid another Playboy bunny to also be quiet about their relationship.
Bill Clinton had sex with an intern
people. You're
in
going
the
back to Bill
Oval
Clinton because
Office.
it's the only thing you have.
Well, it's not a bad thing to have.
You're going back. No one's
unlike
talking
Trump,
about Bill
he was
Clinton.
president at the time.
You know, I don't mean to pick on Francesca too much here, but it's very telling that even the liberals who are going on television to defend this ruling have to Google in the breaks to figure out what the crime was, and even then, I'm sorry to say, misrepresent what the actual supposed crime was. The reason here that this has to take. Well, excuse me one second, Francesca. I'll just finish my point real quickly.
Books. That's the same thing.
Yeah. It's not a felony, not a crime. But anyway, that's a point for another time. The reason why even the great defenders of this conviction can't. Yes, to you as well. The reason that they can't articulate this is because it's not really a crime. That's why they had to upend 234 years of precedent for this. And it gets back to a point that you made earlier, Piers, and that you made, Kevin, which is that Alvin Bragg really overplayed his hand. Sure, he overplayed his hand to some degree, but what else were they going to do? Donald Trump was always going to be the Republican nominee in 2024. A lot of people feel that he was gypped in 2020. He's the biggest guy in the party. It was going to happen. And Trump poses a real threat to the liberal establishment. He's not a Mitt Romney-type Republican. He has different views from the so-called uniparty on things like trade, on things like immigration, and things like foreign policy and war. Trump posed a major threat. That's why they took such extraordinary measures for the last 8 years to take this guy out. They weren't able to do it politically. They weren't even really able to do it at the ballot box. So what's left? The only thing left to do is to try to throw him in prison so that he can't campaign for the election. I agree, it's backfiring.
This is not a federal case, Michael. You know that. It's not even.
They actually already. Well, I know that he did not go to prison. They couldn't. I mean, well, no, I'll take that back. They could throw him in jail. completely throw him in jail. But they chose not to, or the judge chose not to do it, which that's fine. I mean, he said he I'm ready to go to prison. Hey, let's go make some new friends. I mean, it's hilarious that the left is completely playing with fire, I think. All the charges were all misdemeanors, and they made them into felonies, which I thought you couldn't do. If it's written down as law, you followed that law. If it's marked down in the Constitution, you follow the Constitution. It's just it's a bunch of word salad. It's all they're spewing, the left and the right. I mean, it's hilarious to see these people.
Even a federal case. Why do you think that it's not a DOJ case? It's not a Biden case. It's not a Merrick Garland thing. It's New York State law. So the idea that this is somehow politically motivated is all made up in your head, because what you do on your show every day is you groom your audience for fascism, and you set them up for a complete takeover of the DOJ. This is all about allowing Trump to get away with any crime he wants, as you sort of slighted and sort of,
like what Biden and his family have. I mean, they accepted bribe money. I mean, that's what it is. That's what they were doing. It's all in the tapes. It just irritates the garbage out of me. Irritates the fuck out of me. I'm in California. I'm a Californian boy. I was raised here. I was born here. Shit, I was born on a military base. March Air Force Base, baby. Air Force, woo. I mean, you're accusing me of fascism. Trump, verdict, debate gets personal. No, she is going to get personal with him, and he's starting to laugh.
Laid out very nonchalantly just a little bit ago. He was impeached twice. Doesn't really matter that he tried to blackmail the leader of Ukraine into digging up non-existent dirt on Joe Biden, but that doesn't matter to you or your followers.
Joe Biden, he's just going to say it. Joe Biden was threatening to never give them the millions of dollars that they asked for until they fired a lawyer that they had working for him that was starting to investigate his son, or a partner of his son, that was doing shady shit, and Biden was doing shady shit.
You want to make sure. You want to make sure that when Trump is reelected, he can get away. He can get away
you're
with
accusing me of fascism. That's a
Department
big
of
charge.
Education.
All I would point out is that it's not my party that's imprisoning its political opponents.
Right.
So if we're going to throw that accusation about it.
I was about to say one of the key tenets of fascism is you imprison your political opponents. Let me come back to Mark Geragos. I want to play a clip from Donald Trump at the weekend. This is talking to Fox and Friends, where he talks about the prospect of maybe going to jail.
I mean, he's ready to go to jail.
The judge could decide to say, hey, house arrest or even jail. It could. How do you face what that could look
I'm okay with it. I saw one of my lawyers the other day on television saying, oh, no, you don't want to do that to the president. I said, you don't beg for anything. You just, the way it is. I don't know that the public would stand it, I'm not sure the public would stand for it. with a.
They'd be mad.
I think it would be tough for the public to take. You know, at a certain point, there's a breaking point.
Now, Mark, the question I was going to ask.
And there'd be a lot of people upset if he went to jail. A lot of people. A lot of people that fell for him about him being singled out like this. You gotta understand. You gotta understand. Our country is divided down the middle right now. You pretty much almost got equal numbers on each side of half the fucking country of each side. That's insane. That's a lot of fucking people. It's a lot of fucking people, guys. Oh, just don't mind me. I'm getting high right now, enjoying myself. I mean, I love watching or reacting to the Paris Morgan freaking show, Uncensored. It's because everybody is just raw. They're just into it. I mean, I'd love to interview some people. I'd love to interview freaking bands, metal bands. I wonder I wonder, and I'm gonna start a podcast on Spotify, but also show episodes on YouTube. If you want to follow my YouTube channel, it's right there. It's the third one down on my media thing on the right side underneath the Brian Lovecraft 420 and the two followers things. It's right there. The Chaos Engine. That's the name of my Discord. I haven't changed it. I just realized I haven't changed it yet. But hopefully I can get it started. This is a cool freaking show. I've been on for 10 hours, guys. I've been on for 10 freaking hours. What's up, GP? How you doing, GP? It's a beautiful day. Let's see if there's anybody I know that's up. Oh, no K10 right now. Oh. Nope. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope. This is Miss Savage. Miss Savage is my friend. You got 3 hours. Oh, she got her sub goal. Nice. Yeah, 18-hour stream. I'm on 10, baby. I'm on 10, 10. I'm on 10, 10. I'm on 10. Dun, dun. What's up, everybody? It's all the days and nights. So we're watching a panel of Paris Morgan. Uncensored, my friends. Uncensored. If you don't follow Paris Morgan, go follow him. He's a pretty cool cat, cool guy. If you don't follow this guy right here, I have to, my friend. I think that's how to do it. Yep, there we go. Give this guy a follow. He's awesome. He's a streamer just like us. Plays indie games, all kinds of different games. Pretty cool games. I left my phone outside. Darn it. I have a new TikTok. Mr. Lovecraft 420. Go and give me a follow on that website on TikTok, TikTok, tick tick. Huh. Bit who did that? Who did that? So pretty much, okay, so let's get back into this and see how this ends. It does get heated and personal, but let's find out.
Ask you is that a lot of people think the way Trump has been trashing the judge, the court, the process, and everything night after night when he comes out to TV cameras, that under normal circumstances, you could trash talk your way into a prison sentence. Is that remotely possible here?
Well, let me give you the legal analysis and then I'll give you the political. There is no instance I can think of where you're convicted of 34 felonies in state court in America, in any jurisdiction, while you are found in contempt 9 times and a judge threatening to put you in jail, where when you're convicted, the judge doesn't remand you, meaning put you in jail right there pending sentencing. Obviously, that was not going to happen here. Obviously, at least to me politically, this judge is not going to put him in jail on July 11th. I don't even think he's going to give him house arrest. My friend Alan Dershowitz suggested something that I had not thought of. I have been speculating that the judge will give him 30, 60, or 90 days in jail, but stay it pending the appeal. Alan thinks that he will impose a state prison sentence of, say, 2 years and just hang it over his head. And that's somewhat diabolical because
that's
if
evil.
you've got that state prison sentence over his head and he does not win the election in November, there's all kinds of mischief that could happen after that. So I don't think, if I'm a betting man, I don't think he's going to go into jail or into custody on July 11th. If he was somebody other than Trump, he would be in custody right now.
I mean, Kevin,
yes, that's a really important point, and everyone needs to remember that.
Yeah, it is an important point.
Why?
Kevin, just again, I'm across the pond at the moment. But I love America, and this is just this whole idea that we're even discussing the possibility of incarcerating an American president. I made the point the other day that if it was for running an illegal drone program that killed thousands of innocent people, or it was wholesale corruption on a very serious scale at the heart of government, something of that magnitude, then okay, I'd understand taking action against an American president. But the idea that Trump is going through all this and may end up with a suspended sentence or a hung sentence hanging over him, whatever it may be, as Mark just articulated, the idea that an American president, left or right, is facing this potentially happening in 6 weeks' time, in election year, I mean, it sends a shudder down my spine, if I'm honest, because I don't know what it makes America as a country.
Well, it has never happened before in a G7 country. It happened once, I believe, in a G20 country, but I think was acquitted. This isn't really about Trump anymore from the perspective you're talking about. It's about the American brand. It's about the executive. It's about the White House. It's about the American economy. It's about people's perception about investing in it. There's a pretty big discomfort, and I know this from both Democrats and Republicans. There's many outcomes of this sentencing, but I don't think anybody contemplates that he would be jailed. That would not go over well, I think, at all. I don't think that would be. This judge has a huge responsibility on his shoulders because it hasn't been tested by the appellate court. So it would be wise, perhaps, to be very, very lenient, and I would suggest probation maybe or something less so that he can go on with the political process of running
because these don't need to be
conference, decide if he's going to be.
These don't need to be felonies. Having these charges as felonies has fucked the system up. Think about that. These are misdemeanors and they changed them into felonies. You know how corrupt that is? I mean, Bragg is right now I have feelings that he's a very corrupt person. I mean, I've never met him, so I don't, I'm kind of like, okay, this is interesting. Lovely, darling, lovely. It's gonna be another day in paradise. This really makes me really horny, baby. I just gotta say that the light outside is beautiful. Oh, I'm not even on it. There we go.
Who his vice president's going to be and setting up for the election just months
It's
away
JD
at that point.
JD Vance.
And as many have said on both sides of the party, let the people decide this situation on November 5th.
Right.
If they make Trump president again, then we're talking about the Oval Office. We want to be careful not to get in his way as he governs the land. I would have thought bringing the porn star case after the election would have been better. It was really unusual to listen. And I was in London, where you are, talking to sovereign wealth and institutional investors. As you know, I'm trying to buy TikTok, so I'm trying to line up a syndicate. And Stormy Daniels' testimony was embarrassing, talking about condoms and penis size and what does that have to do with state finance or federal finance law? It has nothing. It was really trashy and not at the level you would want to brand a G7 or G20 country. And I think most people are embarrassed about it, to be honest.
I agree with you. And talking of TikTok, Trump joined it, Francesca, at the weekend. He got 3 million followers immediately. But also, this happened at the UFC fight. Dana White let him out. And this is just after he'd been convicted of 34 counts of this crime. Take a look at what the crowd reacted was.
Pretty cool for Sean Strickland to have a moment there with Donald Trump after a win.
President Trump, you're the man, bro. It is a damn travesty what they're doing to you. I'll be donating to you, my man. Let's get it done.
I mean, that followed the entrance. Sorry, Mark?
By the way, Piers, if I have spent the last 2 days having people talk to me at a conference I'm at, telling me that one of the phenomenons on TikTok, as Kevin invoked it, is people saying, I'm voting for the felon, I'm voting for the felon.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, you want a poll? I'll give you a poll. Take a look at what's happening there at the UFC fight and take a look at what's happening on TikTok.
Yeah. I mean, we're watching the end. This is when he came in. I mean, the place went completely nuts. And the trouble is, Francesca, I spend a lot of time in New York and LA. I have a place in LA and spend a lot of time working in New York. But I also do a lot of crime documentaries, ironically, which take me down to rural Florida, rural Texas, Alabama, places like that. And let me tell you, none of them agree with you. They all agree with that crowd at the UFC. And if I was a Democrat, I'd be quite unnerved that you've thrown the kitchen sink at this guy, and this is how a lot of the public are reacting.
Yeah. No, I mean, it makes sense that he'd be cheered at UFC. I mean, you know, it's a sport full of actors, and we have this guy who's been pretending to be a serious politician for years now. Look, the important thing about that interview that he gave to Fox News.
You're not besmirching UFC. Hang on, fact check. You'll think you're WWE, the actors. The UFC, they're real fighters.
Yes. I'm sorry. I don't have. Cool. Good. I'm glad. Look,
there's a big difference. One is acting. One is hardcore elite fighting. They're very different things.
I don't have video feed, but I bet it's dope, and I stand corrected, Piers. But I will say this: with the interview that he gave on Fox and Friends, I do think it matters because what he said was the American people aren't going to stand for this, and in some ways he's saying, you know, he's warning Judge Merchan, and I sort of agreed that I don't think Judge Merchan, even though all y'all think that it's some sort of political hit job, they're not going to put him in jail. Sadly for me, I hope they give him some.
That's boring me. Her voice is boring me. Sorry. I'm going to put some music on and go smoke a cigarette. All right, let's see here. So how's everybody doing? I like my setup, dude. I like that. I like that. It looks pretty cool the way I have it. Okay, so let's I don't want to even look at that. Oh, here we go. Let's restart this up. It's right under the next song. So I'll be back in about... Let me stop there for a second. Let me turn this down on my headphones. Right there. I love you guys. You guys are amazing. I just got to say that. Thank you guys for popping. I got 5 people on Kick. I got 2... hold on. I got 0 on YouTube. Damn. One on... I had 2 earlier. Damn. No, I was supposed to... Fudge. No, my mom's up. Hold on. All right, guys. You guys have a beautiful night. Love you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow if I stream. I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow or not. Okay. Love you guys.